Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Welcome. It's wonderful to see folks who have traveled from as close as a few blocks west of in West Philadelphia to places much further than that. I think, well, I guess I start everything by saying I'm Fritz Steiner. That's, I guess, one way of sort of getting everyone's attention. And I have the great honor of being the Dean of the Stuart Weitzman School of Design. And to welcome you all. Emeritus is, like many of words in English, is derived from the Latin. And the Latin, one reason why I studied Latin over French when I was in high school is I didn't have to roll my R's, and no one really knew exactly how to pronounce Latin correctly, but it's something like emera is something like that is the Latin word, and its meaning is to complete one's service. To complete one's service. There's other translations as well. One is to earn, to merit, to deserve, and to obtain by service. To obtain by service. It's bestowed on those who have a complete academic life in scholarship, in teaching, in engagement. It is bestowed on those who have made important contributions to an institution, to those who have earned this recognition. So we're gathered to honor the completeness of Professor Emeritus David Leatherborough. Being complete is not the same as being finished. And in the Academy, the honorific title Emeritus codifies an ongoing and continuing relationship. David's work certainly deserves such recognition, as he's significantly expanded how we view architecture. He observed, for example, that architecture is impermanent. And I think that observation alone changes how we consider building. When we think about important buildings. We can't really deny the element of time in their existence. I like to use falling water as an example because it literally would have fallen into the water if it weren't for very wealthy owners. My own background in landscape architecture, landscape architects know very well that time is also an opportunity. It's an opportunity in design. We can't design a landscape without understanding the future species that will inhabit it. Seen over time, the materials of landscape continually renew themselves, David wrote. And I find David's writing about landscape just spot on. And he knows one of my favorite things he wrote is a short essay, an essay actually in a book edited by two Penn alums who are now at Harvard, Gary Doherty and Charles Woltheim. And in David's essay is titled, "Is Landscape Architecture?" It's just a sort of topic that David excels at. It seems both to state and question the obvious, but turns out to be a new way of understanding reality. True to form, David goes right to the heart of the matter in the first paragraph, then sort of crystallizes 300 years of architecture, history, and theory. The question, he says, is really about the relationship between the two arts that are normally understood as separate professions. But architecture, urban design, and landscape architecture are deeply connected. The three can't be separated any more than geometry and physical fact, shape, and substance. When we're talking about a building and its site, architecture, urban design, and landscape architecture are what David calls the topographic arts. I think that's just a wonderful way of understanding these design fields. He wrote, "They provide a prosaic patterns of our lives with durable dimension and beautiful expression." Well, by my reckoning, that's what David has done. He's given our lives durable dimension and beautiful expression. I think we all know that David won the Topaz Medallion in 2020. It's a rare recognition that's given both by the American Institute of Architects along with the Association of Collegiate Schools of Architecture. It's the only award of its kind and signals universal admiration in both the academic and professional practice communities. Now, the people that have received the Topaz are really represent some of the most important architecture educators of our times. We've here at Penn have had an incredible history of Topaz winners, from Holmes Perkins to Denise Scott Brown, Lee Copeland, and Adele Santos. What is the Topaz for? It's very simple. According to the jury, architecture's future depends on the next generation of leaders and the educators who impact their lives. David, thank you and congratulations. Look forward to the next 2 days. And it's now my honor to turn the podium over to Vinka Doubledom.
Thank you, Fritz. Good morning, everyone. So happy to have you here. This is probably the most distinguished audience we've had in a long time in one room. I am so happy we can do this in person. We've had a lot of our own share of Zoom meetings. And it's, I think, important to do these kinds of events in person. We had a small intermezzo already March 31st, when you might remember that was our first version of this event. And we decided that David, as a very important part of our faculty, could definitely have 2 events. So on that event, we actually celebrated the Topaz Medal. And today we celebrate something that is much bigger than that, and that is the academy. The fact that we as academic people have, even in academics, two lives. One life as educator and one life as researcher, writer, academic. So I think this is, today is the first, last time was the first part a little bit, and today is the second part a little bit. The Festschrift, constructions and locations, today is held in honor for our esteemed colleague, Dr. David Ladeborough, now our Professor Emeritus. In the next 2 days, we'll move from beginnings through constructions to locations. We're celebrating this moment, of course, also a little bit because of the topaz. The Department of Architecture has grown significantly since you probably saw it last. Over the past 9 years, I'm here now as chair 9.5 years, and they smuggled a half year into my, my what you call maybe 10 year. We added 3 MSD programs, the AAD, Advanced Architectural Design, Environmental Building Design, and Robotics and Autonomous Systems. We also grew our PhD program with our current chair, Franca, but we also differentiated the PhD program drastically. With our new faculty, such as Masoud Agbazada, there is now both history theory and technology, and and of course, I should not forget Franca and Bill Brame in that. There's actually 2 very strong lines going on, which is very interesting to see that develop. We also added 3D printing in studios, a huge robotic lab, 4 new research groups, and more than doubled our standing faculty, which now has 50-50 men and women. That's not for everyone as important, but for this female chair it is. Our students are doing really well. They won the first 3 prizes this year in the HOK and KPF awards. So first 3 means 1, 2, 3, which is kind of embarrassing at some point. And are since 2 years also included, and we've had each time 6 students in the Metropolis 100 Futures Award. Now, why am I saying this? This is, of course, really important, not only for our students, but mostly because we have an absolutely fabulous faculty. By growing the faculty, I have very much depended on our existing faculty. And I have to say, I remember one thing that David keeps mentioning in our voting sessions, which I like to mention because I think it's been very important for maybe the atmosphere at Penn, is that when we have a vote, David says, colleagues, remember, these are the people we're going to learn from. There are future colleagues, and let's find someone that develops themselves in the future in ways that we can also then learn from. And that always stuck with me, especially through the 9.5 years, that since I am actually hired by David in 1996. I was first hired by Marco Frascari in 1995. So I'm the dinosaur with a few other dinosaurs here from Penn. Although I was teaching my first 8 years at Columbia 1 semester and Penn 1 semester, a few side steps to Harvard. At some point when Richard Wesley, who was here, asked me to think of starting an official second master's program and become a professor of practice, I decided for Penn, although there were some other requests. And the reason why I did that is because of exactly what I just said. At Penn, there was a group of faculty that, if you may say it in very unacademic terms, had your back. And were supportive, were supportive academically, personally, and were very, very good friends and colleagues. And I so treasure that. And I think I never had a chance to actually say this to the few really important people here, but that was really the reason why I chose Penn. And I've never regretted that since. One of our slightly talented and dedicated faculty members, David, has of course taught theory and design here since 1984, was department chair here twice, once when I started, 91 to 97. And of course, the graduate group chair for over 2 decades, where he supervised 30 dissertations and advised an additional 30, the authors of which have assumed prominent leadership and teaching positions across the world. So a group to be very, very proud of, our PhD students. Before arriving at UPenn, Dr. Ladeborough taught at Cambridge University and the University of Westminster in England. David himself completed a Bachelor of Architecture at the University of Kentucky and his PhD at the University of Essex, England, on the topic of character and situation in the 18th century architecture and gardens. David's excellence in research has been celebrated in countless publications. He has himself written 11 books and over 140 scholarly essays and articles. Some of the books, which I'm sure you all know, include Building Time, Architecture, Event and Experience, 20th Century Architecture, 3 Cultural Ecologies with Richard Wesley, Architecture Oriented Otherwise, Topographical Stories, Surface Architecture with Mohsen Mostafavi, Uncommon Grounds, Roots of Architectural Invention. And of course, the one we all know very well is On Weathering the Life of Buildings in Time, also with Mohsen. To end this, of course, I want to really take a moment to thank Franca Trubiano and the PhD team for organizing these events, I should say organizing and reorganizing. We're honored and pleased to be able to celebrate David's achievements over these next 2 days. And we thank you, our distinguished guest, for preparing your responses and presentations as a tribute to David. Welcome, and I really look forward to the next 2 days. And with that, I would like to ask Frank.
Thank you, Winka, and good morning, all. I have to say, it's great to welcome students, faculty, colleagues, visiting guests, invited speakers, and of course, David. It is a most joyous celebration and occasion to really honor an entire career, which is difficult to do in 2 days. We will try our best. And I stand in front of you today with this great pleasure to say that celebrating the career of an academic, as Winka has just noted, involves a number of individuals. And so we've tried to gather an incredible array of thought leaders, but primarily individuals who have been potentially teachers, mentors, colleagues, and of course, students and friends of David. We're going to hear a great deal about, I know we are going to hear a great deal about David's scholarship. And I hope that it might be an invitation for us to continue the legacy of that as a thought project and a building project. We're going to have the opportunity to return to so many of his thoughts and his texts by way of their afterlife, which is what we're beginning right here. But I have to say that this event has been long in planning, as many of you may have heard, and no one would have thought that actually maybe about a year and a half after first conceived that we would actually be here, but I'm grateful that we are. And I hope that the next 2 days, whether in person or joining us live streaming, contributes to that legacy that David has started. So as we've already heard, it was originally conceived in 2020 when David, shortly after the Tobas, announced that he was going to retire. I don't even know what that term means, and I actually haven't quite accepted it. So we all have our issues. He keeps saying that he's done that, but no way. But the Topaz was a really important moment for not only ourselves to recognize the incredible wealth that we had amongst us, but also that others had recognized that wealth. And while we noted some important individuals at Penn who were also part of that Topaz family, I also like to remind myself of others who are part of that Topaz family. Individuals such as Marcel Breuer, Colin Rowe, John Heddick, Charles Moore, Kenneth Frampton, Jersey Sultan, Stanford Anderson, Stanley Tigerman, Michael Graves, George Baird, Toshihiko Mori, and Deborah Burke. That's an incredible family to be a part of. And we've also heard about his contributions to Penn And there are many amazing career highlights. But I also want to remind us all that really with almost more than 2 decades as a graduate group chair, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of individuals who are inspired by his work. And these individuals are continuing that work of creating a space for architectural theory in the discipline that we might need to remind ourselves was really not there 3 and 4 decades ago. In fact, I have still conversations with colleagues across the world who remind me that when they came to study here, they created their libraries of books based on what they were learning here with David and others. And in fact, many times brought those libraries back to their home countries. It's hard for us to fathom that today, but that's what was happening here in the early days of Amazon collecting just across the hall there of books and books. So the fact that in many schools of architecture across the world, David has contributed the subject of architectural theory, something that we might want to also ponder. But yes, graduate group chair for decades, and as we've heard, chair of our architecture program, but also associate dean of academic affairs, contributing to widening this conversation about research in a school of architecture. But internationally, David has also held a tremendous number of honors, having been the Velux Professor of Architecture at the Royal Danish Academy of Art in Copenhagen from 2013 to 2016, having been an honorary visit research professor at the Welsh School of Architecture in Cardiff from 2009 to 2011. I'm going to stop because you can imagine I can keep going for a long time, but he's literally lectured everywhere, like literally everywhere. And I feel like I should be, running through all of this, but I just will say everywhere. And we will be hearing extensively about the projects, the books and the articles. I trust that over the next 2 days, we're going to have an opportunity to remember the great gifts that David has given us, that only a consummate scholar can give us, particularly if we think about these gifts as intellectual constructions and locations. Today, we're going to have a really full day. We're going to start with our opening session in about a minute on beginnings, of course, one would start there. We're going to have a first session of 5 essays from former students. We'll have a brief lunch, and thereafter we'll have 4 continued essays with a roundtable conversation, notwithstanding the table is not round. We'll have a little wine reception at the archives, which is just to the other side, in fact, right below us, to my left, for those of us who are here in person. And then we're going to have our keynote by Marion Weiss and James Corner that we hope you'll all return here for 6 p.m. But of course, an event like this requires much help by everyone who is part of the team here at Weitzman. Many of the activities that are happening behind and in front are the incredible work of some of our crew back there, but also the incredible support of our, of course, Dean Fritz Steiner, generously funding this event from the very beginning and always offering support in whichever way was possible, including an incredible communications team of Michael Grant and John Caperton. A big thank you to Chair Dubbeldam and her team really for facilitating all of the planning, including the incredible work of Hannah Finchler back there, and Nadine Beauharnois from our financial office. As well, the incredible facilities group, Sandy and Carl, our incredible IT folks, Brandon and Alex, our PhD students, Rami, Shiran, and Bo, and to, of course, the Kleinman Center for hosting us in the Louis Kahn apps, if I can say that. To our moderators today, Bill, Marcia, and Juan, to our presenters and our commentators, and to our keynote speakers this evening and tomorrow. And of course, to all of you for helping us continue this conversation. So a little bit of housekeeping before I hand it over to Juan. If you're wondering about the programming or some of the individuals that are here with us today, you can visit our website. I feel weird saying it. Constructions and locations, it's all one term.org. And we are live streaming this on the Weitzman School design at Penn YouTube website. I feel like a dinosaur saying things like this. But our first session today is dedicated to beginnings, of course, to where it all began. In hosting such an event, it only seemed fitting to take some time at the very beginning to remind us all of the many locations, relationships, and institutions that have contributed to the development of David's career. I guess what they say is that it does take a village. In the morning, today we are going to be hopefully joined by our colleague online, Professor Joseph Rickford. And we're going to learn about this larger community of scholars, mentors, architects, and fellow students who I suspect were part and central to David's intellectual formation. For this all-important opening session, we've gathered a former student, now colleague, and colleagues and mentors and friends. Our moderator and first speaker is Juan Manuel Heredia, an associate professor and director-elect at the Portland State University School of Architecture. Juan Manuel studied and practiced architecture in Mexico City before moving to the United States to pursue graduate studies. He holds an MS and a PhD in architecture from UPenn. And in addition to teaching design, Studio Juan teaches and conducts research in architectural history and theory. He is the author of The First Modern Building in Mexico, co-editor with our colleague Nicholas Temple of the Rutledge Handbook of the Reception of Classical Architecture, as well as co-author of Juan Sordo Madaleno. Please join me in welcoming Juan Manuel.
Thank you, Franca. It's an honor to be here. Before I begin my presentation, I need to introduce the two persons that are going to join me in the panel, Homa Farjadi and hopefully Joseph Rickford. Homa Farjadi teaches advanced architectural studios and heads Penn's Study Abroad program in London. Prior to her appointment at Penn, she has taught at the AA School of Architecture and the GSD, and has held chaired visiting professorships at Yale, Penn, and Edinburgh universities, and visiting professorships at Columbia and the University of Virginia. Homa Farjadi is principal of Farjadi Architects in London and practice professor of architecture at the University of Pennsylvania, where she conducts graduate level research studios and a studio on London urbanism. She is directly involved with individual projects in collaboration with members of the office. Professionally, she has served as master jury member of the Aga Khan Architecture Awards and other international architectural design awards and competitions. As a charter member of RIBA, she has served on international assessment committees. Her involvement with Commission for Architecture and the Built Environment, CABE, has engaged her in the design assessment of health and education projects throughout the UK. Delayed Space, a monograph of her work together with Mohsen Mostafavi, was published in 1994. Sense Geometries, more recent work of Farjadi Architects, was printed in September 2008 by Actar Publishers. Joseph Rickford is Paul Philip Craig Professor Emeritus of Architecture at the University of Pennsylvania and one of the foremost architectural historians and critics of his generation. Rickford is the author of many influential works on architecture, including The Idea of a Town, 1963, On Adam's House in Paradise, 1972, The Dancing Column, 1996, The Seduction of Place, 2000, and The Judicious Eye, Architecture and the Other Arts from 2008, and that I have the pleasure of serving as a research assistant. All his books have been translated into several languages. Joseph Rickford is a 2014 recipient of the Royal Institute of British Architects Gold Medal. So the title of my presentation, on the Essex School and its relocation. or rather relocations. I added the S at the end. I have to say that when I first heard about the Festschrift, I was excited of being invited and probably collaborate with some discussion of the wonderful writings of David, my teacher, or his teaching. But I was tasked with a somehow daunting enterprise, that is discussing a time that I was never a witness of. So I had to do a lot of homework. And what I have to say, to be honest, relies a lot on the scholarship of others. The Essex School, which is a term that I think, to the best of my knowledge, was coined by K. Michael Hayes, has been researched by some scholars I have to mention from the outset: Helen Thomas, Louis Martin, Joseph Bedford, and as a witness and participant, George Bird. So I'll begin. In 1964, the young Czech doesn't move. Okay, thank you. The young Czech art and architectural critic Dalibor Vesely traveled from his native Prague to London to meet architects and colleagues in that city. Fate led him to encounter Joseph Rickword, a Polish critic, historian, and architect who arrived in England at 13 years of age. Rickword was then librarian and lecturer at the Royal College of Arts, a position acquired after a precocious but heterodox academic career. Born in 1926, Rickword escaped Warsaw with his family during the war and settled in London, studying architecture at the Bartlett and then at the Architectural Association. His activities within and outside of those schools were quite diverse, product of an always inquisitive mind. They led him, for once, to rub shoulders at a very young age with a number of intellectuals, some of them of great renown or who acquired that renown later on. For example, writer Elias Canetti, psychoanalyst Franz Elkesch, anthropologist Franz Steiner, and philosopher Alasdair MacIntyre, all of whom exerted a decisive influence on him. With a particular interest in the symbolic and metaphorical dimension of building, the outcome of an enthusiastic reading of William Richard Lethaby, in the late 1940s, Rickword began to attend Rudolf Wittkower's seminars at the Warburg. This brought him into contact with the great art historians gathered around that institute and later also at the Courtauld, while befriending a young disciple of Wittkower, Colin Rowe, whose essay, The Mathematics of the Ideal Villa, he read with particular interest. In parallel to these activities and as a natural extension of his upbringing in a Jewish family on exile, he also delved into what can be called a pre-Levinas philosophy of alterity, assimilating the lessons of Martin Buber, Gabriel Marcel, and Emmanuel Mounier, all of whom offered an ethical orientation within the avalanche of ideas that he was exposed early on. His student years were marked, like those of his classmates, by the figure of Le Corbusier. Upon completing school, he worked with Jane Drew and Maxwell Fry, also with Over Arup, and in other architectural offices, but in time growing skeptical of the sociological drive of many of his contemporaries. In 1949, joined by his classmate and fellow anarchist enthusiast John F.C. Turner, he traveled to Italy to attend the 7th CM Congress in Bergamo. There he met the historical leaders of CM, including Gideon, who became his mentor, and Le Corbusier, who he had already met in London, but here pictured next to the young Rickword in Bergamo when he was 23. From this time onwards, Italy became his second adoptive country, where he entered into contact with the main figures of post-war Italian architecture, and later with a host of other Italian artists and intellectuals. That trip reaffirmed his interest in architectural history, especially after seeing the work of Alberti, while also arousing in him a passion for the study of cities. 2 summers spent alongside archaeologist Frank E. Brown in Rome allowed him to think of the city in a way different than modern planners, that is, as an artifice product of human imagination and a representation of the cosmos. Several trips to Paris further broadened his understanding of architecture. In that city, he got to know many of Le Corbusier's acquaintances, including Father Couturier, and the assistants, especially the Latin American ones that work on 35 Rue de Sèvres. During the 1950s and early 60s, Rickworth divided his time as critic, teacher, and researcher, with occasional incursions into professional practice. Some projects for churches, a mixed-use housing scheme in Chelsea, plus a few adventures in industrial, graphic, and interior design are worth mentioning from that period. The eclectic range of activities in which he became involved during the first years of his professional life led to his appointment in 1957 as visiting professor at the Hochschule for Gestaltung at Ulm, and 4 years later as librarian and lecturer at the RCA. In contrast to Rickworth, Vesely, his early career was more limited geographically, but not for that reason less intense. Born in 1934, Vesely spent the majority of his childhood on a family farm that served him and his little brother as a refuge during the war. Returning to Prague as an adolescent, this youth of great intelligence, wit, and artistic sensibility found the city full of exhilarating prospects. The communist coup of 1948, however, severely restricted his opportunities after the imposition of a state doctrine and a technocratic ideal for higher education. Vesely studied engineering at the Technical University of Prague, but influenced by his father, a painter, his interest soon drifted towards art and architecture. Regular visits to Prague's Art Academy led him to connect with architectural historians such as Václav Richter and Ulrich Stefan. He also began a PhD in engineering while working in urban and architectural preservation projects, one of the few fields of historical research supported by the state. In 1958, Vesely began attending seminars on aesthetics at Charles University, where he further interacted with artists, critics, and art historians. It was in this context that he became part of a neo-avant-garde circle of artists named the Continualists, heirs of Surrealism, and critical of the social realist ideology promoted by the state. Without being himself an artist, Vesely acted as one of the group's intellectuals, organizing and writing essays for exhibitions that, due to their dissident character, often operated clandestinely. Always more identified with architecture than with engineering, he decided to approach the leaders of the Czech modern movement, Jaroslav Frachner, Karel Honzík, and Josef Havlíček, so-called lyrical functionalists, who, in his words, shaped his architectural horizon. His broader intellectual horizon, however, was shaped by a philosophical training under Jan Patočka, a phenomenological philosopher who was led to ostracism and in a way to his own death because of his non-alignment and open criticism of the Czech government. A disciple of Husserl and a key figure in the last years of the German philosopher, Patočka transmitted to Vesely the main tenets of phenomenology, with special attentions on the problems of human movement, corporeality, and spatiality. From Patočka, Vesely also absorbed a particular view of European history and a deep concern for the fate of its culture, the crisis of European humanity in Husserl's terminology. Further readings from Heidegger, Merleau-Ponty, Galen, Gadamer, Ricoeur contributed to shape his philosophical outlook and help him articulate a very critical view of modern culture. In 1964, he obtained a scholarship to study art history in Munich, where Hans Sedlmayr and Hermann Bauer, again in his own words, made him better understand the nature of the European Baroque, and Ernesto Grassi, the foundations and tradition of European humanism. In time, the Baroque became one of Vesali's principal passions and the object of some of his most insightful architectural reflections. It also led to recurring collaborations with some of the leading scholars of the Baroque. A brief trip to the Paris of counterculture led to further learnings and confirmed his aversion to socialist and communist ideologies. It was in this context of personal openness to the European world beyond the Eastern Bloc and of cultural and political self-understanding that the meeting with Rickert occurred. Political differences apart, Rickert must have been impressed by Vesali's broad knowledge and intensity of personality, realizing that they had many things in common. Indeed, during his stay at Ulm, where he was beginning, Rickert said, to preach his belief in the historicity of perception, Rickert was recommended by his colleague there, Hanno Kesting, a sociologist, to read Merleau-Ponty's Phenomenology of Perception. Immediately ordering the book, he read it and soon incorporated it into his 1960 programmatic text, Meaning and Building, calling for the need for a semantic study of the environment and for a figurative architecture way before the rise of semiotics and postmodernism. This small text brought together many of the themes learned and absorbed during the previous decade and a half. In 1966, 2 years after their initial meeting, University of Essex Vice Chancellor Albert Sloman offered Rickert the position of head and professor of the Department of Art. One of the 7 English plate glass universities, the University of Essex was founded to extend opportunities in the sciences and the humanities to a higher sector or a larger sector of the English population. Accepting the position on the condition of creating a 1-year scheme of studies in the history and theory of architecture, the first of its kind worldwide, Rickert gave institutional shape to his intellectual concerns and consolidated for himself a position in the English architectural theory scene. The immediate context of the creation of that scheme of studies, later to become a master's and eventually a PhD, was the formation in 1965 of a discussion group of theorists and historians with interests in questions of meaning, gathered at Rickert's initiative in a room of the new building of the Warburg Institute. Its members included John Onions and 3 North Americans, George Hersey, Charles Jenks, and George Baird. Also orbiting as guest speakers were Kenneth Frampton and Alan Colquhoun. In the long term, the seminars resulted in the books that Onions, Hersey, and Rickert published on the meaning of classical architecture, but also on Baird's and Frampton's reflections on the philosophy of Hannah Arendt, as well as on Colquhoun's investigations on architectural typology, not to mention the vast literary production of Jenks. More immediate results of the seminars were the 1967 issue of Arena, the AA journal, entitled Meaning in Architecture, and the eponymous book of 69 that collected some of these participations and that were both edited by Baird and Jenks. The book came 1 year into the operations of the Essex History and Theory program and was given greater international scope by Rickert himself, who facilitated the addition of contributions from Aldo van Eyck, Gillo Dorfles, Francois Schwey, and Christian Norbert Schulz. In his review of the book, Peter Eisenman noted how it was a fruit of the revitalization of English architectural culture after the departure of Colin Rowe from a generation that, quote, seemed to provide a nucleus capable of clarification, if not possible revision, of modern architecture on a stronger theoretical basis than that of Tim Tens, end of quote. Rickert's appointment at Essex, in fact, coincided with his participation in Team 10. It was Aldo Van Eyck who published his idea of a town in the pages of Forum, and with whom he shared an interest in anthropology and philosophy, especially on the work of Martin Buber, who invited him, sensing that a non-orthodox historian of his persuasion could contribute to the discussions. The seminars, the journal issue, the book, and the Essex program were, in short, a crucial moment in the emergence of theory in the sense that it is now normative in the United States, and therefore parallel and soon to be in dialogue with other international initiatives, especially those in the East Coast and the School of Venice. As head of the Department of Art, Rickert, however, was not just in charge of his architectural program, but of the whole school, which catered mostly to undergrad students. As he reflected many years later, he thought that, quote, art history should be taught differently from the Courtauld method, that is, not on the basis of connoisseurship and the chromatics, but as a socially committed discipline in which you start off by looking at objects and not necessarily paintings, and treat them all as evidence of how they were made in their context. And then you look at the context at the city as the context of the works. With this, he was not only challenging the Courtauld method, but in a sense also that of the Warburg, tipping the scale, so to speak, from iconography to topography, taking cues from Gideon's anonymous history or Kubler's history of things. His proposed method was perhaps one that only architects can do better, keeping an eye on artifacts, but without losing sight of their context, the city. Yet Rickert was also reviving an English tradition of art and architectural history writing made by architects that went back to the 18th century and whose most important recent figure was probably Lethaby. In terms of his program, this attention to objects and not necessarily paintings translated into an attention to buildings, but also and especially of drawings and texts, which is the real site of architectural invention. Indeed, the Essex program was first and foremost a program geared for architects. According to its prospectus, the aim was to, quote, enable potential practitioners to understand and respond to architecture as a social and cultural phenomena, rather than as a purely scientific and rational one, providing a course of instruction in architectural theory for those who have acquaintance with practice, rather than specifically for historians, end of quote. Rickert's first decision was to hire Vesely. Arriving in London in 1968, as Soviet tanks began rolling the streets of Prague, Vesely acted as his counterpart, teaching one of the pair of seminars that formed the core of the program. His course was entitled The Phenomenology and Psychology of Perception, Their Implications for Methods of Design. This placed phenomenology, and with it philosophy, at the center of discussion, while challenging sociological and psychological approaches. Its aim was to treat the implications of both social and individual psychology on design standards with a particular reference to orientation, memory, as well as addressing the cultural determinants of perception. In his first years of teaching, Vesely tended to illustrate his ideas through diagrams that were dutifully transcribed by his students that began to give visual form to a recurring theme of him, namely the tension between the articulate levels of reality epitomized by language and the corporeal lower ones, both of which architecture traditionally mediates. As Joseph Bedford annotates, his course was, quote, also underlaid by a historical diagnosis of crisis and overcoming of modernity, end of quote, that elaborated and extended on Husserl's and Patočka's work. Rickert's seminar, for its part, was titled Theoretical Literature of Architecture Before 1800. It consisted of in-depth readings of texts and treatises written in the majority by architects from Vitruvius to Duran. In it, he encouraged a seemingly straightforward method that consisted on, first, reading the material, second, rereading it to make sure one understands it, third, commenting it, and finally, adding interpretation. Sessions included the reading aloud of text, to which Rickert sporadically interjected to clarify or expand on an issue. Alberto Perez Gomez, a student from the 1970s, recalled how Rickert went in depth and unpacked the texts for us. Helen Manlison, also a student from those years, narrated how during the first 6 weeks, they looked at a single paragraph from Alberti. The course was also supported by a range of sources coming from anthropology, psychoanalysis, art history, classics, comparative religion, etc. One result of Rickert's painstaking efforts was the realization of the epistemological transformation of architectural theory along the centuries. His book, The First Modern, being a direct result of this. Besides the seminars, the program also offered courses on semiology and language, taught first by George Berg and later by a pupil of Ronald Barthes and Parisian friend of Rickert, Antoine Grumbach. In its initial years, the program also enlisted the help of Christian Norbert Schulz and Francois Chouet. Sorry, I blocked the name of Chouet there. Both acting as readers of the exams required for graduation. It is significant that Norbert Schulz's full adoption of phenomenology in his 1971 Existence, Space, and Architecture immediately postdates his participation in Essex. Also, that the theme that occupied Chouet's attention in the following decade and that culminated in his major work, The Rule and the Model, was precisely the genealogy of text explored in Rickert's seminars. The program officially began in 1968 in the nondescript buildings of the university campus. And in the midst of student protests, not protests for the course, of course, but the students' protests that were worldwide in 1968. As it would be expected, the students were overwhelmed by the ambitious content compressed in a single year, not to mention the rigor and personality of their teachers. But as the program became better known, students began to respond enthusiastically. Here, I will only mention a few notable alumni of those early years of that first generation of Essex graduates who went on in developing remarkable professional or academic careers. 1969 saw the arrival of Brian Avery and Robin Evans, both now deceased. Of Avery, Richard Weston recently wrote that, quote, the Essex program transformed his vision of the cultural possibilities of architecture, and that his fascination with systems of proportion and the importance of context that were both developed in Essex informed everything he did. Of Robin Evans, whatever I say, I think will fall short. Maybe just mention that besides his groundbreaking work on architectural representation or his genealogy of the emergence of the corridor in architecture, he was the author of a dissertation on the modern prison that was entirely parallel to Michel Foucault's Discipline and Punish, and that served because it was really the method proposed by Rickert as a model for future dissertations. 1971 saw the arrival of John McKean and Daniel Libeskind, the first a generalist with a very prolific career, although not very widely known, as a historian and critic, author of books on Macintosh, Walter Seagal, Giancarlo De Carlo, or the Parthenon, etc. Writing in the third person, McKean mentions that his real education began when Joseph Rickert accepted him as a graduate student at Essex to join a tiny cohort which included Daniel Libeskind, their minds to be blown by him and Dalibor Vesely. A Scottish and a New Yorker, these two figures signaled the moment in which the program began to attract more international students. 1973 saw the arrival of Alberto Pérez Gómez from Mexico. His dissertation, published first in his home country as Genesis and Overcoming of Functionalism in Architecture, and later in the US as Architecture and the Crisis of Modern Science, has been regarded as, quote, the first full synthesis of Rickwert's interpretation of texts and Vesely's philosophical arguments. Pérez Gómez's importance cannot be underestimated. Upon graduating, he went on an academic career that took him to the United States, Mexico, and finally Canada, where in 1983 became director of the School of Architecture at Carleton, and in 87, head of a new history and theory program at McGill University that followed but enhanced the Essex model. The outstanding body of scholarship produced by Pérez Gómez and his students created a tradition and a legacy of its own, with its graduates now scattered all over the world. 1976 saw the arrival of David Leatherbarrow from Cleveland and Mohsen Mostafavi from Isfahan, here shown in a sketch by a student of him, Calliope Konsuntoglu, I believe. Yeah. David was the artificer of one of the major relocations of the School of Essex in the American continent. I forget to mention that Pérez Gómez was the artificer of the other one, going to Canada and going to the United States. Mostafavi was part of this moment, but also a disseminator of the Essex legacy in an even broader context. But before we get there, I need to step back a little bit. A series of circumstances, internal and external pressures from the faculty that Rickwerts himself had hired, and obstacles from the accrediting bodies of architectural education in England, increasingly put the program in a precarious financial and institutional situation, to the point that Rickwerts began to seek other institutions that could bring them under their wing. I think Helen Thomas summarizes the whole situation better. The Essex program by 1973 began to rethink its geographic allocation. Tutorials began to take place on railway platforms and trains. Seminars were held in people's kitchens, and at some point, seminars were held exclusively in the basement kitchen of the Soane Museum. A few years later, the program was loaned a room at the Royal Academy that was used in conjunction with other basement rooms. By 1978, it seems that the Essex program had run its course, ceased to exist, or probably just ceased to accept students. In that year, 78, Vesely, who had been teaching at the AA, was offered a position at the University of Cambridge by Collins and John Wilson to inject fresh air into the scientifically based pedagogy of the school. He accepted the offer under the condition of bringing the young US-American Peter Carl to teach with him, and with whom he began a friendship around 1975. Together, Carl and Vesely transformed the architectural education in Cambridge with city-based projects that explore the cultural conditions of architectural urbanity, which in fact, projects that were originated already in the AA, also organizing study abroad programs in some of the major capital cities in Europe, Rome, Vienna, and other places, and in time developing a very provocative language of representation that was nurtured by collage and cubism, but that focused on human situations as architecture's minimal unit of meaning. The number of graduates from the masters, but also from the MPhil and the PhD that was like the McGill program modeled under the Essex is too vast to mention, but I would just like to take the opportunity to say that the Cambridge legacy went as far as Oregon, where the school that I teach in, Portland State University School of Architecture, Its pedagogy was conceived basically by Clive Nice, who is a graduate from that program. So here we have really the first relocation of the Essex School. The other one that I mentioned is to Canada, and the one that I would like to maybe spend a little bit more time is the one to Philadelphia. But before we get there, in 1979, just 1 year after Vesely arrived to Cambridge, Rickworth was also appointed in Cambridge, but as Slade Professor of Art, and later as lecturer in architecture and art history. From this and onwards, however, his efforts were mostly geared towards seminar teaching and the supervision of doctoral dissertations. One of the projects that mostly occupied him was the translation of Alberti, done in collaboration with students Robert Taverner and Neil Leach. This translation, which saw the light of the day in 1988, was the first in a series of translations done by his students, and that also triggered many other translation projects of classical and modern texts, for example, those of the Getty Center. Although basically working separately from Vesely, Rickworth's and Vesely's simultaneous migration to Cambridge was, as I mentioned, the first major relocation of the Essex School. But it is, of course, the relocation to Philadelphia that I would like to spend more time again. In 1983, David Leatherbarrow, who had just finished his dissertation on the subject of gardens, was interviewed in London by the phenomenology-minded professor of technology at Penn, Peter McCleary, and upon his recommendation, hired by the chair of the Department of Architecture, Adele Santos, who had recently arrived from Harvard to rebuild the master's program. In Philadelphia, the Essex graduate encountered Marco Frascari, an Italian trained under Carlo Scarpa, who went on studying in Cincinnati and later doing a PhD at Penn and coming back at Penn as assistant professor. A true polymath with interests ranging from philosophy to alchemy, from science to astronomy, Frascari found instant rapport with Leatherbarrow and the legacy that he embodied. Shortly afterwards, Richard Wesley, an architect and collaborator of Santos in Harvard, joined them to together shape the history and theory sequence at Penn along more rigorously disciplinary lines. In 1986, Homa Farjadi, another Iranian from Essex, arrived as visiting professor. She was followed by Mohsen Mostafavi, who took charge of the post-professional theory course, expanding on the thematics of the course sequence to include contemporary discourses like structuralism, Marxism, formalism, etc., themes that were rarely discussed at Essex, and also a mark of his more inclusive approach to architectural education. It was during this time, I believe, that on Weathering, his first collaboration with Leatherbarrow was conceived. By the time of its publication, he was already directing the master's program at Harvard, but Penn remained the springboard of a remarkable career that took him back to England as chairman of the Architectural Association and back again to the US as dean of Cornell and of the GSD. I doubt there is any other architectural educator in the last 100 years with a trajectory like his, which is also a testament of the long reach of the Essex School. In 1988, Rickworth himself arrived at Penn as cred professor and as director of the PhD program. While Rickworth continued his seminar teaching, Frascari and Leatherbarrow took charge of the courses of the PhD that combined textual interpretation with phenomenological reflection, together with the storytelling style of Frascari. Rickworth's move to Philadelphia also coincided, and this is something that is not really mentioned that much, with his naming as associate editor of Res, Anthropology and Aesthetics, one of the most important art history journals of the past decades, and whose title alludes precisely to the things that form the point of departure of his pedagogy. Founded in 1981 by two Italian anthropologist friends, the journal opened a vast field of inquiry that welcomed contributions from the visual arts, music, philosophy, literature, literary criticism, history, art history, sociology, anthropology, and of course, architecture. Equally important was RESA's sister enterprise, the monographs on anthropology and aesthetics that further expanded on the scope of the journal, and among which the groundbreaking books on architecture like Susan Preston Blear's work on the Matamaliba, or the translation of the Four Elements by Harry Francis Malgrave, who is also a graduate from Penn, includes David Leatherbarrow's The Roots of Architectural Invention, that I always consider the second in time full synthesis of Rickward's interpretation of text and Vesely's philosophical arguments. The relocation of the Essex School to Penn was not entirely accidental. If there was a school in the US prepared to receive and support Rickward's pedagogical project, was Penn. Besides the auspicious presence of Rascari, the ghost of Kant looms large. His sense of order, light, and essence has been normally considered phenomenological, or approximately so. His friendship with Aldo van Eyck is also important. In 1960, the Dutch architect acted as visiting professor at Penn, and it was here that he began the writing of his most important theoretical work, The Child, the City, and the Artist, an essay on architecture, the in-between realm. This book was already informed by Rickward's The Idea of a Town, and it was in fact edited or written while Van Eyck was editing Rickward's book for form. Van Eyck's book was also funded by a grant facilitated by Ian McHarg, one of the pillars of the so-called Philadelphia School, the group of teachers surrounding G. Holmes Perkins, and who were responsible for the radical makeover of the then Graduate School of Fine Arts in the 1950s. From the late 50s onwards, Perkins began assembling a rich collection of architectural books, from 16th century editions of Vitruvius to 18th century French treatises on gardens and buildings, to the modernist canon that he held very dear. The aim was to build the disciplinary corpus that, in his view, a school of architecture like Penn's badly needed. Perkins even went about in designing the place for this collection in a room on the east side of the Furness building overlooking 34th Street. Without the Perkins Rare Book Library, the type of inquiry pursued at Essex and continued but transformed at Penn could never have happened, or the scholarship produced by the PhD program on their subsequent directions of Rickward, Frascari, and Leatherbarrow would have probably looked very different. It was in this room that the history and theory seminars were normally held, as well as the many sessions of invited professors from Ivan Illich to Dalibor Veselý himself, especially after his retirement, and that further enriched the program. As Bill Braham said it recently, it was a very intimidating room for the newcomer, but in time becoming, quote, our own inclusive book club, a family of happy inquiry, and the brightest spot of architectural history and theory of its day. Thank you. So now I turn the mic to Homa Farjadi.
Well, thank you, Juan. It's very illuminating, actually. All we heard from the Illuminati of our school, both at Penn and previous to that at Essex. But now I've called this David's Beginnings in London, reading Paris. I meant mostly like reading Europe. So it was part of our little irony of our teaching, or what we were taught at Essex School, that we were looking for a European town to rethink, while in London, an important city of its own. It gives me a special pleasure to be here today, celebrating David's years of important contributions to our field in architecture, alongside our continued personal friendship. Just a few weeks ago, we had a celebration at Penn of David's AIA medal, a distinction in architectural teaching, and there have been many other celebrations of his publications too over the years. Having heard from Juan of the beginnings of the group of students who participated in the Essex course, initiated by Joseph Rickford and Dalibor Vesely, and their conversations, later beyond London, I've been asked to discuss some architectural ideas and theoretical frames which the course initiated. This I will do specifically through some topics around design thinking, as I know others will expand on David's scholarship more fully later on. Following the Essex course, Mohsen, Peter Carl, Bob Evans, and I, which we all took at different times. I was David and David and Mohsen were at the same time, and I think followed the year after, when the displacement had already happened to Royal Academy, and I think in your case, in the basement of the Johnson Museum. Following the Essex course, which David, Mohsen, Peter Carl, Bob Evans, and I took at different years, we started teaching studios in schools. Daniel Libeskind was already back in the US teaching and would visit London once in a while. Mohsen and I had a studio unit at the AA. David was at Westminster, as well as teaching a visiting course together with Peter and Mohsen in Cambridge, where Dalibor was already a faculty. As ex-students of the course, our new studio units carried our interest in different ways. We shared conversations through formal reviews or informal get-togethers. It would have been hard for any of us to imagine such an event as today's, while we were following Dalibor and Joseph, just done with parts of our studies and teaching often at the same time. My personal history as a student of design in Dalibor's unit at the AA, Unit 1, while at the AA Graduate School History and Theory and program, and later researching my MPhil dissertation with Joseph Rickford, offers an inevitable personal angle, of course. In my memory, some places stand out, and maybe David will call this locating topography. The Royal Academy Library, where the Essex course was taught by Joseph and Dalibor, and not in Essex, followed by tea and chats at the posh Fortnum and Mason, as was Joseph's preference. The review sessions at the AA or Cambridge, conversations at the AA bar, followed by the Indian restaurant with Dalibor, or on the car ride to Cambridge in cafes or later food truck lunches with, at Penn campus, when we found important friendships with Marco Frascari and Richard Wesley. Later at the GST, where I shared an office with Bob Evans, and where Mohsen and I rejoined our design thinking with our London friend. Dalibor and later David would call this a topos, where we stood, though not quite as a firm position. These places coincided with the routes and trajectories of our peripatetic lives, and what formed a dynamic landscape of our interests and ideas. And I will refer to some today. Theory of Architecture, the Essex course, as was colloquially called, initiated by Joseph and Dalibor, was at the same time quite unique in that it formulated a set of theoretical text positions as a primary source for thinking through architectural history. Though it was part of a department of history of art at Essex University, Dalibor and Joseph taught it mostly in London. This was a newly initiated course. Certainly in architecture, our studies of history were mostly period-based and taught by area-specific, specialized historians. We did not have any other theory taught by itself, covering the whole gamut of architectural period, while importantly, not as a survey course. The course framed parallel aesthetics, philosophy, or history of architecture, and involved discussion of key texts, theoretical as well as literature, as well as buildings and projects from ancient to 20th century. I'm grateful for Juan's elaborations on many of them. This was a new reach in English schools of architecture, at least as far as I know, and I would contend it was a beginning of a register given to theory as a topic essential in reading buildings, expanding texts such as with covers. Joseph and Dalibor posed a history and theory framed as constructs in text, in buildings, projects, and cities. It formulated ways of architectural thinking of historical discourse as a possible framework for contemporary positions, a project, you might say, in itself, with a Benjaminian, Janus-based model of history. Perhaps non-linear avant la lettre. As such, the course was also formulated a point of view relative to the questions of reading of contemporaneity in architecture. So for us, it mattered directly how the course discussed strategies and key references for reading cities and design of buildings. Joseph Rickward started from the beginning. Vitruvius, medieval cathedrals, Romanesque monasteries, the Renaissance, Alberti with Cover, etc. Dalibor's sessions addressed the 20th century and back to his favorite 18th century. Walter Benjamin's cultural history, Merleau-Ponty on perception beyond cognition, Heidegger on everything from earth to sky, making and building, Paul Ricoeur's on the order of things. Freud was read less in depth than Carl Jung. Carl Jung's discourses around collective unconscious, archetypes and cultural memory. This was not a materialist point of view, not solely a phenomenological historiography, not confined to surrealist positions vis-a-vis problematics of representation in art. While it gathered important texts from many, it expanded history of architecture into archaeological, anthropological, and geographic studies, and followed its impact on the cultural history, which embraced art and literature. Myth, ritual, and mimesis allowed us to rethink progress as a linear line. When the book of Francis Yates, some of the images which would be very familiar to David Bosen and what we were talking about at that time, following the course on our teachings. So a publication by Dalibor, which was very important text again in the studies post Essex schools for all those students of architecture. When the book of Francis Yates, Art of Memory, appeared on Giulio Camillo's Memory Theater, we were excited beyond belief to have found a model of spatial construct which offered strategies for spatializing recollection. To hear her speak at the AA was pure thrill. Mary Douglas's Purity and Danger, where dirt is matter out of place, sat happily next to my readings of archaeological texts of Mesopotamian city palaces. or Zoroastrian houses, my topic, as temples, discussing how belief systems are generated from social order, material which proved foundational in my later readings of Foucault. Joseph's book, Idea of a Town, Anthropology of an Urban Form, was in print, and so was one of our favorites, On the Sitting Position, especially enlightening essay, very small essay, for a designer itself opened further crossings between anthropology and historical form of objects. Surrealists and situationists came to our aid as examples of resistance to unobstructed progress and strategies for recognition of collective constructions of ambiguity. Development of these ideas were particularly important for us at a time when there was such a domination of architectural postmodernist thinking, with this emphasis on the direct link between image and signification and meaning. Dalibor Vesely's Unit 1 studio at the AA was a corollary practicum to many of the design topics at the Essex course. For a long spell, Mohsen Mosafabi taught together with Dalibor and Peter Carl, who was a firm participant. The Kentish Town Projects is an AA publication relating to the years between 1978 and 81 for this collaboration, an expanded group of students. One could say finally, it was a project to design a contemporary European urban block in London's Kentish Town, a series of primary frameworks define the role of the street, the plaza, the urban block, civic institutions, which explored various modes of theatricality of urban life, Parisian arcades, facades, as subset of primary boulevards, the opera, public buildings, and parks. Surrealist tropes define the studio's logic of interrelationship between urban fragments. It opened the language of architectural form to the range of artworks from Breton, Picasso to Giorgio Morandi, Nolly Plan, or the Tower of Babylon. Parisian arcades came side by side with pleasure gardens, cemeteries, and ruins. Camillo's Theater of Memory was put to test in formations of housings and gardens. Colin Rowe's use of urban fragments accelerated operations of surrealist collective unconscious and chance in the contemporary version of a situationist Kentish Town studio projects. In all, hand drawings, often with pencil or mixed media, was an important means of representation in collage of architectural line drawings. Lightness of drawing enabled imaginary juxtaposition of building in immaterial atmospheres. Nature's encounter with building or block interiors appeared often in blurred boundaries. I think David would have a clear recollection of how these ideas resonated in the pedagogy of other schools of architecture at that time. The US schools, while partly teaching at the GST, Bob Evans at this time produced an important book of critical essays on 3 types of geometry in architecture and by architects, which architects used between 15th and 20th century: Renaissance proportionality to Corbusian modular, Philibert Delorme's stereotomy, constructional projections towards building as a subset of engineering, and finally the deconstructivist drawings of the 90s. A fragmentation, or what he called the shipwreck, against the Corbusian ideal of ships. Though Daniel Lipskin was, who I believe had already knew David in Kentucky, or was his teacher, yes, before he came to London, was teaching at Cranbrook and produced artful conceptual line drawings. These started from a methodical examination of spatial reference in chance accumulation of horizons, datums, planes, and 3D fragments. They later find plethora of deconstructed landscapes in actual sites and buildings. In all these works, one could say lightness of architectural drawing are set against the weight of buildings. These were decades of drawings. I think some of us of a certain generation would remember that architectural projects were very sort of rare for the young, and at least in Europe at that time. While at Penn, David's teaching and explorations produced important books of essays and architectural reading. I know that they will be discussed more fully later. So two in collaboration with Mohsen and many on his own elaborate on the relationship between landscape, building, and time, which we discuss more fully, will be discussed more fully later. However, I would like to pick on a few instances of projects which I believe present a set of topics directly of interest to David in their application to design thinking. One set has to do with material systems that offer different temporalities to the project between the vernacular or the modern, the machinics or the handmade. Another involves reciprocations between building the city and constructions of the landscape, buildings constructing nature. So Eric Perry, who is a close friend of ours and David's, of course, office in London, a close affiliate of the AEA Unit 1 and Cambridge, and he taught at Cambridge as well as practicing, building buildings there. And a friend of David's has explored successful set of London and international projects engaging the city. World building with special attention to material experimentation. Their works fine-tune material process in building while engaged with artful reinforcement of public life in the city. This particular building on the right has a self-supporting stone facade, which I'm sure David has looked at carefully, which became copied many places, many times after. And the next one is a ceramic, I believe handmade ceramic pieces that made the facade of the building on Bond Street. Some projects of our own office in London has also experimented with the use of traditional material techniques in the intersection between contemporary form to disrupt their original reading of type and form. BV House in Lancashire is an example of where we used thatch in a very a contemporary country house project. Elsewhere in Taichung Plaza, another of our projects, geometries of an infrastructural building intersect civic space of a promenade bridge to heighten affective environments in the design of an artificial landscape. Finally, it is inspiring to witness David's commitment to the intersections of the architectural history and design thinking in contemporary practice. When David asks, following Garrett Ekbo as he is landscape architecture, while he explores the relationship of landscapes to architecture through the work of our colleagues, Marian and Michael of Weitzman Freddy Architects, or world building in the projects of Billy Chen and Todd Williams on the Penn campus, we encounter a learned exposition in reading buildings beyond their singular objects, not through their image, but in the way the building's infrastructural or urban situations, their relational conceptions and building form produce new civic and cultural conditions. David's critical observations map a topography where ideas and places of buildings and landscapes rely on each other. His is another form of world building, or a critical lesson in situational encounters of buildings and environments. That's it.
Joseph, can you hear us?
Yes,
Oh,
can.
it's very, very, very nice to hear you. I'm here with Homa sitting on the panel. I wonder if you had the chance of listening to our interventions.
Um,
You can hear us.
Can you hear us, Joseph?
yes, I can.
Ah, perfect. So, because oh, Alberto is there. Alberto is joining also. Hello, Alberto. Joseph, I would just like to invite you maybe to comment in a free way about the material that was covered in Homa's and my presentation. I wonder if you had a chance of listening to the presentations, or if you would like to add anything also by yourself freely as well.
Unfortunately, I didn't hear your presentations at all well, so it's rather difficult for me to comment on them. But if you'd like to ask me questions, I'd be very happy to answer them.
Well, given the occasion, a celebration for David, maybe commenting a little bit about David as a student and later as a colleague of yours.
Well, of course, David was one of the outstanding students I have taught. And so to take him on as a colleague was a natural sequence. I don't think the relationship of teacher to student is an obvious one, but I think in this particular case, it was the most obvious relationship possible. I think David's own teaching became much more important after we parted ways. And of course, he developed in his own way. Rather differently than it might have been expected.
Joseph, in Homa's and my presentation, we talked a little bit about the life.
Sorry, will you say that again? In Homa's?
Yes.
Yeah.
The life of the program at Essex, or basically based in London, beyond the classroom and the sense of conviviality. Homa mentioned going to Fordham and Mason's, which was kind of a favorite spot of yours. I wonder if you can maybe comment a little bit on, this way of teaching beyond the classroom.
Well, I think conviviality was the key to the way that course was run. It's something that in a sense, I owe more to some teachers like Ivan Illich than to anyone in architectural education.
Joseph, Homa here.
Yes,
You can hear me. It's very nice to
I can hear you, I can
voice.
see you.
Sorry?
I can hear you and I can see you.
Great. Yes, we can hear you. It's very nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Yes, I wonder if you can say a bit more about those times when you were actually planning with Dalibor. How much do you think you were able to plan together, or how you each decided to formulate your work on your own or in response to other? You had very distinct kind of set of interests, no matter your common set of references as well. But maybe you can say something about how you planned those sessions that mattered so much for so many of your students, as we heard from Juan's descriptions of early courses.
In a sense, the coming together of Dalibor and myself was accidental. We didn't know each other before we started teaching together, really. It was an important meeting for both of us. It was a meeting both of teaching method and approach, general approach. So I think it was really lucky that we found each other.
Mm. I wonder if David would want to say something.
Joseph, good to hear you.
Yes,
Are you well? And did you expect that the program in which I studied, and so many others, that it could be relocated not once nor twice, but 3 times and still continue to the present? Is that part of the plan, or is that something that seems to have grown out of architecture in our time? That maybe when we can produce much, maybe students continue to see the need to read and to think and talk with one another about the problems that have arisen in projects. Is it something you foresaw, or are you surprised by the continuity of this approach to architectural education and maybe architecture culture today? It's a legacy that I'm asking about.
I think was much more a surprise than an expectation. I think students found each other through the course, and it formed a body of students who then became teachers themselves. But I think there was really no precedent for the course. So it had to be, as it were, invented from first beginnings.
But I always had the feeling that it was a course about the world in which we live, but a course for architects and for architecture as preparation for contributions to the broader culture. Was that there from the start?
I think that's perfectly true. I think there was really no precedent for the course. So we had to make it up as we went along.
I'm glad you did.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe one more question for Joseph.
Yes.
Karen Iglesias is here.
Hi, Joseph. There's only really one question.
I can't hear.
Just a second. Is Karen Iglesias in a second here?
Hi, Joseph. There's
Hello.
really only one question. What is the future?
I don't get the question.
If you don't know, we're hopeless. What is it? What is our future?
What is
Where
our
are we
future?
going?
Well, I think our future is what we make it. So it's up to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm no longer in charge.
Thank you very much, Joseph.
Thank you.
Stay well.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Joseph.
Bye. So with this, I think we conclude the first session of today. Thank you very much.
It is truly a great honor for me to be amongst you today, although from afar, and to participate in this wonderful event celebrating the work of our dear teacher, friend, and mentor. It's just being amongst others is our manner of existence in the world, the only possible one indeed. We realize our potentials and derive ourselves through and by way of our relationships with the surrounding others, which range from the nearest to the farthest and comprise of everything from people to plants, animals, and inanimate things. Each of us has similarities to all these others and also many differences from them. Definition, after all, requires both. And definition is constantly renewed and enriched as events unravel in a world that never stops.
1, 2, 2.
Nothing remains unchanged, according to Heraclitus, but every change is an exchange, according to Aristotle. Waxing and waning cannot happen in a vacuum. But a surrounding space filled with things is not adequate. Analogous and interdependent natures are also necessary. Growth, interaction, communication, transaction, strife, and love are possible because things on earth embody shared characteristics, only in different measures. Inclination towards what is lacking and resistance to what is already in excess presumes that fellow beings are somewhat alike. Long-standing traditions have named these shared makeup conditions as elements or forces, which serve as bridges between things. The effort to sustain a
Hi, Ezra.
Hi, Jean. How are you?
Good.
We are not online yet, right? No.
It doesn't seem so. What time is it there now?
In Turkey, it's almost 7 p.m.
7 p.m. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. How about you? It's like, is it midnight?
No, it's 8 minutes to 1 a.m.
Wow. So you're having coffee.
No. I should not drink coffee. I have been waiting for many hours.
You're live on YouTube.
Your husband? So, Ezra, how is your life in Turkey? Oh, you are not supposed to say.
Jean, we are online for your information.
Right. I didn't know.
Hi, Jean. I don't know if you can hear me because it's very complicated with so many things going on at the same time. I don't know what's going on, but it's nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Hi, Alberto. It's great to see you. You seem to have grown your beard a little bit.
Well, yes, it's COVID, you know, and I just left it now.
I see. Where are you now? In where, Toronto or?
No, I'm in Montreal as usual.
Montreal,
in my house, you know, it's my office at home.
Yeah.
No, I am retired from full-time teaching like David. You know, I'm emeritus since January 2020.
I see.
So the whole COVID, I've spent here writing.
Right. I see. Are you enjoying?
It's okay. It's okay. Yes, I still have a few PhD students that I have to follow until they finish.
Do audience listen to what we say now? Do you think?
I think they will. I think at some point they will figure it out, and I guess Franca has to introduce everybody. I would only say a few words at the end. They are very late, so I'm not sure how it's going to work out.
Right, it's getting late. Delayed. Alberto, you know Ezra, right?
I am.
You know Ezra?
I don't. I've never met, I don't think.
She's a Penn graduate too, my colleague.
It's nice to see you. Yeah, I don't know everybody.
Very nice to see you too.
Thank you. I think
yeah.
Poor
By the way,
Frank
we are on YouTube at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually had to close the YouTube because I had two different soundtracks or something.
It's confusing, right? Yeah. There is time delay between the two modes.
Yeah.
There is time delay between the two modes. So.
But actually, before we get started, I would like to, in the spirit of conviviality that is gently making its way into the room, which is all very good. In the spirit of conviviality, I'll share a story. my first encounter with Joseph Rickvert. It was downstairs, but 2 stories below this room, and nervously making our way to our first seminar. We crossed the threshold of the Holmes Perkins Rare Book Room when we sat and we waited around the table. We noticed that it was oddly cold for a first week in September. And then we reminded ourselves, or we were reminded, that the room was kept frigidly cold in support of the life of the books that were in the room, which I thought was oddly weird, cryogenic books. But then I realized how most appropriate, if that's what it took. So I remember sitting, waiting, and Joseph arrives, crosses the threshold of the room. And for those who are familiar with the room, it actually does have a deepened threshold before you sit. And he was wearing a trench coat. And I thought to myself, why is the professor wearing a trench coat? It's really hot out there. And then, of course, within 20 minutes, you realize why he was wearing the trench coat, because the room was absolutely frigid. So Joseph came prepared with his trench coat, but he also came prepared because he took out a bag, and in the bag were a dozen Bachi chocolates. And that's how we started our first meeting, sharing around the table a Bachi chocolate. And that's one of my fondest memories. So now, as we transition to the students that both David and Joseph taught here at Penn, it's my pleasure to introduce students who are with us here physically and in our wonderful virtual world. We're going to have presentations, 4 of them, and then we're also really honored to be joined by my other professor, Alberto Perez Gomez, who has graciously agreed to offer interpretive thoughts on the content that we're going to hear. So it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Ezra Shaheen Bhurat, who is an associate professor of architecture at Southeast University School of Architecture in Nanjing. She received her B.Arch from Middle East Technical University and her M.Arch from Virginia Tech, and her MS and PhD in architecture from UPenn. Her areas of interest include architectural theory and design, particularly theories of nature, materials, orientation, and representation, as well as the relationship between architecture and the natural cultural environment. She's a recipient of the SOM Foundation Travel Fellowship and the ACSA Steel Design Award for Excellence. She previously taught at Mersin University and participated in design projects in urban archaeological sites and served as the vice president of the Mersin Chamber of Architects. And she recently completed a 4-year interdisciplinary research project on shelter design in extreme climates led by the University of Bath, a subject, of course, that we have much need of. So please join me in welcoming Ezra Shaheen Bhurat, who will present her paper, Life Oriented Otherwise. For the purposes of timing, we'll be actually, I think, showing a video, and then she will join us. I think she's already here live.
Dear teacher, friend, and mentor. Being amongst others is our manner of existence in the world, the only possible one indeed. We realize our potentials and derive ourselves through and by way of our relationships with the surrounding others, which range from the nearest to the farthest and comprise of everything from people to plants, animals, and inanimate things. Each of us has similarities to all these others, and also many differences from them. Definition, after all, requires both. And definition is constantly renewed and enriched as events unravel in a world that never stops. Nothing remains unchanged, according to Heraclitus, but every change is an exchange, according to Aristotle. Waxing and waning cannot happen in a vacuum. But a surrounding space filled with things is not adequate. Analogous and interdependent natures are also necessary. Growth, interaction, communication, transaction, strife, and love are possible because things on earth embody shared characteristics, only in different measures. Inclination towards what is lacking and resistance to what is already in excess presumes that fellow beings are somewhat alike. Long-standing traditions have named these shared makeup conditions as elements or forces, which serve as bridges between individual things. The effort to sustain a fitting and balanced exchange with the milieu constituted the overarching definition of well-being in all branches of ancient learning, because correctness, justness, or beauty could be judged only with regard to an encompassing and resonant framework. Well-being presupposed participation. Medicine, art, natural philosophy, politics and ethics, all regarded as the desired state of things, idealized in theory and approximated in practice. Shared forces or elements connected not only separate entities, but also the fields of learning that focused on them. Common terms reinforced the communication between different disciplines. One such overarching concept was symmetria, which originally referred to the well-measured partaking of the opposite forces of the milieu. It signified having a common measure, metron, between disparate things so that they could be defined and judged by way of each other. Symmetria was a pervasive term. Tragedians used it to refer to the kinship between seemingly unrelated characters or matching of the timing of different events. In medicine, it denoted health. Doctors described the bond of health as the symmetria of the opposites in the body, whereas disease was the monarchy of one of these powers, as the rule of one would disturb the equilibrium. Symmetria of health was not defined internally, it was relative to the situation. A good diet, for instance, would have symmetria not only to the nature of the patient, but also to the seasons of the year, to the changes of the winds, to the situation of the patient's city, and to the risings and the settings of the stars. Artists use the same concept to define excellence and beauty. The now lost treatise of Polykleitos reportedly claimed that symmetria was the means to achieve them in art. And he fashioned Doryphoros, the spear bearer, as the physical embodiment of his thesis. Both ancient and modern readers tried to extract the mathematical recipe of the sculpture's symmetria in terms of fixed rules between the lengths of the fingers, palms, arms, etc. And such internal relationships are possibly there, but a relational reading of symmetria is more consistent with the contemporary usage in medicine, philosophy, or literature. The body of Doryphoros, which appears to be a singular whole, is in fact split into parts, each of which responds to different forces. With a rather awkward posture to hold, Doryphoros struggles to keep them in equilibrium. If you imitate the flexures, rotations, risings and inclinations, the forward and backward movements of the sculpture, you will see that it's hard not to fall. So it illustrates an idealized balance of the opposites that involves alternatively resisting or yielding to gravity, to its own parts, to the spear, to the target ahead, or to the distraction that causes the head to turn. The body of Doryphoros shows that the world pulls and pushes from many sides along multiple axes and in several dimensions, such that striking a balance in the midst of them is a real struggle. Perfection is a strife. Ethical philosophy used the same idea, as the body and the soul were considered to be conforming to the same principles. The equilibrium of the soul was called virtue. Aristotle wrote that just as symmetry of opposites produced and preserved health, the same was true for all the virtues. Courage is destroyed by both the excess and the deficiency of fear, and preserved by the observance of the right measure. He was careful to remark that it's not a fixed proportion. It is attained if the action is at the right time, on the right occasion, towards the right people, for the right purpose, and in the right manner. To remedy for imbalances, he suggested purposefully dragging ourselves in the opposite direction, even though we may not be inclined that way, just as carpenters do to straighten a warped timber. So all these theories took for granted that a deep-seated kinship existed between diverse phenomena. In fact, the mere thought of two things not having a common measure such that they cannot be defined by way of one another was so scandalous that the hapless Pythagorean who mentioned it to his colleagues while seafaring was tossed into the sea. For all the perishables, the rule of the shared measure remained intact. It was a little later in the history of the concept that it began to acquire divergent meanings. A polarity in the understanding of symmetria was first detected in the writings of Chrysippus of Soli, who lived in the 3rd century BC, a mile south of my apartment. So my fellow neighbor Chrysippus distinguished two kinds of symmetria. One that of elements, which produces health, and one that of members, which leads to beauty. This parting of the ways between the performative and visual dimensions of due proportion signaled an important turn of fate. While the former one retained the dependence on the surroundings, the latter one turned the notion of common measure to an internal affair. When the ancient virtue of symmetria entered architectural discourse, it was the second sense that prevailed. As you all know, it emerged as a key concept in the earliest extant treatise, but it referred exclusively to the correspondence of measures between the members within the building. But I want to call attention to another term that Vitruvius introduced, a Latin term, the meaning of which closely resembled the original sense of symmetria and partly compensated for its loss. Vitruvius defined the healthy composition of bodies out of the 4 elements as temperatura. The term indicated the dual mixture of elements for a body to sustain its activities in its habitat, which was also made up of the same elements. And remarkably, Vitruvius interpreted similarity of ways of life or similarity of performances as a similarity of compositions. Alder, a plant, travertine, a mineral, and fish, an animal, all do well in water because they are all deficient of the water element. For the architect, this meant that alder, somewhat fish-like, is useful for underwater pilings, and travertine can endure rain. Vitruvius applied the theory to the treatment of materials, choosing of sites, orientation of buildings and streets. Like the ancient doctors or sculptors, he defined the corpus as a crystallization of its mundus. He thereby restored the participatory understanding, but with a different term, which found acceptance in Alberti's treatise on the art of building. Alberti employed variants of temperatura while discussing the methods of countering extreme heat and orientation of the rooms. In the meantime, symmetria survived as an oft repeated but somewhat obscure term in the early translations and commentaries of Vitruvius. Cesare Cesariano wrote in 1521 that the term was not comprehensible to many. The first architectural treatise to reintroduce it as a key concept was Serlio's, but there it was assigned a thoroughly new role. Serlio wrote, every city gate has to have a door, which is called a relief door. However, in order to preserve the symmetry, it is necessary to make another, which is false. So when he declared adherence to symmetry to be the bare minimum condition of good architecture, he was in fact restating the ancients, except that the term had now become a tool of plastic surgery rather than a shared recipe for health, beauty, and justice. The term temperatura also underwent a change and gradually turned into temperature, a quantifiable property of an isolated object. The temperament of the ambient forces was narrowed down to the quantity of heat in a body. This new sense of temperature lost its relevance in architectural theory until it returned when the heat gain behind the all-glazed facades of modern buildings became a problem, and more recently, as the energy imbalance of the earth due to fossil fuel exhaust prompted a renewed interest in thermal forces in architecture. My key point is that as temperatura turned into temperature of quantifiables and symmetria into symmetry of forms, both terms did away with the surrounding others. As the opposites disappeared, the virtue of common measure as a participatory and critical discourse lost both its vocabulary and significance, leaving the architects with the inevitable choice between quantification and formal exercise. Even though the terminology has gone astray and the discourse has been dominated by positive or arbitrary matters in architecture, better architects continue to design buildings that are informed by and open to their surroundings. How do we know? Because this book has shown us. Buildings' engagement with what is outside of it as the source of its articulation and renewal is the key concern of architecture oriented otherwise. The book challenges the tendencies that view buildings as internally defined objects, such as aesthetic forms, technical operations, self-generating or self-sufficient systems. Instead, it offers a series of insightful interpretations of case studies where the architectural work opens itself to the world and becomes alive by counteracting its forces, which are simultaneously natural and urban, ecological and cultural, performative and communicative. Pursuing analogous paradigms in poetry, painting, sculpture, philosophy, and anthropology, the book revives the ancient emphasis on the connectedness of disciplines. While connections are established, architecture's own disciplinary knowledge is maintained throughout. But my main intention today is to call attention to what I think is one of the most important contributions of the book, along with the perspective it proposes that shifts the focus from objects to relationships. It is the vocabulary it elegantly builds up to articulate this perspective. Leatherbarrow traces the indications of the situational understanding in the words and works of several architects and addresses them with carefully chosen expressions that are familiar to architects and yet have been overlooked. He reconsiders and enriches these terms in terms of their capacity to awaken the awareness and enable the communication of the work-world relationship. And I see this as a gift to our contemporary architectural discourse because it presents us with the linguistic and conceptual means to express the attitudes that have not disappeared in architectural design, even though their earlier expressions lost their original connotations. I will cite a few such examples. Orientation, which is not a new term in architecture, is emphasized in the book as the expression of the buildings taking position towards the aspects of the milieu. Counterpositioning, confronting, and facing are evoked as analogous terms. Contracting and performance revive the notions of exchange and active balance of forces. A key term is topography, which was elaborated in earlier writings. Topography is both the background and also the outcome of the building's participatory performance. It's the heterogeneous, conflictual, sedimented, suggestive, and also potentially overwhelming store of presences and qualities by which the building is defined and sustained. A corresponding emphasis is on the lack of these qualities in the building itself. Concepts such as privation, receptivity, potential, capacity, readiness, and silence are offered to reveal the building's innate openness to absorb what the milieu offers. Sharpening the attention and the language on mutuality, the book redefines the object of design as the approximate balancing, negotiation, structuring, and revealing of a building's engagements. The realization of a deep deprivation, reliance on topographical support, and openness for cultivation is probably nowhere as apparent as in the life of PhD students, such as those who embark on a notoriously demanding PhD program in architecture. When I started the program in 2001, a shared topography that supported our individual performances through mutual contributions was the weekly meetings of David Leatherbarrow's theory course in this room, which not only the new students, but also our older colleagues attended. This room, which, as you know, houses many precious books, is always chilly. In fact, it was so cold, I remember my fingertips got numb. But time froze too. The usual flow of life, always rushed for graduate students like ourselves, came to a stop. In those standstill few hours once a week, it was hard to gauge how long. We walked out from our daily engagements and entered this cold, dim cave where we conversed in low voices and looked back at what we just left through architectural studies. But we looked at it with a new way of seeing, new for us, I mean, one that sought to discern similarities and continuities between widely different times and places, and also the differences and changes among things that we thought were very similar. An ancient theoros was an envoy who journeyed to an unfamiliar place and came back with a new consciousness. Our weekly theory course meeting was a group trip. So we took flight in the cave like a flock of birds or like an aircraft, using the Corbusian terminology, to observe the characters and the forces, the meanders and the dotted lines, the flows and the horizons, the animals and the plants, the materials and the colors, the lights and the shadows. And this was a collective effort, one that each of us participated in the construction of, and one that both humbled and empowered us. David's teaching and guidance taught us mutuality, participation, sharing, modesty, generosity, patience, tolerance, and resistance, not only through study of buildings, but also by the example of a life oriented otherwise. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ezra. Thank you so much. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Catherine Bonnier. Catherine Bonnier completed her PhD in 2015 under David's supervision. She's now a faculty member of the Israeli School of Architecture and Urbanism at Carleton University in Ottawa, where she teaches courses in architectural and urban design, research, history, and theory. Professor Bonnier's research spans historical analysis to future visions and centers on the shaping of the built environment around water, technology, infrastructural systems, and competing ideas of health and balance. Please join me in welcoming Catherine Bonnier, who will speak on permanence in waiting, and Catherine's with us here.
Thank you, Franca. Hi, David. It's nice to be here. I've come from Ottawa. Delighted to be back. I'm going to start with a warning. Many people are using David's theory to talk about architecture. I'm going to use David's theory to talk about David. Get ready. And the ways in which I think when David writes about the work that good buildings do, he's actually talking about himself. So here we go. The title of the talk is Permanence in Waiting, borrowing a phrase from David Leatherbarrow's Unscripted Performances, an essay that appears as a chapter in Architecture Oriented Otherwise. It's a doubly deep borrowing, since in this instance, David is borrowing Jean-Luc Marion's use of the phrase, though in French, permanence in waiting would have appeared as permanence dans l'attente. In the original, the waiting, or l'attente, A-T-T-E-N-T-E, can imply or could imply a more active meaning, or at least a meaning that is in the middle between activity and passivity. Attente is connected to attention, tending to, other statements of care, whereas the flatter word, waiting, in English, could be just waiting for a bus. Rather than a sort of expectation that one reserves for something wished for or worked for. So I'm referring to my efforts as a double borrowing, but is also an attempt more or less to trace a gift one step backwards towards a deeper lineage or line of teachers. So I'll be talking about issues of permanence and attention and resistance, drawing on this essay in which Leatherbarrow acknowledges and draws on Marion. So what I'm hoping to look at is a series of gifts or givens or givenness, what in Marion's writing would appear as la donation. But to keep the focus on David and on his constancy and permanent posture of attention, I'll be limiting the depth of my explorations and not sliding too deep into the well of phenomenology. As an aside, I'm very grateful to David and all of his teaching for the ease with which he engages architectural theory by returning again and again to what is built, to what is shown, to what is said, written, drawn, and given. In the many years during which I was his student, he rarely used the term phenomenology, nor was it really needed. So sadly for David, who brings an always polite face to public discourse, my decorum does and always will fall short of his example. So in commenting on his constancy, his permanence, I'll be sharing personal observations. The request of the organizers for this panel was to reflect specifically, quote, on how David's scholarship has been important to your development as a scholar and teacher. So to form the reflection, I begin with the instigating essay on scripted performances but in the process of speaking will reveal a little bit about myself and of what I know or think I know of my teacher. In this process, I hope to explain the ways in which to misuse a quotation I willfully pull from his essay. David's work and teaching is accomplished through what he describes in buildings as economy of performance, or an exchange between forces and counterforces. So to launch into an awkward metaphor, though David, of course, in this essay is comparing people and character to buildings. So he started it, more or less, we could say. David's way of writing and teaching works much the same way as does the auditorium retaining wall he describes in the Scripps Neurosciences Institute, designed by Todd Williams and Billy Chin. Those of you who have read the essay might remember the image. It's a black and white photograph taken by Anna Wortmann-Hakes. But for those who may not be familiar, it's a cropped vertical black and white image that captures just the northeast corner of the building. And in the foreground is a pleasantly rounded hill dotted with evenly spaced native grasses. Behind that is a stepped retaining wall pacing up the hill. And behind that, the concrete volume of the auditorium. It is in describing the work of this wall that David devises that phrase, an exchange between forces and counterforces, and further argues that to keep up or play its part, the wall is doing this work, the work of resistance. The stillness of this wall, I think he compares it to a runner poised to take off in a race, is its action within a play of forces, or what he expands there and elsewhere as the topography paradigm. Like the weathering of a facade, this is a type of engaged performance that is contingent upon and active within numerous forces, which can be considered in design, but cannot be controlled or entirely scripted or predicted. So how do I make this metaphorical link between David Leatherbarrow and the graceful resistance of a well-formed retaining wall? Is he rooted? Is he strong, gray, still, and vertical? Does his work involve some form of sacrifice or of suffering? Perhaps, but that's not the point I'm making, or at least not entirely the point. I'm trying to focus on the idea of playing a part, of performing gracefully within a wider and ever-changing milieu. So I'm inspired by David's recurring argument for what he calls, quote, a shift of orientation in architectural theory and practice from what the building is to what it does. It should be possible to illuminate David's role as teacher, scholar, and mentor by describing what he does and the ways in which his constancy demonstrates an admirable and ethical resistance to other types of performances. In particular, in discussing buildings in this book, David acknowledges two types of performance, that of construction techniques, which can be anticipated and calculated in advance, and of course compared afterwards as well. And a second type of performance measuring the degree to which the building is demonstrating a pre-articulated design idea. He begins the essay with these two performances, which he has different names for, but technological and aesthetic is one possibility, but also argues that for the most part, experiences of buildings hinge on other types of ongoing and unfolding performances. He's building on Jean-Luc Marion's idea of the event mental, that a room is more than a dumb object, then a room is more than, in this case, an auditorium, more than an arrangement of walls and chairs just waiting to be filled. Rather, a building or a room or a person shows itself in irreproducible moments and events. And this is where that phrase, permanence in waiting, comes up. That in Marion's words signifies the opposite of objective availability. So in the moment of the event, the conference, the gathering, or conversation, it is not the determinism of measure and matter, nor the solitude of individual perception that creates the situation. It's a collective enlivening, and any attempt to unravel the sources of the event would amount to what Marion calls a hermeneutics without end. In this room today, we can identify many traces and many histories lineages and stories that precede us here. We know of others who chose to perch in this beautiful Alps rather than to walk into Meyerson Hall. And we see around us in the faces here and in those popping up digitally, some of the lines that link David Leatherbarrow to a world of friends and scholars. Certainly a great difference between David's role in many of our lives and careers and the roles played by prior occupants of the Fisher Alps may be precisely the tension explored in architecture oriented otherwise between individuality and shared experience. When the not entirely predictable paths of a community of scholars and teachers is taken as a whole, it appears, it lets itself be seen, it becomes visible in the collective event-mental way that Marion and Leatherbarrow describe. This other orientation decenters the solitary ego, turning it into the recipient rather than the primary actor. In this way, the being in the world slides towards givenness in the world. Again, with the English sort of leveling out the French, givenness here would be la donation, a word that in French still holds a trace of grace and sacrifice. David Leatherbarrow can be seen in the outlines of what he has given and continues to give, but also in the dual Marion-Leatherbarrow paradigm by what he blocks or resists or refuses gracefully. David invites his students to participate in a play of forces, in this case, the play of ideas that circulate through and around architectural production. He offers this invitation not by insisting on particular readings or by inviting students into his own ongoing ego drama, but with a sustaining effort that manifests as stillness and consistency. This permanence, to return to the metaphor of the Neurosciences Institute retaining wall that supports the growing earth in front of it while concealing a secondary zone behind. This stillness is receiving multifarious forces. It is concealing them, it is filtering them. In David's words, to act is to counteract. So in this performance of resistance, it is simultaneously a process of elimination in his professional decorum, and also in his refusal of certain engagements and certain discourses. David appears as a person of discipline. He rarely lets the strain of this work, the activity behind the wall, be seen, at least by his students. And as in Marion, this resistance, which both receives and gives, bridges between them like a resistor, a light bulb that translates invisible current into visible light. In decades of work and research, teaching and supervision, David has illuminated a patient process of observation, inquiry, and description. In these generous gifts, he reveals himself as himself. And speaking of himself, I wanted to just mention briefly the flickers of really bright illumination, the joyful mischief behind the Leatherbarrowian facade. As a student, I would sit in the back of the auditorium during evening lectures in Meyerson Hall, obviously fatigued and stressed out as students are. And we had fantastic lectures, but every so often there would be one of those star architects that shows 200 slides, goes for 2 hours. And they're all outer space shots, and they never slow it down and do these architects and future architects the courtesy of walking and thinking through their own process or project. So I would always sit at the far back so I could sort of hedge my bets and sneak out if I wanted to. And up front, especially when Dalibor was there, I would see David and Dalibor seated together, their heads inclined towards each other, talking just above a whisper, sometimes laughing audibly, not at the person, they just had their own thing happening. And I think that and other glimpses of the playful, the extracurricular or extramural David have encouraged me, and speaking of how has he influenced my teaching and practice, to make a more conscious attempt to decompose an irritable criticality into something a bit more gentle. So, you know, I'd be seething thinking they've been speaking for 90 minutes and could they slow it down? Could they talk about this building really? I realized the sort of unreasonableness of that. And when I try to teach and think and write and work, I try to think about ways to be direct and honest, but also to resist and filter, especially to filter that sort of anger and resentment, so that I can invite that reader or student into something that is a dialogue rather than a diatribe, as David does so beautifully. So that work of discipline and of resistance, of filtering out forces that otherwise bombard us, I think is important to the future and to our students. So with the Topaz Prize, I was asked to think about and transmit some ideas about David as a teacher and a mentor. And what I commented on was his, what I called sharp illumination. And that reminded me of time spent as a child in a Gaelic language school on the west coast of Ireland, where we followed embodied educational experiences. The most powerful of which for me were these orienteering expeditions done without compass and without map, with one teacher, with one light, with a bunch of children behind them, going through moonlit bogs or into the rifts of seaside caves, quite dark and treacherous. And the leader would narrate slowly and speaking only in Irish, each of their steps, shining their single light to illuminate the safe places to step at an even pace, speaking clearly and without exhortation. In the patient process, the language and patterns of Gaelic began to make sense, and we learned to watch and to listen carefully and trust and help each other as we move through difficult terrain with increasing confidence. The paths changed and developed with each trip as our guides learned along with us. Which reminds me of David's approach, his measure, his stillness, his delight, his anticipatory permanence, the way he encourages careful habits of speech and thought and observation. Though rather than shining a light on one place you can step within a bog, he holds up an image or moment, a phrase, building, painting, idea, an image of a wall, and turns it around to describe and test and try it. If you're familiar with his writing, those of you who are not students, you know the evenness and ease with which he guides that reader, stringing together a series of illustrative points. The teaching operates with a similar pace and restraint. And the PhD level was where he would send us off to try to illuminate our own way, guiding students through the bogs, rarely correcting us, except if we seemed in real danger of stumbling into deep mud. So his approach to supervision, I will say David does what he says good buildings do. He recedes slightly. He makes room for other orientations of students like me, whose topics and interests do not directly mirror his own. This work of what he calls in buildings, letting in conditions over which it or they have no control. This is a far more generous approach to supervision than that of others who just chip off a bit of themselves. They sort of hand a small topic they've not yet considered to a student and let that student cultivate it and perpetuate it, cloning it more or less within their shadow. The work of giving space and light, of tolerating difference, involves significant labor and patience. And I'm very grateful to David for setting this example, which I try to follow with my own students at every level. So in the introduction to Architecture Oriented Otherwise, David explains, quote, always a matter of degree, the individuality of a building, like that of a person, is measured by its participation in shared conditions. I've tried here to describe David's individuality in the way he participates in and creates shared paths and conditions. In the realm of academic architectural performance, I try to be as consistent, generous, thoughtful, and measured as David when I invite my own students to participate in the very fortunate explorations I've embarked on through his gift and example So I want to close by simply saying thank you, David, and congratulations.
Thank you, Catherine. Our next speaker, Jin Baek, is a professor at the Department of Architecture and Architectural Engineering in Seoul, the Seoul National University, where he received his Bachelor of Science and his Master of Science. He received a Master of Architecture from Yale University and completed his PhD in the History and Theory of Architecture at Penn. His research focuses on phenomenology, phenomenology-based design theory, environmental ethics, cultural significance of urban regeneration, and cross-cultural issues between modern East Asian architecture and Western architecture. He is the author of Nothingness, Tadao Ando's Christian Sacred Space, Architecture as the Ethics of Climate, and Drifting Through Landscapes. Please join me in welcoming Jin Baek, who will speak to A Figure That Acts, The Church of Our Lady of the Rosary of Nanyang by Mario Botta.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jin Baek. I am a faculty member at the Department of Architecture and Architectural Engineering at Seoul National University. The title of my talk is A Figure That Acts, The Church of Our Lady of the Rosary of Nanyang by Mario Botta. What does that figure signify? We ask such a question habitually. Probably because of the influence of linguistics, our attitude toward a figure is often tied to semantics. I believe the question should change. It must be redirected from what does it signify to what does it do. When it transcends the confine of semantics and move towards the horizon of praxis and ethics, I believe we can achieve a more proper understanding of the status and significance of the figure. This is part of the lesson I have learned from David Leatherberry. In articulating this lesson, I hope I have not misinterpreted this point. In introduction and the first two chapters of Architecture Oriented Otherwise, Leatherberry raises the issue of performance as a primary architectural theme. He opens theoretical space in which performance, or what architecture does, could be thematized beyond the conventional inquiry of what it signifies. He recommends we change our attitude about buildings. For instance, in order to see the predicative performance of architecture, we needed to release the building from the intentions and concepts we as designers may have set in the conception of the project. The most beautiful part in David's reflection of performance for me lies in his reestablishment of the foundation of representation. In architecture, the representational dimension is often considered as balancing or compensating the limit of functionalism. Architecture became a combination between the functional and the aesthetic. According to Leatherberry, however, this combinatory approach misunderstands the performative nature of architecture. Architecture is, at its core, fundamentally deficient. It thus has to accept what it is not, such as light and wind, in order to be animated. In addition, a building is most likely to be found inadequate in accommodating the diverse and wide spectrum of life situations. Human situations always exceed what a building is ready to accommodate. This fundamental weakness of architecture initiates a fate in which a building has to perform as if it were something else. Leatherberrow writes, the building's performance is the key to its inherent symbolism, because when the building defines itself in terms of what it is not, it inaugurates precisely a sort of self-negation that's necessary for representation to occur. Architecture is eccentric as it orients itself towards, to reach out towards what it is not. Like the posture of a serpentine body in which the chest is facing one direction and the head the opposite, parts of a building may reach out towards distinctive conditions of the surrounding in order to be filled with what the parts lack. This reflection of performance leads us to rethink the status of the figure. It will be absurd to negate architecture's innate object-like figurative dimension. Building stands up, facing or confronting us. Yet, the figurative dimension of architecture recedes at a moment when it operates in a metaphorical way to accept what it is not and to appear as if it were something else. As Leatherberrow argues, choosing one between the two, between the figurative and the performative, misses the point. An oscillation between the two moments is architecture's ontological condition. While in the former, a building stands up as an image to demand full attention. In the second, it loses prominence so that situations of life may illuminate themselves. With this preliminary study into Leatherberrow's notion of performance and figure, I'd like to discuss one building, Mariabota's Church of Our Lady of the Rosary, built in the site of martyrdom in Namyang, South Korea. In particular, I'd like to focus on the church's twin towers. These 41-meter tall red twin towers projecting towards the sky are truly impressive. Overlooking the whole site, they function as the mast that catches unfailingly the attention of all those who enter the precinct. In fact, in Bota's architecture, we see a frequent adoption of the geometrical form of a cylinder cut diagonally. The two towers, in the shape of a semicircular cylinder with a diagonal cut, seems to replicate this tendency. But they still appear original rather than manneristic. The scale of the towers far exceed the scale of a megalith. Their form of right posture operates as the canon against which horizontality and verticality of all the surrounding elements could be measured. Their unmoving stability also operates as the datum against which other moving and unmoving qualities of the elements could be measured. Their upright posture conjoined with stability symbolizes the unyielding spirit of the martyrs inscribed on the site. The two towers as the mast guide the whole journey from the entrance of the precinct to the church. The siding of the church is rather unusual. The narthex is at the very back, while the altar part of the church, with which the two towers are integrated, is on the front. The two towers are set high, sitting on a rectangular base through the mediation of arches and pendentives. The two towers and the rectangular base block the path. As you can see from here, the path is blocked. The two towers and the rectangular base block the path to the inside, bifurcating the path with two symmetrically positioned entrances. Demanding full attention, this is a way of the towers confirming their figurative heroic presence. A journey from one of the two entrances, either this one or that one. So from one of these two entrances to the main hall of the church is composed of turns, climbing, and additional turns. So once you come in through this entrance, you move diagonally to discover the starting point of the main stairway, and this stairway leads you up to the narthex, and from the narthex you enter the main hall of the church. The journey is rewarded with surprising rediscovery of the two towers. The labyrinthine passage one has come through reinforces the restored axiality, at the end of which stand the two towers. The two towers appear, however, not as massive towers any longer, but as two overlapped semi-circular apses. Discovering an apse in a Catholic church is of course expected, yet atypicality is undeniable too. Here we see not one apse, but two apses terminating the church. What is also unique is the slit between the two apses, being squeezed between the solid brick towers. The slit was obscure. It did not attract attention much, if not at all, from the outside. Now it all of a sudden appears, overturning obscurity. It appears as a figure, a kind of empty figure, to be filled with light. The effects of light, the tower apses, and the slit putting in the church are notable. Starting with the slit, it makes light stand up, and this strong vertical light registers itself simultaneously on the surface of the gently sloped floor. This is a double manifestation of the same light, vertical and horizontal. It's present both in front of me and below my feet too. The tower apses are also unique devices to capture light. The towers diagonally cut at the very top to face southeast and southwest are indeed skylights, equipped with an unusually extended dark path along which light travels downward. On a sunny day, light in the atmosphere is brought down to the depths of the altar through the well-like skylights. The mullions of the skylights create a marvelous metamorphosis when they meet the curved inner face of the towers. The shadows cast by the steep, straight aluminum mullions appear as if they were enlarged patterns of wings, such as those of, for instance, dragonflies. The significance of light is also seasonal in the context of the climate of South Korea. On a winter day, the light falling on to the apses and the altar is warm and gentle enough to attract the frozen and cold body of the believers. To realize a corporeally and pre-reflectively apprehended warm and mild atmosphere of welcoming. The towers are not only skylights, but also wind channels. The building harnesses a version of the traditional Korean floor heating system, applied this time not on the floor, but on the side walls. Taking advantage of the valley-like site condition, behind the side walls, along the main stairways, are air chambers pumping directly the earth. In this plan, you can see the air chambers or air tunnels. And in the section This is air chamber or air tunnel. And below, you can also see air channel or air tunnel. The air in the chambers are found cool in summer and warm in winter. In summer, in particular, the cool air is released to the interior. Once the air is in, it travels through the interior and escapes to the outside through an opening at the top of each tower. The expected hotness of the whole is going to be relieved to an appreciable degree. In formulating a corporeally apprehended atmosphere of welcoming, the summer and tactile seasonal tuning in which the two towers play a key role is important. What should also be noted is the postural dimension of the two towers. The upright posture observed from the outside is now replaced by a warm and embracive gesture. The perfect geometry of the towers, sitting on a rectangular pedestal, is intentionally shaken loose. Seen from the inside, the half of the lower arcs of the towers are dramatically cut, as if they were trying to reach out toward and hug with open arms those who are led to the light in a pre-reflective surge of warmth. Being cut in half risks perfection of geometry. Risking perfection, however, guarantees postural articulation of embrace and the atmosphere of warmth. Very much like a person who would voluntarily break the stiff, self-sealed posture to welcome and embrace others. What should also be noted is the magnitude of the apses. Their diameter exceeds 10 meters. To synthesize warm light with the postural magnified generosity to embrace not only a single person, but many, or at a single time. What has been carefully installed in the altar area are Giuliano Vangi's highly unusual cross and two sacred paintings. Jesus, without the crown of thorns, appears either being suspended agonizingly or being lifted up lightly. It's ambiguous whether he is suffering or levitated. The gesture he is making with his arms is also ambiguous. Are they painfully stretched down for the weight of the body, or are they a gesture of embrace? This oscillation between falling and ascending, and pain and glory, is at least partially enhanced by the effect of warm and gentle light introduced by the tower apses and the generous posture of the tower apses. The painting on the left portrays Annunciation. The wings of Angel Gabriel are overlapped with the golden wings and wing beats on the curved surface of the apses immediately behind. The clear diagonal orientation of the divine light projected toward the Virgin Mary is intermingled with the phenomenal light that comes down through the tower apses. The Last Supper piece is depicted with a creative background defined by arches. Through the arches, the bright phenomenal light comes onto the white surface of the table. Jesus at the center is also framed by an arch filled with light. In this altar area, light does not simply make the paintings visible as in a gallery. It penetrates and gets integrated with the background, furniture pieces, and figures of the paintings. This is an unprecedented integration between biblical allegories and a particular local light as introduced and transformed by the tower apses. In conclusion, I believe the twin towers pulsate with what Leatherberry defines as the ontological condition of architecture, i.e. architecture's innate negativity as the source of representation and its constant oscillation between object-like figurality and performance. The towers form presence, conjoined with soaring verticality, as observed from the outside, is surprisingly betrayed as they operate in the interior as the source of warm light and cool breeze conjoined with generous posture. Cutting the top of the cylindrical shape at 45 degrees and half of the arc at the bottom seems disturbing for those who appreciate perfect geometry. Personifying the towers, such treatments may even make one imagine painfulness. However, these modifications are aimed at reaching out towards what they lack and what they would like to embrace. They are corporeal gestures of engagement. Thanks to this negation of self-sealed perfection, light and wind animate the whole. Summer and tactile engagement of the believers is anticipated, and the cross and the paintings in the altar acquire life and fictive dimension. The two towers are a good example of the figure whose performative corporeality has been revived. The towers have become the figures of action rather than those of aloof cerebral signification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jin. Thank you very much. Our final speaker for this morning, Daniel Friedman, is ACSA Distinguished Professor and past Dean of the School of Architecture at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Prior to joining the faculty at Hawaii, he served as Dean at the College of Built Environments at the University of Washington, Director of School of Architecture at the University of Illinois, Chicago, and Director of the School of Architecture and Interior Design, University of Cincinnati. Friedman earned his PhD here alongside working under the supervision of Professor David Leatherbarrow, and his dissertation addressed the relationship between Louis Kahn's words and built works through the lens of the Salk Institute for Biological Studies. Friedman was elected to the AIA College of Fellows in 2001. We're going to hear from him on Place at the Table, notes on Michael Haneke's Amour. He will be joining us online, and please welcome Daniel Friedman.
Is to tacitly juxtapose the lessons of table talk, chapter 5 in Professor David Leatherbarrow's 2009 book, Architecture Oriented Otherwise, and Mikhail Haneke's 2012 film, Amour. For those of you unfamiliar with Amour, the film tells the story of an octogenarian French couple, Anne and Georges Laurent, educated classical piano teachers who struggle in their efforts to adapt to the onset of aphasia. Marriage, culture, habits, aging, illness, disability, and dying in one's own home are the film's coextensive themes. While Amour deserves the kind of close-grained critical attention worthy of all great literary and cinematic achievement, here Haneke also offers us an opportunity to further explore film as a category of design evidence. As both writer and director, Haneke integrates the interior environment into the deeper logics of the narrative. Thus, space, furniture, books, paintings, CDs, newspapers, clothes, kitchen implements, even hardware, the routine equipment and accessories of everyday life appear as essential features of the mise en scène, indistinguishable from the intertwining conditions that drive the story. Widely celebrated, Amour earned 106 nominations in 48 international festivals, winning a total of 55 awards, including the 2012 Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film. Elaine Scarry brings valuable insights to the question of the relation between pain and environment in her magisterial study of war and torture, The Body in Pain, which in her words addresses the way pain makes and unmakes the world. Her inquiry suggests equally important questions about a characteristic of growing old, which is that after age 60, growing older is increasingly painful. Pain, Scarry writes, is inexpressible. For the person whose pain it is, she argues, it is effortlessly grasped. That is, even with the most heroic effort, it cannot not be grasped. While for the person outside the sufferer's body, what is effortless is not grasping it. It is easy to remain wholly unaware of its existence. Even with effort, one may remain in doubt about its existence, or may retain the astonishing freedom of denying its existence. And finally, if with the best effort of sustained attention, one successfully apprehends it, the aversiveness of the it one apprehends will only be a shadowy fraction of the actual it. In this sense, Scarry equates feeling one's own pain as the locus of certainty and hearing about the pain of others as the locus of doubt. In the case of Amour, Hanukkah cares less about aging in place than he does place in aging, by which I mean the ways aging alters not just the criteria for suitability to context, but the symbolic structure and utility of domestic environments and their effect on all relations among aging inhabitants, especially as muscles, joints, organs, and minds progressively weaken and fail. Strength, balance, mobility, and cognitive acuity influence any exchange between the sentient being and its object-laden environment, as Merleau-Ponty's use of the term intercorporeity suggests. Obviously, the meaning and utility of objects diminish in proportion to the diminishing faculties of the bodies that use them, despite the landmark Americans with Disabilities Act, which establishes civil rights, not design guidelines. Both the film and the front door of the Lorentz apartment opened simultaneously and suddenly. A violent force burst the double front doors inward, shattering lock sets and trim. Two helmeted firefighters hastily remove a battering ram as members of their crew and police pour into the foyer, watched by anxious neighbors whom we see holding their noses as Haneke's screenplay directs. Haneke's camera tracks the chief detective, who covers his nostrils as he moves through the apartment, throwing open windows. He quickly passes two firefighters struggling to break open an interior door, the apparent source of the malodor, which they find locked and sealed with tape around all its edges. The apartment is meticulous, clean and well kept, with good light and good views, spacious, tastefully if not elegantly appointed, suggesting the patina of fruitful but quiet and creative lives lived to their fullest. The commodious traditional foyer reveals tall ceilings, a wall-sized tapestry, and a table graced with matching candelabra and lamps. Trailing the detective, we enter the dining room, whose bare, round dining table presents a small glass bowl of fruit at its center, which, like some things or objects, in Professor Leatherbarrow's words, hold their position as if permanent, while others, such as the basket of bread, bottle of wine, salt and pepper, migrate. On the left side of the dining room, the detective finds a second double door, likewise locked and hastily sealed with tape. On the right, an open doorway reveals a grand piano, beyond which we see floor-to-ceiling shelves that house musical volumes, books, art, and a small writing desk. Faded but elegant oriental rugs cover the polished wood floors. The open windows afford a view of the classic Parisian apartment block, whose roofscapes suggest the Lorentz live on the top floor of their building. By this time, the squad has pried open the doors to the master bedroom. We trail the detective into the space past a petite, decomposing female body, slim, clay gray, grimly emaciated. Yet the decorum and composition of this small, lifeless body befits the rest of the apartment. She wears an elegant dress, lying in formal repose, with her head on a pillow, surrounded by white and yellow flower buds, hands folded over her stomach, holding a small violet bouquet, a crucifix on her chest. At this point, Hanukkah cuts sharply and silently from Anne's body to his one-word title card, then just as abruptly to a packed auditorium preparing for a performance. Here we meet Anne and George, fourth row, left of center. Hanukkah gives us a better look when Anne and George stand to let another member of the audience pass. Even from a distance, Anne exudes graciousness and good taste. George is likewise trim, alert, and devotedly attentive. They appear to be in good physical and emotional health, expressing the ease and naturalness one might expect from a long married couple happily in their element. The theater darkens, a single piano speaks. We hear the confident opening chords of Schubert. Echoing the film's opening scene, Anne and George return from the piano recital to discover that someone has unsuccessfully tried to break into their apartment. Unperturbed, they calmly assess the damage to the door and ponder possible motives. Meanwhile, Hanukkah follows the couple through their quiet, deeply sedimented routines, hanging up coats, talking between rooms, switching to interior slippers. In soft, quick strokes, the director shows us the effortless familiarity and affection that flow between Anne and George, who still flirts with his bride at the door of the bathroom. Did I mention you looked very pretty tonight, he teases. She ignores him. Incredible semiquavers and the presto, such finesse. That night, George wakes to discover Anne sitting bolt upright in the dark with a blank expression on her face. What's wrong, he asks. Nothing, she replies. Everything, it turns out, is wrong. The next morning, Anne and George sit together in their bathrobes over breakfast, quietly discussing their day, including the repair of their damaged front door. Hanukkah situates this pivotal scene, like many others in the film, at the couple's small, well-worn kitchen table, unadorned wood set on thick trestles. The table occupies the only available corner of the space, overlapped by a courtyard-facing window, whose deep sill augments its useful surface in support of what Professor Leatherbarrow calls its arrangement of equipment: a lamp, a radio, teapot, dishes, and flatware, the utensils of everyday life, intimate in their informality, yet employed in long practiced politesse. Professor Leatherbarrow writes that settings and objects such as these, referencing Le Corbusier, are best when taken for granted in much the same way as the human body at work in the world, because all bodies, servants, settings are limb objects. Amor shows how such objects move from background to foreground when human limbs fail. George phones a contractor about the broken front door while Anne prepares a soft-boiled egg. In the middle of their conversation, George casually notes to Anne that the salt shaker is empty. Uncharacteristically, she offers no reply. Instead, she stares back blankly, as though struck by a seizure, unblinking and expressionless. She's unresponsive to George's increasingly impatient appeals. Frustrated and confused, he gets up to dampen a dish towel at the sink, then gently applies it to her face and the back of her neck. Again, no response. Exasperated, George heads to the bedroom to dress, leaving the faucet on, believing he must quickly find medical help. George hurries, but slowly, denied speed by labored ambulation. From the bedroom, he hears the water stop. He returns to the kitchen to find Anne acting as though nothing's happened. She's incredulous when George desperately tries to describe her inexplicable behavior. Anne, we soon learn, has suffered a blocked carotid artery. The ensuing surgery fails, leaving her paralyzed on the right side of her body, unable to walk. Her sobering but unspoken prognosis includes progressive and incurable aphasia. The intruder George and Anne imagine when they return home from the recital turns out not to be a burglar, but another more pernicious thief, catastrophic illness, and trailing behind that, a caravan of intruders that will steadily rob the Lorentz of their dignity and ease. The wheelchair, first manual, then electric, the mechanical hospital bed, the professional caregiver, the accoutrements of all bedridden bodies, and inevitably the adult diaper. On her first day back in the apartment after surgery, Anne, whose formal poise and intelligence so far prevails over her paralysis, instructs George on the correct technique to lift her from the wheelchair to the armchair, an intimately awkward knee-to-knee embrace, inching jointly across tiny domestic distances that now seem almost unbearably long. Likewise, we'll soon see the tender yet awkward particularity of George's attempt to assist Anne with the toilet. Anne eschews small talk and addresses George with sober determination. "Promise me something," she says. "Please never take me back to the hospital." "What?" George softly replies. "Will you promise me?" Anne insists. "Anne," he falters. "Promise me," she repeats. George tries to speak, but Anne cuts him off. "Promise me. Don't speak. Don't explain. Please." George protests. "What can I say?" "Nothing," she replies. "Say nothing, okay?" Of course, aspects of both illness and health likewise coexist in the etymology of the word hospital, which connects it to the words hotel, host, hospice, and hostage, among others, all these words springing from the ancient Latin root hospes, meaning guest, stranger, or foreigner, all of which circulate within and between the lines of Haneke's screenplay. Haneke devotes most of the film to the couple's wearying attempts to manage this promise, to regularize the inconveniences of Anne's afflictions and somehow integrate them into their routine activities. Meals, George tenderly cutting Anne's food and passing her the plate. Reading, of course, music, attempts at normal conversation, a surprise visit from Anne's former piano student, the celebrated concert soloist, a visit from their daughter, likewise a successful and busy professional musician, who disinterestedly reports on her adult children and philandering husband. Slowly and steadily, the weight of the disease and its disabling effects prevail. No more social guests, no more music. Days pass, Anne's health steadily worsens. One rainy evening after George returns from the funeral of a friend, she queries him on the details, and he reluctantly consents, describing a bizarre service, downcast and gloomy in his wet brown raincoat. Anne listens, then abruptly announces her true agenda. "There's no reason to go on living," she says. "I know it can only get worse. Why must I inflict that on us, on you and me? I don't want to go on," she says sternly. "It's touching all you do to make it bearable, but I don't want to go on. For my sake, not yours." George resists. "I don't believe you. I know you. You think you're a burden on me. But what if you were in my shoes? What would you do?" "I have no idea," she says. "I don't want to think about what I'd do. I'm tired. I want to go to bed." Anne's stark assessment recalls Scary's observation about pain's inexpressibility, which exclusively exists in the body of the sufferer. Anne's pain symbolizes certainty, in this case of death. Georges, in his denial and guilt, symbolizes doubt. Although Anne tries to guide George in his noble but ungainly efforts to lift her from her wheelchair to her armchair, or to the bed, or to and from the toilet, Hanukkah captures the inescapable indignities of disability in his attention to George's and Anne's motor limitations and increasing unease at precisely the same time as he captures their burnished intimacy and trust. Anne's transition from armchair to wheelchair to couch to bed is the system of signs that portend the film's conclusion. George has the pride but not the strength to care for Anne, and she knows it. He struggles to lift her in and out of the wheelchair. He scolds her for trying to stand up on her own and for falling and breaking the bedroom lamp. He vainly tries to assuage her mortification over a nighttime episode of incontinence that soaks both her and the sheets. But the minute he awkwardly shifts her to the electric wheelchair, she speeds away from him stony-faced. Exhausted, George soon realizes he can no longer support Anne alone. He reluctantly hires professional caregivers, then watches quietly, helplessly, as she suffers their mechanical ministrations, roughly bathing her, roughly brushing her hair, roughly changing her diapers, detached, indifferent to her cultivated style and pride as they efficiently execute their duties. It's not long before George calmly but unforgivingly fires the attendant. Anne progressively disappears into dementia, refusing George's supplications to eat and drink. In frustration, he slaps her, a shock to both. Hanukkah presents Anne in a state unrecognizable from our first encounter with her. She has lost the faculties of speech and cognition. She struggles to converse with George and her daughter in rushed, staccato phrases, stumbling unintelligibly through fragments of memory. She moans incessantly. She calls for her mother. Finally, all Anne's able to issue from her failing mind is one word: help, help, repeated pleadingly. George wearily responds, pointlessly struggling to communicate. One afternoon, soon after, George sits next to Anne and softly recounts a long childhood story. At the conclusion of the story, after a brief pause, he suddenly pulls the pillow from his side of the bed and suffocates her, awkwardly pressing his arms and chest over her head until she stops moving. Hanukkah tracks George through his own increasingly delirious despair. After smothering Anne, he selects a stylishly dark dress from her wardrobe. Later, he returns home with a bag of fresh flowers, which he prunes at the sink and arranges around her face like a wreath or halo. He seals the doors with tape, transforming his and Anne's bedroom into a tomb. He sits at the kitchen table with a bottle of wine, crumbs left from what little he's able to eat, writing Anne letters that recount the kind of stories we've heard him share before the onset of her aphasia. Sinking further into the aftermath of his horrendous act, he hallucinates Anne at the sink, washing dishes. She gently coaxes him into his coat and out the door, presumably to his own demise, following hers, the last we see of him. Hanukkah ends the film with a brief, silent shot of Laurent's middle-aged daughter, who slowly inspects the empty apartment, which in earlier visits she had tried to convince her parents to sell. Would it be going too far to inventory the ways Mikhail Haneke's Amor is a film about both the success and failure of design? Its power as a story emanates in part from the exquisite, almost documentary details of its scenography, so much so that the Lawrence apartment and its equipment become the third major character in the film, which framed the unforgettable performances by its octogenarian co-stars Jean-Marie Trintignant and Emmanuel Riva, who bring luminous truth to the roles of Georges and Anne. All three characters, Georges, Anne, and their well-appointed Parisian apartment, show us what can happen to a marriage and a home when catastrophic illness and disability transform the value, meaning, and utility of its spaces, furnishings, and relations. However well-suited and well-burnished by good lives well-lived and by good fit, Anne's illness, compounded by George's diminishing vitality, transforms the familiar into the alien, among the most common tropes of classic horror. And yet in this vivid, increasingly claustrophobic interiority and urban context, the classic cosmopolitan apartment, its social and cultural formalities, lifestyles elevated by education and talent, laced with art and intimate privacy, including the illusion of subtle insulation from one's neighbors and community. We turn to great teachers to refresh our sensitivity to the nature and properties of everyday environments under just such circumstances as these. Among almost immeasurable demonstrations of just such insight in publication after publication, David Leatherbarrow's essay, Table Talk, assiduously excavates what he describes as the layered, complex horizons of the table set for dining. Consider Babette's Feast, for instance, but no less, if not more, ordinary tables, particularly in and through the meal and its varied formal and informal servings and settings. Haneke likewise shows the multiple horizons of a simple kitchen table, especially what David Leatherbarrow calls its darkest and most recessive elements, as the world it supports collapses. Like Professor Leatherbarrow, Haneke deftly reveals its embodied temporality. We are here together in this room in part because we believe that principal design can and should help aging residents not just survive, but also thrive in their own homes and communities to the very end, among families, neighbors, and strangers, through hospitable, spatial, and formal innovations that connect people rather than separate them, celebrate their interdependencies rather than retard them, strengthen their relationships rather than weaken them. Theory guides us in this conviction. With insightful specificity, Mikhail Haneke's Amor delineates the unspoken costs of principled architecture, while Professor David Leatherbarrow's Table Talk intimates the underexamined benefits of architecture oriented otherwise. By their fearlessness, virtue, and candor, each teacher illuminates better ways to express our love.
Not quite sure how to follow that. I'm going to just stand one second. Right, so with that, I will leave the floor to our commentator, Alberto Perez Gomez. Alberto was born in Mexico City in 1949, but he quickly traveled here to allow us to learn from him over the years. From January 1987 until his retirement in 2020, he occupied the Bronfman Chair of Architectural History at McGill University, where I first met him, and where he founded the History and Theory Master's and Doctoral programs. He has lectured extensively around the world and is the author of numerous articles and books, many of them foundational to our discipline as well. Architecture and the Crisis of Modern Science, essentially revolutionary for those of us working in this field, for which he won the Hitchcock Award. Later books included Polyphilo, Architectural Representation, Built Upon Love, and more recently, Timely Meditations. A 2-volume collection of essays, Attunement, was published in 2016. Alberto has also been the primary editor of the 7-volume series Cora, of which we saw some images earlier, Cora, Intervals in the Philosophy of Architecture. And he's currently working on an alliterative lexicon of architectural memories. It is my absolute pleasure to invite Alberto Perez Gomez to offer us his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Franca. I guess the first thing I would like to say is how honored I am to be included in this. I have known David since we were children. I'm, of course, his elder by a little bit. As Juan mentioned, I was in Essex a little bit before him. But we met in London. I remember we met in a lecture, and he came to me and says, do you think this guy knows about Foucault? I really don't. I didn't know what to make of that because I didn't know much about Foucault myself. But I remember this remark. Then we became very close friends. I ended up being teaching Lauren Leatherbarrow at what was then the Polytechnic of Central London. And I've held him very close to my heart all my life. I had the pleasure of being able to invite him to visit McGill many times to contribute his amazing insights to our seminars with doctoral students, and those were absolutely unforgettable moments. So I am really delighted to be here. I congratulate you, David, on your amazing accomplishments. You're a model to all of us, and your writings, of course, are resonant with a lot of our thoughts, which you know very well we share, and that you managed to unpack in your own very particular way, bringing the problems so close to the contemporary situation that they become particularly eloquent for students. I don't want to take your time. I suspect that you are going to have lunch, and I'm looking at the clock, and we already have an hour late, and you know, it would be futile to try to make a response to what I've been hearing this morning. I've enjoyed it very much. I mean, I recognize so many things in all of the material that you present. I will perhaps just meander my way around certain topics and leave the questions open for the participants to maybe meditate in their own time rather than to have a conversation, though I would be delighted to engage in conversation if this were possible. I like very much Ezra's presentation of the questions of how symmetria and temperance, temperature, concepts that are ultimately associated with the question of harmonia, play out not only in architecture but in life, and the realization that one of the things that is crucial that David's work does, particularly in that book, Architecture Oriented Otherwise, is to demonstrate how it is possible to grasp something that Aristotle basically took for granted, which is that an object changes its being with its site. Is that you cannot have, if I move this object from here to there, the object changes its being. Aristotle and pre-modern cultures understood this inherently. We have, unfortunately, as a result of our preconceptualizations that come from the scientific revolution, become blind to this condition. And what Ezra points out that David does is precisely to make us aware of the fact that Aristotle was saying something very real. The site matters, and therefore the argument that architecture, landscape, urban design are integrated comes with the territory. We, after the beginning of the 19th century, basically pulled things apart and made a hell of a problem for ourselves. And now we have to bring things together again. David does it beautifully, and Ezra, in your very eloquent speech, brought this forward to me very, very eloquently, very well done. One thing that I was reminded of from your talk that became quite important for me in my very last book that Franca was kind enough to mention, Attunement, is how these questions of harmony or symmetria and temperance become can be appreciated as two etymological streams, concepts that coincide and come together in Romantic philosophy in the concept of Stimmung. This wonderful book that Dalibor recommended to me and that I know David knows very well, by Leo Spitzer, on the concepts of harmony in the Western tradition, particularly the etymology, the philological composition of Stimmung, with the question of mood, points in that direction. That these two concepts that Ezra mentioned in separate moments in the talk, temperature, harmony, are actually the conditions that constitute Romantic philosophers and eventually, of course, phenomenology recognize as being at the center of artistic meaning, which is the possibility of conveying the appropriate mood to a certain situation. Yes, the question that also came up, of course, very eloquently in Jean's talk about the performative dimension of architecture. I was fascinated also by Catherine's attempt at turning the book into a personal sort of understanding what is the givenness, what does it mean in terms of David's wonderful and generous relationship to others, to students particularly. While listening to her, I was reminded of the other book, well, many of them. I mean, Jean-Luc Marion has written a lot, but another book that for me has been very central in my thinking, which is, of course, on the erotic phenomenon, and the way that Jean-Luc Marion describes love beyond its reifications as erotic love, brotherly love, or compassion, as being the primordial gift that is handed down to us as humans, preceding, in fact, being and self. Love as the primordial given, so to speak, affective condition, which certainly, of course, has a lot to do with teaching. Marsilio Ficino, I had a student, wonderful student that also worked with Dalibor, Tracy Winton, whose faculty in Waterloo, before leaving McGill to go to do her she did her master's with me and went to do the PhD in Cambridge. She put something in. I had a glass door at McGill, and she decided to take a quotation from Ficino and paste it on the door. I cannot remember the quotation precisely, but Ficino says that in order for the teacher to be able to teach and for the student to be able to learn, there has to be a love relationship between the student and the teacher. This is, of course, incredibly important. This idea of a compassionate relationship that allows the student to thrive and to develop in the way that the student needs to develop, rather than in some way imposing or handing down a devoir, you know, like a homework from the work of the professor. This is absolutely crucial. And of course, the given being love, being this really genuine compassion that I have always experienced in the writing, but also in my long-standing relationship with our dear David. Jean, I didn't know that. I found that extremely fascinating, the Church by Bota. I've never particularly liked Bota's formalist expression. There is something that to me is problematic, but I really like the way that you take this as a challenge to try to take us through the experience of the building and allow us to see that there is something else there, which is very convincing, I must say, even though I still don't like the fact that you approach this thing and then you go on the side. You know, it's not like, the church, the West, and I wanted to ask you, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer, because I don't know, this is back and forth question and answer, but I wanted to ask you about the other facade, which is the West fronting facade, which would be the way that one would normally enter the church for liturgical reasons. And of course, it's fine to argue that the performance of the building puts into tension the habitual or the ritual. But I think that aspect of how Bota does it would be something that would fascinate me. I mean, it was probably a subject of a longer conversation. It's something that certainly Le Corbusier considered very carefully when he did something similar in La Tourette. You know, really turning the ritual upside down for the spirituality to appear in relation to contemporary habits in a way that would be more relevant than through the ritualistic habits of that are associated with the traditional function of the building. So that is the question that I would ask, because of course many of the things you said are extremely fascinating. The way that the painting is integrated, which actually reminded me of Baroque. I don't think it's the first time, by the way. I think the idea of integrating real light with represented light is perhaps occurring in Baroque quadratura frescoes. You know, it's part of what happens, for example, in the Roman frescoes of the Jesuits. But this is something that is done there. It's very successful. But that would be my kind of floating question to you, Jean, if we ever talk about it in some other occasion. And finally, I was actually a little depressed by Daniel's wonderful description of the film, which I have seen. It's a hard film to watch, but certainly a very convincing argument about the importance of architecture as the outside of consciousness. And once something happens to the inner dimensions of consciousness that are problematic, of course, the whole thing falls apart. I suspect that David's position about ontology is a little different than mine. Mine is a bit more Buddhist. I believe that consciousness is not only in the head, it's also in the world. But I perhaps have less confidence on putting the priority of on giving the primacy of reality to the objective. Even though I know David would understand very well this problem, because there is always the dimension of the embodied person that inhabits the space that performs. For me, I guess the question of consciousness, I would probably take a more Buddhist approach. So the argument that is made in Daniel's presentation, of course, makes a lot of sense. In a way, no matter how much care we take, consciousness is always co-emerging. So so there are limits to whatever the architect can do. But anyhow, that's my 5 cents worth. I need to let you have lunch. I didn't, I felt very self-conscious because Franca didn't give me a time frame, but I feel that you should enjoy each other's company. You that are there in person, accept my virtual hugs, my congratulations, and I guess I'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you very
so
much,
much,
Franca.
Alberto. Thank you so much. And with no further ado, I will release us all for lunch. I will, however, have to curtail a little bit of our intended programming, which means that we are fortunate in the middle of a city with many, many wonderful food options. So for those of us who will need to hunt outside for a little bit of food, could we maybe make it back for 2:15? That's the most that I can do. I'm getting a look over from our 2 o'clock speaker who is shaking his head. So at the very, very best, we will try. Thank you so much, John. I am very appreciative. So with that, I'm really looking at a really quick bite for the speakers who are here with us. We'll collect and we'll go one floor below, just in the same building to the back end for our speakers, okay? So thank you so much. Sorry for running a little late. And thank you, John, for being able to start at 2:15. Okay, thank you.
Our batteries. We have spares here too. So.
Hi, how are you? Good. What were you doing there? Okay, good. All right. Thank you. You well?
I'll just turn it off for now. It's
Oh,
in the last room.
Fine. I'll turn it on. I'll turn it on when I start. Yes. Oh, you have to turn this on. Thank you. Okay, if we can be seated, we're going to get started. Franca has her phone. All is good now. Alrighty, welcome to the afternoon session. I'm Bill Bram, Professor of Architecture, and my goal in moderating the session today is to keep the focus on David Leatherbarrow, as many moments of embarrassment as we can possibly come up with, but also to keep the focus on the work. Because all of the bios for the speakers are written on the website, you can read them at length. I'm going to read the first sentence, if that, of those, just so you know who it is that is about to speak. And again, we can focus on their comments and on the work. So our first speaker up today is John Dixon Hunt. Title of his talk is A Hinterland of Natures, or L'Arrière-Pays. Professor John Dixon Hunt joined the Penn faculty in 1994 and served as chair through June 2000. I'm going to turn it over to him. Thank you, John. I had cataract operations recently, and I have to have funny glasses to read. I must explain my title and its relevance to thinking about David Leatherbarrow's works. The English word hinterland has several meanings, both literal and metaphorical. And if you look up the English word in a French dictionary, you will find simply l'arrière-pays. Both words refer to land or pays, countryside, and then imply that there is something behind it that merits attention. Yet that back country is not any literal background of a topographical site, nor is it only, if at all, the meaning of some site, but what one of David's books entitled Topographical Stories, namely stories or ideas that lie behind or emerge from the topography, but can do so powerfully once they are registered as hinterlands. A final preliminary note is that I first encountered, what? I was told, which is it, the right or the, give me the, thank you. I first encountered the phrase arrière-pays in the title of an extraordinary book by the poet and critic Yves Bonfoy, beautifully translated by Stephen Romer. But he decided to keep the original French title, and I would do so too, but hinterland may serve as a plausible English term. It is essentially metaphorical, though keeping its eye on the land beyond the hinter, or what land lies over there, but what we can better see in our imaginations. Bonfoy's various arrière-pays, I won't go into, I have a list of them, but they're to do with photographs of Armenian churches, a country to which he's never been, and the color blue in a Poussin painting. I was so obsessed with the idea of hinterlands that I started a book on that idea at the start of the pandemic, only more recently to put that aside while I thought more about David's writings. Indeed, a Festschrift suddenly seemed a mode of exploring hinterlands. It was not that I wanted to invoke David in my hinterlands project, but rather see how hinterlands could prove a useful route to or perspective on his work. I must admit that it has been a useful inquiry, though not by any means finished, a word that David is often concerned with and has already come up today. There are immediate ways in which David's principal concerns open up hinterlands. The very title of his Architecture Considered Otherwise does it neatly, in that those otherwises tend to consider matters that do not appear at first view or before one's eyes. So does his concern with why buildings may be completed but never finished. An architectural work is complete, he writes in Building Time, when what's meant to remain has been realized. But it is not a question of being finished, nor is finishing the same as the meaning in any completed work. On Weathering The Life of Buildings in Time, written in collaboration with Motion, he avers that ruination is hardly an outcome designed for the architect. Now, the images in the weathering book are eloquent of weathering on a considerable range of structures. But those results have to be searched and pursued, which is what the text does, and does so in unexpected insight. Now, some of those insights, we hope, may well emerge in a book that David and I have just completed, a book on ruins. It is not autobiographical, by the way, where such outcomes are both welcomed and desired, and they too serve as a rich hinterland for design. Incidentally, David is both generous and fertile in his collaborations, to which I can attest, as would Masafavi and David's pen colleague, Richard Wesley, both of whom will be talking later. And with Richard Wesley, he explored the roots, or maybe the hinterlands of ecological thinking. I will turn to look more closely at some of these hinterlands in a moment. But in all such approaches to his subject, it is both his research and imagination that coincide. Indeed, a recent book that has been useful that I stumbled upon during my grappling with David's work. I should say that that grappling has been very invigorating, hugely satisfying, and equally demanding for, as a reader for one of David's publishers noted, and it's printed on the back of his book, this book is not for lazy readers. The book I stumbled upon was Jed Pearl's Authority and Freedom, A Defense of the Arts, where I encountered this paragraph. At the heart of every encounter with a work of art, whether sacred or secular, public or private, mass-marketed or avant-garde, there's the enigma of the work itself, which, even when desired to serve some apparently cut and dried purpose, only really succeeds when the artists or artists involved are driven by an imaginative imperative. That imaginative imperative is not simply the play of imagination, but something that is required, imperative, but also a necessary research for all good critics as well as artists who need to explore an artist's work itself as a route into its enigmas, an imperative that artists at their best have always heeded, and I think the best of critics have too. The work of art itself is, to use David's term, completed but unfinished. What the critic needs is to honor that imaginative imperative to enter its hinterlands. Let me start with a look at a chapter David wrote for his 1983 dissertation in England, republished in the Penn Press volume on topographical stories in 2004. He confronts what is still a somewhat absurd narrative of landscape history, which posits the design from formal to natural through several centuries. Formal is a red herring, as all versions of nature have forms. And natural is also very misleading, for the word nature, even when understood as meaning naturalizing, certainly acknowledged that an artist had assisted in the making of a garden. That is exactly the thrust of David's essay, and it is an emphasis that seems to me often misunderstood. One misunderstanding concerns the third Earl of Shaftesbury, who has been seized upon by some to glorify what one of his characters in a dialogue on the Morrises says, "His passion is growing in me for things of a natural kind, and so resents the conceit or caprice of man to spoil the genuine order by breaking in upon the primitive state." But that voice in the dialogue is but one point of view, and its interlocutor has contrary ideas. Nor does David's analysis wish to confine such remarks to a specific time or place around 1700, But, and let me try and make this simple, nature has many shapes and forms which we learn by seeing them contrasted in different situations. Shaftesbury himself uses perspective, on which topic he had proposed to write a whole chapter in an unfinished book on plastic art. Perspective is a mode of revealing such contrast, and he does so, as David shows, to perfection. I can't even see it. No, it's not. David uses an engraving which he takes from the second edition of Shaftesbury's Characteristics of 1714, which the author almost certainly commissioned and organized by communicating with the engraver, Simon Grivelin, who drew upon a portrait of Shaftesbury by John Klosterman. Further, David then relies on a paper full of corrections and additions to the gardens at Wimble St. Giles, which is Shaftesbury's house, which is now in the Public Record Office in London. In this memorandum, Shaftesbury argues for the need to rank different forms of nature in perspectival order. The first rank was immediately close to the house, a section of rectangular flower beds. The middle rank has trees shaped in pyramids and globes, while the next and final rank is far less constrained, with few hedges, no flowers, and consists of the biggest trees. But those trees are further organized to admit views of the distant hills, a further rank of nature now unmediated and unshaped. David's comment on this is that good gardening meant observing the identities and differences in nature's products. He continues with a comment that is for sure relevant to a man like Shaftesbury, that elements that were different had to be separated. Elements that were identical had to be grouped in a unified body. Yet landscape architecture in the centuries that followed Shaftesbury would invent often very different ways of achieving that, with separated differences less insisted upon, but a strong instinct was still to contrast. Contrast is one of Shaftesbury's insistent emphases. And to contrast one mode of planting and design with other forms. No longer was that necessarily perspectival, though of course writings on perspective continue, but it organized contrast. To look at this landscape by Capability Brown at Stowe in the Grecian meadow is to recall how other natures, both at Stowe and in early layouts, but elsewhere, could be different and yet endorse this particular moment of Brown's nature. This analysis in topographical stories, this chapter's subtitle being on how topography conceals itself, is surely what all good gardening, in David's phrase, must attend to. This theme I have found extremely profitable to explore, and a random indication of that would look at many other designs since Shaftesbury. The design, for example, of the Swedish Frederick Magnus Pieper in 1781 show how he contrived many perspectival vistas that would lead visitors to grasp their different forms, modes, and experiences to be had in each, but they were all elements of nature. It is there too in Prospect Park or Olmsted's Central Park. The New York Times reported once that a woman liked to take a dog into Central Park to look at its nature. Now, one may assume that I think one may take it the dog would know the different forms of nature, but I doubt that the woman necessarily would. But what the dog would have found and what we found are open meadows, a closed woodland bramble at one port in a no-go section of the park in the 1960s, and a long alley lined with benches that leads towards the Bethesda fountain. The same wonderful contrasts are clear in plans of Prospect Park, but they are clearer once we have explored their contrasts and opportunities. And so on a much more restricted scale is the High Line, with urban life below, wider views around, as well as opportunities for visitors to sit and understand their various natures. The industrial leavings and artificial recollections of abandoned railways and Peter Ovdahl's planting that imitates such derelict rail lines, it enhances the place, and in turn, it provides many contexts. I spent time on this one essay, first because it has influenced me considerably, because we critics and all good designers need to know the full range of natures before privileging one. And secondly, because we need to bear in mind the range of possibilities of a work of art, so as to register its own distinct potential, and yet how it absorbs or resists rival or adjacent ones. These are hinterlands that David's researches and his explanation identify beyond what we actually see in plan or in sight. It is that essay on Shaftesbury that I have gradually learned to cherish over the years, as it points carefully but quietly at a key notion, that we identify something by its contrast with what it is opposed or adjacent to. It is not unlike knowing black alongside white and the interdependence of one upon the other, which is what David's lecture in Tel Aviv in 2010 on the sense and nonsense in contemporary architecture, where they are contrasted and yet seek connections, which involve as much gray as white and black. We may think we all know the difference between sense and nonsense, yet the latter is in particular may be re-examined, which imparts sense as well. At the end of this absorbing text, David invokes the painter Georges Braque to argue that any good work of art must allow for many readings, which is a wonderful goal for architects and the true measure of quality. So nonsense as well as common sense seem useful now and less problematic for the sensible person, as comparisons occur in an imaginative imperative. The opportunity to find useful ideas on hinterlands in David's work will, as Braque suggests, find many readers. The subtitles in the contents list of topographical stories suggest, and I'm showing you this to remind you of them, how much earth and earthwork provide a frame by which topography extends itself, how it reveals itself, how it provides the horizon of horizons, and over there, by which, and I quote David here, the secret or reserved character of the natural world can remind us of the risky or uncertain foundations of design decisions. That if every building performs in some measure, a point David frequently insists upon and was mentioned this morning, it will need to see that specific performance as part of a more comprehensive and radical consideration. That topography also changes in time, as a clue to how a completed work may find a new mode of being finished, if only bit by bit. And the finishing that time imparts is not just through the passing years, but by seasonal and hourly changes, and the reformations of how places are used as well. Cultural change, personal foibles will change owners, and therefore their buildings and landscape will also change. Furthermore, landscape designs necessarily invite a variety of uses and responses that consciously or imperceptibly change how such sites are designed. These experiences may change, even if the site does not, as visitors respond or read things differently. There is also the time in walking and listening, in rates of walking and pedestrian rhythms, which are part of what the walker sees and understands. And the last and important chapter of Architecture Considered Otherwise is entitled The Law of Meander, a phrase he takes from Le Corbusier, and in which he takes images from William Kent and Camillo Sette, which further extend his discussion. In the middle of last night, and I have a couple of minutes I can add here. In the middle of last night, I'm a bad sleeper anyway, I suddenly decided that what I really wanted to talk about today was the relationship of word and image in his writing. And it was too late to do it. But this is the opportunity, I think, of saying that the law of meander, using William Kent in meandering, I mean, Kent is showing that garden and Chiswick in a very odd way, as well as showing that rabbits ramble as well. That secret or reserved character of the natural and built world is the hinterlands that he explores. In Three Cultural Ecologies, David and Richard Wesley ask how architecture is a cultural ecology. The emphasis they explore on culture is strangely in line with Cicero's idea of second nature, which is what humans make in the world they inhabit, for they are placemakers. When they find themselves now in a world inherited from the gods, often scary and impalatable. Hence, Cicero's alternative nature, alturem naturem. Now, Leather Barrett and Wesley do not go so far back as Cicero, but they still insist that cultural studies guided by the methods of natural sciences are at once necessary and inadequate, end quote. And they must, this is an imaginative imperative here, I think, they must be complemented by the descriptions and interpretations of historical narratives, cultural norms, and personal expression. The writing of this book is always skeptical, but careful and judicious, and above all, keen to situate their essays in an understanding of historical precedent. We are here again at the roots of cultural and design interventions, the theme of David's first published book in 1993. I will end by invoking his latest book, Building Time from 2021, a book that I personally find most engrossing, subtitled Architecture, Event, and for me above all, Experience. In that book, on page 5, David wrote that the truth of the matter is that many buildings improve over time. So does David and his hinterlands, which we will all find, if not, we have already done so over time. Thank you.
What I could have said before is we will have each speaker present individually and then ask the panelists to come up at the end and sit. But in this case, John actually has another speaking engagement in a little while in the Hudson. Yep. Our next speaker is Grace Law, who will speak on weathering, what we affectionately know as on leathering. Grace is a professor of architecture and former director of the Master of Architecture programs at the Harvard University Graduate School of Design. She is also principal of La Dahlman, co-founded with James Dahlman. And I never know which order to do those in, but welcome.
I was wondering why he couldn't see. Okay, and it's right side? Yeah. So, wow, thank you. For those of us in the academic world, this time of year heralds the perennial exercises of commencement, in which we say our melancholic goodbyes to our graduating class and joyfully wish them well on their newfound journeys. It seems only fitting then that today we honor David Leatherbarrow at his commencement of another kind, the beginning of this kind of next chapter. And Franca just told me that you are already emeritus. So as an expansive thinker, insightful critic, witty wordsmith, generous colleague and dear friend, we can only imagine how well David uses his time as emeritus, hopefully free from certain aspects of academic life that we all adore. For example, our scholarly faculty meetings, our stimulating office hours, benevolent committee service, and those incredible collegial departmental politics. So I hope you are free of these. I know you're crying inside because you're going to miss these things. It's quite difficult to avoid nostalgia in these moments, because these kind of festive moments summon our fondest and most deeply rooted and cherished memories, a kind of encapsulation of time. So in this context, and at the invitation to reflect on David and Mosen's book on weathering the life of buildings in time, I can't really help but to reflect also on the subject of time and to recall the moment during which I first encountered this book, just before my own commencement from graduate school. So my year was 1995. This was the final GSD class to use May lines, which were officially replaced by workstations the following year. These computers were physically bolted to the desks, supposedly to prevent theft, but philosophically to induct architecture as firmly as possible into the digital age. So my class was the last to study with Robin Evans. Home and I were just discussing that, who had passed away unexpectedly during my first year of our MArch program. Now, 1995 was also the same year that Robin's book, The Projective Cast, was posthumously published along with Rem Koolhaas's publication of SML XL. So at this moment, OMA had also birthed its first generation of Les Enfants Terribles, with Vinnie Moss as its data-driven prodigal son, and architecture's fascination with computation was firmly taking root with Greg Lynn's essay entitled Blobs, or Why Tectonics is Square and Topology is Groovy. So it was a very dynamic and heady time for young practitioners. And this year was also momentous for me personally. James Dahlman and I, having met over the table saw 3 years prior in the wood shop of the Carpenter Center, decided to join our lives and forge our practice. So we began this practice with used equipment purchased on that year's newest platform called eBay, where we gleefully acquired a flatbed scanner for 89 bucks. So amidst wedding bells, metadata city, blobitecture, bootlegged equipment, and 3-inch thick doorstop manifestos, the compact book on weathering came as a very welcome breath of theoretical air, a thoughtful and captivating rumination on the underlying and often hidden forces at work in architecture. So moving beyond the formative ground of geometry to an exegesis of David and Mosen's material and temporal interests, On Weathering occupied a pride of place on our shelf for reasons that I hope to unfold for you today. And I'm really grateful to Franca and Bill and UPenn for the opportunity to do so. As a freshly minted graduate and novice practitioner, and having just begun this design firm with James, I was starved for texts, particularly related to construction, specifically to the historiographical underpinnings of making. a subject which regularly waxes and wanes between the contemporary isms of architecture and the fickle hiring practices of faculty within the academy. Discourse directed toward making had fallen out of favor among architecture's intelligentsia, and On Weathering proposed a welcome addition to the dominant vanguard conversations of the decade. And as the poet Robert Frost once said, the afternoon knows what the morning never suspected. I was unaware of just how resonant this pithy text would become for me and for James in a manner that has really only deepened with time. I am quite certain that David had no idea that he would become the unwitting marriage therapist to referee our architectural spats. However, I was not surprised at how prescient the book would become for the discipline and for practicing architects over the years. Their book begins with a single sentence of 6 words. Finishing ends construction, weathering constructs finishes. Finishing ends construction, weathering constructs finishes. As if to anticipate the criticism of such a declaration, David and Mosen set out the primary query of their argument. In the mathematics of the environment, weathering is a power of subtraction, a minus, under the sign of which newly finished corners, surfaces, and colors are taken away by rain, wind, and sun, as evidenced by the Villa Savoy before and after restoration. But they ask, is weathering only a subtraction? Can it not also add and enhance? So curious was this idea that I recall devouring the book in one sitting. The text led the reader through a condensed account of modernism, the compression of mechanization, mass-produced parts, and speed, an inexorable combination that has led to the lineage of standardization and, quite frankly, lack of invention underpinning much architectural production even today. So the inevitable conclusion to this kit of parts mentality allowed assembly and construction to take place on any site to a great degree independent of its local environmental and climatic conditions, which paradoxically made it siteless. And as a result, though variations in weather or specifics of a region might be well known, such variations inherently cannot be reconciled with this manner of practice. This thought alone was an early premonition of what globalization would make ubiquitous and what the hegemony of corporate architecture would both proliferate and crystallize. The purity of white in these instances served as the idiomatic expression of the system's precision, captured perfectly in photographs taken at the end of the construction process, but more importantly, before time would take its toll. So David and Mosen contrasted this notion against the work of an architect and builder anticipating the work of the elements. In these cases, marks and stains, while seen as deterioration, might also suggest alternative interpretations, i.e. weathering as a process that can be productively modify a building over time. So poignant to me was their explication of rustication, the reasons for orientation of stone and the shaping of sills and coping to direct water. They wrote, the placement of the stone itself recalls the stone's origins in cutting and anticipates its age in weathering. In effect, coring the material, its origin, orientation to the ground, transport to a building site, and subsequently assembly of construction are the unseen factors of geology and logistics that are deeply embedded in the making of buildings. This practice, as they stated, joined the city and the country, artifice and nature, connecting disparate localities around the fulcrum of time and construction. David and Mosen wrote about how, in addition to its expressive value and the presence of dignity of time writ large on the weathered surface, rustication was used to mask and correct the imperfections of construction, as well as the fact that leaving some surfaces rough saved time and effort in construction. So these notions, prompted by weathering as both a material concern and a conceptual frame, connected the project of building to an expanded spectrum of issues, glimpsing into a broadened territory from aesthetics to labor, geography to environments, subjects often hidden in plain sight. So where the argument became very interesting to me and to James is in the discussion of white. Now, white as it pertains to the ubiquitous surface ascribed to the modernist aesthetic. Here, David and Mosen use the paradigmatic tensions between these two guys, Loos and Korb, to locate their argument, and I reduce it here for brevity. Loos's white, they suggested, was a result of local culture and regional construction, the origin for which was Vienna's lime wash and the construction practices of the city. So for Loos, the house was never finished, stating, "It grew along with us and we grew within it. It was personal and peculiar." Korb's white, on the other hand, was a beautiful and objective architectural finish for all locations, a kind of perfection, purity, and ubiquity. For Korb, in his pure sensibility, he praised the absence of distracting marks as the precondition for the play of masses in the light. Any faults, stains, and defilement of the white surface were to be suppressed, both technically and morally. In other words, for Korb, it was pretty much all downhill after construction. So the architect needs to get those photographs pretty quickly, as Korb was wont to do. The nuance of this argument articulated why James and I had always felt at home in Loos projects, why we felt an affinity for Loos's work that rejected stylistic dictations and was robust enough to accept personal accretions over time. This was significant to us because prior to the formation of our practice, we had discussed this issue at length. Our extended conversations on the subject took place each day as James and I walked to work in Vienna, where we were employed in the office of Gustav Pichelmann. This diurnal route allowed us to pass Loos's Michaeler house each morning and detour to his American bar each evening. Yes, that's what you can do when you do not have clients, children, or students. So youth is really wasted on the young. But these excursions permitted the opportunity to experience and consider an elusive flexibility in the Loosian project, a quality that we felt yet was difficult to define. And On Weathering opened the discourse for us and seeded debates about the consequences of architectural austerity, the conceit of purist intentionality and its consequences. David and Mosen's text further expanded Le Corbusier's oeuvre as it evolved in the late 1920s to an organic aesthetic, informed by topography and climate, and indeed by weathering. Enlightened by his travels and the often poor construction of white buildings that led to their functional and aesthetic deterioration, Korb's later work exhibited a greater sensitivity toward climatic differences. The problems of excessive glazing in such buildings as the Salvation Army building would be soon mitigated by the invention of the brise soleil. So here, Korb's consideration of the building in time would constitute a fundamental element of a new regional architecture of North Africa, one in which the consciousness of weathering is a window through which concrete architectural conditions are both understood and reinvented. As they stated so eloquently, faults were expected and served as the unexpected basis for new solutions. So the brise soleil and the materiality of concrete, as seen in the Milliners Association building, would enter and thrive in Korb's later work. Indeed, I feel I was the beneficiary of that inventiveness in my undergraduate days in the Carpenter Center, where I occupied many hours in the skillfully controlled ambient light of the painting studio on the 5th floor, in the solemnity of the skylit seminar room, and in the naturally ventilated woodshop made possible by the aerators, where I stretched canvases and where we as undergrads resentfully permitted the GSD students to use our undergraduate equipment. Fortunate for me, this reluctant generosity was also introduced me to James, with whom I shared many hours discussing the Carpenter Center, reading it as David and Mosen might, as the distillation of numerous inventions, as the manifestation of building as transformed landscape, the ramp, and as the liberation of the window wall to perform multiple roles and responsibilities. So the line of thinking embedded in On Weathering lent itself to three powerful notions that have been protagonists for us and for many practitioners in the pursuit of built work. One is, as evidenced by the Carpenter Center, stains and marks effects of construction and matter were sites for innovation, such that pragmatic concerns could be artful and inventive, even cultural, aspirational, and invigorating. That is to say, actually life-giving in the foundational essence of the word. Two, that the building is seen not as an object placed on a site, but as one that grew from its site, or rather emerged, not upon, but with the topography. And this concept became powerfully argued in David's later book, Uncommon Ground, which skillfully connects architecture and landscape as a shared topographical endeavor. And three, finally, that weathering inaugurates ideas about the building in time. Specifically, this latter point of building in time opens a territory of particular interest now, expanding our discourse to include the world of repair as so necessary as we confront a broken world. Over the past few years in practice and in teaching, tackling this premise has taken on renewed urgency. And revisiting the text of On Weathering, because repair embodies a way in which the life of a building is sustained, and socio-technical forms and interventions, both large and small, which are broken, are restored, and thereby open for transformation. For James and for me, this is the kind of very underpinning of our work on such project as the granary transformation in Door County, in which this disused piece of agrarian infrastructure will become a civic center. And one need only to look at the fascinating examples of contemporary architecture that exemplify this phenomenon. Repair speaks to a form of tailoring, appropriation, and resistance that reconnects the necessary work of maintenance with unspoken forms of attachment, cultural history, labor, social engagement, that the text of On Weathering was really mining in the 1990s. Repair begins with the recognition that we live in a broken world with areas of concern, and as articulated by Stephen Jackson and others, broken world thinking embodies two primary underlying components that were rooted in David and Mosen's text 30 years ago. One, a strong appreciation for the limits and fragility of the world we inhabit. And two, that the stories and order of modernity are in process of coming apart, perhaps to be replaced by new and better ones. As we might apply it to architecture, broken world thinking asserts that breakdown, dissolution, and change, rather than innovation, development, or design as conventionally practiced and thought about, are the key themes and problems facing the built environment today. Jackson's idea, proposed in 2014, is acutely connected to On Weathering because it asks what happens when we take erosion, breakdown, and decay rather than novelty, growth, and progress as our starting points. Jackson states that repair operates with subtle acts of care by which order and meaning in complex socio-technical systems are maintained and transformed. Human value is preserved and extended, and the complicated work of fitting to the varied circumstances of organizations, systems, and lives is accomplished. Repair in this connotation has a literal and material dimension, and architecture is surgical in nature and exposes a constant process of fixing and reinvention, reconfiguring and reassembling into new combinations and new possibilities. I believe that this is central to David and Mosen's argument, embedding innovation into the thick medium of context and offering the idea of weathering as a catalyst for discovery. Jackson argues that from this perspective, worlds of maintenance and repair and the instances of breakdown that occasion them are not separate or alternative to innovation, but sites for some of its most interesting and consequential operations. Broken world thinking is thereby likely relevant now more than ever, given the state of global crisis and social unrest that we face today. However, we are also aware that in design practice, it is not new. Acts of repair are pre-pandemic and embody reconstitution as early as forms of rustication and the multiple modes of building cladding that have evolved since. Repair thinking as a distinct epistemology born from weathering and decay allows our discipline to imagine creative futures around a host of contemporary problems. For example, what do we do with the 44 billion square feet, or roughly 50% of the non-residential building stock built after World War II and prior to 1990, that is in need of dire attention? Or at a territorial scale, what to do with the degradation of land that is a leading driver to biodiversity loss? Repair thinking may redirect our gaze from pure production to moments of sustainability and the myriad forms of activities by which the shape, standing, and meaning of objects in the world is produced and sustained, a feature that is especially valuable in a field too often occupied with the shock of the new. In considering the tradition of Festschrift, I'm drawn to the idea that this opportunity is not just a retrospective, but a prospective. It reflects on the significance of the scholar and the historical importance of the work, but that it might be most powerful in the ways in which it inaugurates the future, the potential forthcoming scholarship that the work would sponsor. Indeed, the American sociologist Irving Horowitz has said that the Festschrift is a beruf, a call to further work, effort, and energy. And in this moment, we might see our job here to conflate time, to analyze and reflect on the work and writings of the past, to honor David's significant contributions in the present, and to contemplate the work that we must continue to pursue in the future. So today, perhaps we might read On Weathering as a prescient text, whose significance has taught us to read and interpret buildings, and that a building tells alternative and simultaneous narratives that may be as rich or even richer than the artifact of the building itself. It is also a text whose importance reminds us to return to the beginning, to the first principles of earth, wind, and water, to find surprisingly that which is new. This idea informs the basis for my recent teaching experiments that might find inspiration and kind of currency in latent theories of first principles rather than in the gizmos of green buildings' preoccupation with technique. In this world of weathering, there is no stop or start to this process. Rather, this is a recursive act, centrifugally inculcates construction into the art of form making. Our most favorite and resonant leather barrow-ism is that the act of building is the process of topography's perpetual becoming. And this is a beautiful example of David's reliably resonant and melodic voice. I share these thoughts today with some apprehension that perhaps I need more time to perfect my reading of the reading, to make it more resolved or conclusive, particularly for this audience and our beloved honoree. Though perhaps David will offer me leave to summarize by simply looking back with fondness at having the privilege of absorbing some of his work and look forward with some of his generosity and spirit. There's a kind of unending fascination with continuity and temporality that is so meaningful and has been really offered to David throughout the work that he has done. So in this way, as most great bodies of scholarly work are expansive, not limited, open-ended, not overly determinate, and invite, not curtail, a dialogue with the reader in time. This has been a most pleasurable assignment because James and I have been in dialogue with David, our unknowing marital therapist and design critic now, for 3 decades and have felt his influence on many levels. And I dare say that I and members of our discipline will be thinking about his work, about him for decades to come. Finishing ends with construction, weathering constructs, finishes. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Grace. I will say you just gave me a new way to think about something I've been realizing over the last couple of years, which is the difference in conversation I have with students who are coming from fast-growing societies, many of our students from China, and other students who come from cities or cultures which are in, if not in decline or in decay. Anyway, thank you for giving me another way to maybe connect that to the work that they're trying to do. Next in our series is Richard Wesley, talking about beyond surface architecture. Richard, of course, is an adjunct professor here at Penn, a chair of the undergraduate program in architecture, and one of the many collaborators with David Leatherbarrow. Welcome, Richard.
Well, following this morning's presentations, I think the first thing I need to do is come clean with everyone. I did not go to Essex. Somehow I found myself involved with those who did. I was at Bartlett School of Design in 70, 71, and I was not aware of anything going on at Essex at the time. So you can take that for what it's worth. David and I first met in 1981, not in person, but in scripto. We each wrote essays published in Rosania 8, Nature in the Garden, edited by Joseph Rickwert. David's essay was on the spiritual use of gardens. Mine was on the Cubist garden in the modern movement. At the time, I was a young assistant professor at Harvard teaching design and theory with Joseph Rickwert. David was a lecturer and design tutor at Cambridge University, having studied with Joseph and Dalibor Vesely at the University of Essex. A few years later, we found ourselves in Philadelphia as assistant professors in the Department of Architecture in the then known Graduate School of Fine Arts. My teaching with Joseph Rickwert came about because I was given a grant while I was an assistant professor to study the history of history in Harvard. That is to say, what happened to the history of architecture courses when Walter Gropius became a chair in the 1940s. And the short answer to that is he moved them all to the FOG out of the School of Design because he did not want to have history courses taught. One result of that study was that the faculty at Harvard created 3 new theory courses, first, second, and third semester. And Adele Santos, who was teaching at Harvard at the time, coordinating the core program, ultimately was offered the chairmanship of the Department of Architecture at Penn. And when she came here, she brought that study along with her, and she implemented the 3 theory courses, even though at the time there weren't any people here on the faculty who could teach them. So Adele, who knew Rickwert through our co-teaching at Harvard, just to correct the record, Joseph started teaching here in the United States in 1980. I contacted him in 79 just as he was finishing his term as a Slade professor at Cambridge. And my contact with him was through Jerzy Soltan, who was Polish like Joseph, a member of the Team 10, and a colleague of Shadrach Woods. And it was because of Woods and Soltan that I went to Harvard to study in the first place. So how did we find the state of the Department of Architecture in the then Graduate School of Fine Arts in the early 1980s? It was dismal. It was less than 10 years after the death of Louis Kahn in 1974. And when he was teaching, there didn't seem to be a need for theory courses. Is the dean here? Yes, he is. Didn't need to be a need for theory courses because they had someone like Kahn. And then when he passed away, there was no foundation, is the way we saw it. So practitioners tended to hang their jackets in the studios of Adams Hall and talk about what a brick wanted to be. And that was pretty much the extent of theory. Robert Venturi had taught a really important theory course here for a number of years, but hadn't been teaching at Penn at that point for almost a decade. So the 3 required theory courses that Adele and the faculty established and then hired David and myself and eventually others to teach them were those that you know today as Architecture 511, 512, and 611, That was the first and second semester in the first year and the first semester in the third. I taught the first course in that theory sequence. David Leatherbrow taught the second, and Marco Frescari taught the third for many years. For me, it was 18 years. I don't know in your case about the time. Marco and David were also substantially involved in teaching theory in the PhD program, then under the direction of Peter McCleary, who was primarily interested in technology. And I, on the other hand, because I had taught in the Carpenter Center in the undergraduate program in visual and environmental studies before I came to Harvard, ended up teaching in the undergraduate program here at Penn as well. And I still remain there to this day. The two required theory courses that we put in place in the undergraduate program were Architecture 411, which is geometry and architecture, currently taught by me and Scott Aker, and Architecture 412, which you've heard described, which was architecture as cultural ecology, still co-taught by David and me. During those early years, we found Joseph Rickwert, who ultimately was named Paul Cray Professor of Architecture, but not for a number of years, to be a wonderful academic colleague. He was a scholar of enormous intellectual breadth. He was a true mentor and a personal friend. We met regularly or frequently for lunch on Wednesdays in the basement cafeteria of the former Christian Association on Locust Walk and 36th Street, currently known as the Arch building. And there, over relatively inexpensive meals, we would discuss topics in architecture theory, always asking ourselves to differentiate between how a topic in theory, for example, proportion, should be taught to students in an undergraduate level program in a liberal arts curriculum versus presented to students in a professional master's level theory course versus explored in a PhD level course. Those distinctions were important to us, and those distinctions are still important in architecture theory instruction. Another topic of importance was how theory courses and design studios could be seen as co-requisite, how theory and design might productively cross-pollinate one another, how theory might raise discourse in the design studios, which we found low at the time at the University of Pennsylvania, but equally how creative work in the studio might inform instruction in theory courses. In this endeavor, we were soon joined by Homa Fajari and Mohsen Mastavabi, both having been at the University of Essex during the tenure of Joseph Rickwert and Dalibor Vesely. Homa and Mohsen were recruited specifically, intentionally, to initiate and merge theoretical speculation with design in the upper level elective design studios in the Master of Architecture degree program. For a brief period of time, all of us were living together off and on in separate residential suites for visiting faculty in the townhouse once owned by the School of Design on Sansom Street, next door to Avril 50, less than a block from Meyerson Hall. It was with great sadness when David and I and others learned that the school had decided to sell that townhouse because it was an essential component of the culture of education during the years when we were involved. In the Masters of Architecture program, David and I were able to make similar horizontal connections between design and studio teaching because we assumed coordination of the first and second year semesters in the core design studio while also teaching the required theory courses, which were co-requisite with them. Positions we occupied for many years. We were able to establish similar connections in the undergraduate program as well. I begin with an epigraph. I hope you can read it from where you sit, to introduce the topic of my talk on beyond surface architecture. If you can't read it, its bodies are real entities. Surfaces and lines are but fictitious entities. A surface without depth a line without thickness, was never seen by anyone, nor can any conception be seriously formed of its existence. I want to say a few words about on weathering, not so much to add to Grace Law's insightful comments, but to reference the 1993 book that was successful enough to inspire surface architecture, which was in many ways a 2002 sequel. People who reference on weathering often, or should I say usually, forget to mention the subtitle, The Life of Buildings in Time. Both authors, Moisen and David, had an interest in the life of buildings. For David, especially, time has been a constant theme of much of his thinking, research, and scholarly publications. He once told me in a conversation over lunch at the University Club, where we would regularly meet for a number of decades, that he had been going through a period of non-productivity or less productivity than he hoped for. And then he was about to begin a new book following this hiatus. It's about time, I said. Yes, he said, but how did you guess the topic of the book? Wasn't too difficult. Here's the second image published in the book on weathering. The first image in the book is a comparable photograph of the same building, Villa Savoie, taken from the same location soon after its construction in the early 1930s. This image was intended to introduce the singular topic of the book, but upon closer examination, the photograph may be said to express more about vandalism and neglect of a building than about the weathering of its surfaces. As David knows, I much prefer this photograph taken by G.E. Kidder Smith in 1959 and published in our 2008 book, Three Cultural Ecologies. It was taken as part of an effort by Le Corbusier, Siegfried Gideon, and Jose Luis Sert to save the building from demolition. The photograph shows the effect of weathering on the Jura site. That's the exterior plaster that Le Corbusier used, which we know as stucco, although his plaster had Jurassic limestone put in it, which gave it a different texture and different hardness. It's a side view rather than a front and street view, which I prefer. And the camera height is higher than in the other photograph, showing the ramp in the background and the unglazed window openings of the Trois Jardins. Notice the hay. The building was used for agricultural purposes after the Second World War, when it was terribly abused by the German army and then later occupied by the American army. And so the building had not been used for residential purposes since 1937, when the family who commissioned it stopped living in it for reasons that we can't go into in great detail here. This image, more than the one published on weathering, better illustrates the definition of weathering as written in the second paragraph on the first page of the text in the book. Over time, the natural environment acts upon the outer surface of a building in such a way that its underlying materials are broken down. This is a key phrase, the phrase that provides a foundation for the extrapolation of the authors of the outer surface of the building into the prospect of a surface architecture. On Weathering was published, as Grace mentioned, in 1993, and its sequel, Surface Architecture, appeared in 2002. And to give the date some context, that is 2002, here's a few other highlights. It was a decade after Frank Gehry's Barcelona Fish had been completed. It was 3 decades after Peter Eisenman's Cardboard Architecture House 2 had been completed. And it was 4 decades after Robert Venturi's Mother's House had been completed. On the book jacket is a visually stunning image of the articulation and weathering of exterior cladding on the Church of St. Leopold in Vienna, designed by Otto Wagner in 1907. Of all the sections in the book, the one on Otto Wagner, for me, entitled Masking and Revealing, is perhaps the most profound and convincing regarding the prospect of a surface architecture. The architect must always develop the form of art from construction, wrote Wagner in Modern Architecture. And Wagner's approach to cladding, wrote Mustafavi and Leatherbarrow, could embody in ironic form the tensions between an architecture that acknowledges modern realities and one that defers to traditional forms. The thesis of the book is stated clearly on page 1. Production and representation are in conflict in contemporary architectural practice. The built outcome of such a conflict, wrote the authors, results in representations that oscillate between visual reflections of systems of production and pictorial recollections of earlier and outdated modes of construction. Surface architecture includes 100 full-page black and white images, 90 in total distributed in chapters 1 through 7, with an additional 19 images in a postscript. One of the works of architecture discussed in chapter 5, which is on adjusting standards, in the section entitled Modern Appearances and Practicality, is the PSFS building in Philadelphia, shown here in a rendering not published in the book. I think I need mine. This is not one of the images that was used in the book. This is another one that I selected for the intent of making a point. Surprisingly, the 4 pages of text on surface architecture devoted to PSFS building is extensive in comparison to many of the other works of architecture discussed in the book. However, most of that discussion focuses on general aspects of the building, with only a few words by the authors specifically focused on the surfaces of architecture. While PSFS is not a work of surface architecture per se, digital or otherwise, it is nonetheless a building where surfaces have been enlisted to complement and strengthen the architect's primary expressive intentions. In other words, to paraphrase and invert the theses of surface architecture, production and representation are not in conflict in the PSFS building. And the built outcome does not result in a representation that oscillates between visual reflections of systems of production and pictorial recollections of earlier and outdated modes of construction. This rendering of a view of the building is not common because it shows the building face on 12th Street. For those of you who have seen the building, it sits on the corner of 12th and Market. Market's the primary street, 12th is a secondary street. This rendering is showing us the face of the building from 12th Street. It reveals the architect's intentional emphasis on the verticality and lightness of the office block of the building atop and set back from and in contrast to the heavier, darker, and horizontal base enclosing the main banking hall on the second floor with retail on the sidewalk level. The lightness and verticality of the office block is achieved by having the vertical piers of light-colored limestone overlaid on the horizontal bands of the light-colored brick spandrels. This vertical lightness is terminated on the left by a protruding bookend of rectangular solidity of dark brick, which rises above the roof and intersects the horizontal PSFS sign set at an angle to the primary orthogonality of the street. The design concepts in the building that deal primarily with form are reinforced by decisions the architects made on the surface, consciously made, intentionally made. The design concepts also relate to another important observation by the architects, and that is that the building is a piece of the city. It's an important piece of the city. It's a corner piece located on two important streets. And on the other hand, the building does seek, as the authors point out, to express its interior functions or its uses. So there's a one-story retail base that wraps the entire corner. There's a tall and column-free space of the bank cantilevered over the retail base. There's 3 stories of bank offices and then 30 stories of rental offices above, topped off with an executive suite on the roof beneath the PSFS sign. I was able to go into the archive for the PSFS building, and I found a promotional brochure that had this remarkable drawing. And what it is this is the textile-like patterns of the surfaces of the building that were explored. There are 5 schemes, but there were many, many more schemes in the archives. And they're depicting 5, you'll notice they're always pairing 12th Street and Market Street left to right. So if you read the facade, you can see how it would look when it turns the corner. And they moved from the left, which was the first scheme, all the way to the right, which was the 7th scheme, which was the one that's closest to what was actually constructed. The point is, these are architects who are making decisions about surface, texture, color, and material to reinforce a primary concept about the formal expression of the building, which was meant to express the functions and uses within it. Here's a rendering. Maybe it's being shown first time in a lecture, who knows? Found it also in the archive in an envelope. Here's a rendering of the corner of Market Street and 12th Street. So now we're looking at Market Street this time. And this is another view that demonstrates the texturized surfaces of the various forms of the building. What you have is a transparent openness of the ground level shops, wrapping the urban corner at sidewalk level. The orthogonal grid of the sheets of dark polished granite and 2-story high aluminum windows, wrapping and expressing the space of the great banking hall on the 2nd floor, while at the same time expressing the continuity of the curving corner. We have horizontal bands of matte buff brick spandrels above the cantilever on Market Street side, differentiating the 30 stories of rentals offices from the 3 stories of bank offices. You'll notice here the spandrels are not broken by vertical elements because there was more of a concern for the horizontality on this facade versus the 12th Street one, where the architects intended to express verticality. And finally, the solidity of the rising and protruding dark brick rectangle with the cutout windows behind the rental office block, which you can see. In a fact sheet, which I found in the archive, dated August 1st, 1932, the clients had written, the rounded exterior facade of the banking area arises from the same machine aesthetic. The lustrous and metallic appearance of the facade heralds a similar streamlined effect to the contemporary automobile. The facade is granite, but polished to appear as metal, but still retains the intrinsic beauty of its stony character. It's quite a complex and intricate notion of surface. Of interest regarding the concept of weathering, the following statement was written in that same PSFA building fact sheet, which I wanted to share with David and Moisen. Quote, an elegant use of materials cladding a modern and efficient steel frame building, materials intended to absolutely resist the effects of weathering. In 1932, the year construction was complete. The PSFS building was concluded in Philip Johnson and Henry Russell Hitchcock's book, The International Style, Architecture Since 1922. It was the first international style skyscraper to be built in the United States, Johnson and Hitchcock didn't have much to say about PSFS. However, their comments did focus primarily on the surfaces, interestingly enough, of the building as they related to the primary forms of the design. And here's what they wrote. It's not much. The different parts of the building are distinguished by different surfacing materials. The base housing the bank of granite slabs, 2 intermediate stories of limestone, the spandrels of the tower of brick. And so that horizontal banding of the brick spandrels alternating with the aluminum windows and the vertical banding of the columns gives this building its textural qualities. Fast forward, the Lisa Soho Tower in Beijing, also known as Elysee Tower, designed by the late Zaha Hadid, considered by some to be her last project. It's located in the financial district in Beijing. Construction began in 2015 and was completed in 2019, a couple of years after her death. It's a 45-story tower above with 4 stories below. It's an excellent example of how the form of an urban skyscraper can be deployed to various site circumstances, much like PSFS was, but also how contemporary parametric design can be employed in the development of not only forms, but surfaces, which is what surface architecture is all about. Like the PSFS, the site is an urban corner. And like PSFS, the tower attempts to respond to unique conditions of its location, while at the same time accommodating and expressing the offices and main lobby space on the interior. These diagrams, I think, are really important, produced by Zaha's office, not by me. And they show how the generation of the form of the tower begins with the site diagram in the upper left. The site was flanked by subway lines and was dissected by a curving subway tunnel. And the building footprint is centered, as you see, on that site. That building footprint is then extruded up in the form of an ellipsoid, and the volumes are split by the service tunnel underneath. The orientation of that crevasse to align, if you look at the third drawing on the top, the orientation of that crevasse to align with the east-west direction of the Lizilu, which is a major street in Beijing, is created by twisting the top of the building and holding the bottom of it. On the bottom series of diagrams, you find out that the crevasse is being widened to increase the volume of the atrium, to create outward views for offices, to create elevator lobbies, and that the bulge in the volume, when you twist an ellipsoid, the bulge in the volume gives you additional gross square footage. So it seems to me that Zaha and her team were being equally attentive to the needs of the client who was developing the building in order to make a profit. In the second diagram on the bottom, the core offset grows upwards and leaving that ellipsoid imprint in the facade surface, and also increases the gross square footage. And then finally, on the right and the bottom, there's a carving out of those 4 conic volumes to balance the gross square footage and create additional view situations and ground lobby space. So it twists as it rises to align with Lizilu, the main street. The architect's development of the surface was critical as it was in PSFS. The building is covered with shingles, glass shingles, and the shingles are tilted to be able to let out air and be able to get fresh air in. So Lisa's double insulated unitized glass curtain wall system steps, so to speak, in these rectangular glazing units on each of the floors at an angle, providing constant options for ventilation to draw outside air through operable cavities were required, creating an incredibly efficient environmental control for each floor. This is an exploded diagram of the facade showing a curved surface glazing with the flat glass shingles enclosing the atrium, both twisted to accommodate site alignments and views. One result of these operations and this commitment to surface in architecture is this spectacular atrium. The atrium twists 45 degrees over the entire height of the building to allow natural light to all the floors, and the structural rings at each of the levels and the 4 sky bridges and the double insulated glass facade unite the 2 halves of the tower back together. The twisting atrium in the center is 194 meters or 636 feet in height. It happens to be the tallest atrium space in the world. This building is one of the best contemporary examples demonstrating the promise of parametric design, a design method where features such as building elements and surfaces are shaped according to algorithmic processes. In Resurfacing Modernism, published in Perspective 32, Peggy Deemer outlined various directions within a digital surface architecture. She notes it's the surface Daniel Libeskind writes on, the surface Greg Lynn unfolds, the surface the computer turns into topography for Bernard Cache. These surfaces of contemporary digital architecture would have been unimaginable to Jeremy Bentham in the 19th century. He's the one who authored the epigraph for this talk. He would have referred to them as, quote, fictitious entities or surfaces without depth, a surface where no conception can be seriously formed of its existence. Nor could these surfaces of digital architecture been envisioned by Mohsen Mostafavi and David Leatherbarrow when they wrote On Weathering in 1993, and perhaps only somewhat discernible by 2002, the date of the publication of Surface Architecture. Hence the word beyond in the title of this talk. But perhaps it is fair to say today, the book Surface Architecture may be seen by future historians of architecture of the early 21st century as having had unintended consequences. With a title that announces the surface architecture, a much more ambitious claim than surface in architecture, the book written by Mohsen and David in 2002 may have inadvertently sanctioned the rise of a digital architecture of surface the authors tacitly sought to forestall. In 1992, the year before Weathering was published, Chris Bangle, an American-born car designer, began a revolution to bring BMW's designs into the world of contemporary digital aesthetics using new digital tools to create previously impossible curvature in steel panels. Here is BMW's Gina, a car designed by Bangle in 2008, 6 years after the publication of Surface Architecture. That same year, Bangle was asked to write an essay in a book on contemporary digital architecture, published under the title Greg Lynn Form. In his essay entitled A Culture of Surface, Bangle wrote, I will begin with my premise. Cars have got surface and you, architecture, don't. But judging by the number of twisting facades, bubbly reflective glass panels, and compound roofs often seen in current architectural proposals, your computer renderings indicate that at least you think you have it. If only acquiring a culture of surface was as easy push of the surface button. Architecture, this is Bangle, architecture commands many of the studies needed to bring function and emotion into form. And we designers will certainly concede its mastery of perspective, volume, verticality, light, shadow, and decoration, at least through the Jugendstil, but not surface. Surface is not the same, Bangle wrote, as the outside of a form. Arguably, architecture is a static construct With a certain immaturity of surface, a building acquires some visual energy. By contrast, the dynamic nature of cars requires that their surface language be more refined to allow the reflections to pass unhindered. The difference is as if the later were the dancer and the former the statue of a dancer. Like any other discipline, Bangle wrote, architecture is defined by its limits. In 2004, in Architecture in the Age of Divided Representation, Dalibor Vesely, as you've heard today a number of times, a teacher of both Moisen and David, wrote, "The state of contemporary architecture is to a large extent defined by the general fragmentation of our culture." True. But perhaps by looking backwards at the forms and surfaces of buildings like PSFS and forward to the parametric forms and surfaces made possible since the digital turn in architecture, we can be encouraged by another of Dalibor's comments in the same book. He wrote, "The problem of representation is closely linked with the process of making and with creative imagination. Each project, however small or unimportant, begins with a program or at least with a vision of the anticipated result. Such a program or a vision is formed in the space of experience and knowledge available to each of us. The result can be seen as the single actualization of an infinite number of possibilities." Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next up, Moisen Mostafavi, speaking on 3 cultural ecologies. Moisen, of course, is the Alexander and Victoria Wiley Professor of Design and Harvard University Distinguished Service Professor. And if you weren't aware of it, he served as Dean of the Graduate School of Design from 2008 to 2019. Please welcome Moisen.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you all. It's really great to be here. David, congratulations. It's been a really wonderful day. I know it's been long, and I'm really looking forward to our conversations. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. I can't tell you how exciting it is to be here to pay my tributes to David, but also just to be here with you. And I feel maybe Richard and I are also somehow the kind of best man or something like that, somehow implicated in this operation when we didn't really plan to. And to hear Juan Manuel talk so eloquently about aspects of your life that you didn't know yourself this morning, which is really fantastic. To then hear really Grace talk so beautifully, and now Richard expound on his sort of thoughts about surface architecture. I think I feel moved, but somehow also affected, hit in a way that I don't quite feel the consequences, but I'm very happy for David. And I'm so grateful that, Franca, you asked me to be here. Thank you very much for everything you've done. I know that this has not been a small project, and it has been a very long project, and one that you have done an incredible job, really, of bringing all the people together and being so patient with all of us, when you could have been quite impatient. And also, of course, to Dean Steiner, to my friend Winka, really for hosting this special event, and of course to students, friends, colleagues who are here to celebrate the achievements of our friend, my friend, David Leatherbarrow. Professor Trubiano asked that I speak briefly, and I will try to be brief, about the book, 3 cultural ecologies. You've already heard a little bit from John Dixon Hunt about this book, and maybe others have referred to it, a book that has been co-authored by David and Richard Wesley. And I suspect that one of the reasons that Franca asked that I talk on this book is partly because, maybe, I don't know, I'm guessing, partly because of my own interest in the publication, the Ecological Urbanism book, which was first published in 2010, as well as my interest in the kind of discussions broadly between the themes of ecology and its spatial consequences, its possibilities. Of course, for David and I, this kind of topic goes back a long way. I think already John Dixon Hunt referred a few times to Shaftesbury, and this was really one of the main themes of David's work when we were at this place called Essex, which was really the basement of the Royal Academy, and it didn't have anything to do with University of Essex. But anyway, David was doing that, and I sort of at some point was also working on Counter-Reformation urban history and the connections between landscape and urbanization. And I think these themes have remained with us in different ways over the years. But I think one of the things that more than anything else brought us together was that our friend, our professor, Joseph Rickwert, it's true that we were reading books, but he didn't really give fully fledged seminars. I mean, they were more like reading seminars. And it was super productive. I say it like this because I mean the positive consequences of, because I feel maybe sometimes today we might be doing too much in our seminars, including myself, who maybe there's an expectation. But in those days, Joseph would basically leave us alone after a time. And at certain moments, David and I were asked to present for the seminars. And we ended up having to prepare the seminar. And basically that meant that, you know, for a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, we were working together to then come back and present something. And I can't tell you the benefit of this kind of regular presentation by graduate students who were then put in the position of being the people who were leading the discussion. And I think that's really the basis of our later conversations, friendship, and collaboration. So I'm really grateful to Joseph Rickwert. The other thing that you've heard today was really about the fact that we only had one day a week. And that was the sum total of the teaching that we received. But we had to spend the whole week, sometimes multiple weeks, preparing for that one day. And as you heard, there was one session by Dalibor Vesely, who was going from the contemporary to the past, and Joseph Rickwert, who was coming from Fustel de Coulanges, he was coming from the beginnings to the present, and with the idea that we would meet at the 18th century, which we never did. And so probably to this day, David and I don't know that much about the 18th century. I don't know. But we never quite got there. But we were always trying to get to the 18th century. So I think that's how it all started. So this book, The Three Ecologies, was published not so long ago by Routledge in 2018, and this version of it, which I acquired, was the paperback, came out in 2019. And David and Richard talk about what this is, and I think they're quite clear, and I'm going to be fairly straight in terms of my discussion or presentation of this book so that we can really use it in the conversation. But they talk about a few of the ideas, and they're very clear, which they always are. So they say that the three cultural ecologies reverses common conceptions of modern architecture. So that's their first point, that they're going to change our conception of modern architecture. So that's point one. And that it's going to reveal how selected works of modern architects, Le Corbusier and Frank Lloyd Wright, embraced environmental and cultural conditions as reciprocal and complementary. And that's their second point. Then they say that a basic premise of this book's argument is that cultural patterns cannot be adequately conceptualized in the terms that typically define ecology. That's their third point. And they go on to say, instead, studies based on the natural sciences must be complemented by descriptions and interpretations of historical narrative, cultural norms, and individual expressions, which I guess is their response to point 3, and hence why cultural ecologies. And finally, and perhaps the fifth point, concerns how, with the help of the material at hand, as well as previously unpublished documents, they hope to provide the basis for achieving what they call some measure of equilibrium between culture and ecology. So, oh, I went the wrong way. So the title of this book, I believe, pays homage to Félix Guattari's Three Ecologies. This is the original French cover, which was published in 1989 and then published in English as Three Ecologies in the year 2000. Now, Guattari's book is both a critique of capitalism and its role in the formation of ecological crisis and a call to action in response to this crisis. That's not limited to the state, but simultaneously demands a personal and subjective response. And I quote, that is the response, that respects the differences between all living systems and things. Guattari speaks for the ethico-political concept of what he terms ecosophy, or a kind of ecological philosophy, essentially a form of ecological philosophy that operates through, for him, the three registers of the environment, that of social relations, and of human subjectivity. It is the relation between these registers, between environment, social relations, and human subjectivity, that really is the basis of his argument. And this is exemplified, for example, in the way in which the concept of individual responsibility is pitched against the responsibilities of the state, whereby it's not only the responsibility of the state to bring about an end to the question of the ecological crisis, but it's also our own individual responsibilities, the actions that we take that become part of the solution towards the solving of the questions of the crisis of ecology. But as is evident from the title of the book, Three Ecologies, and the brief synopsis I just read, the emphasis of the three cultural ecologies is also on the role of culture as it mediates with ecological and environmental issues. So, by using the phrase, which they do, architecture as cultural ecology, Leatherbarrow and Wellesley explore the potential role of architecture in addressing or responding to what Guattari and others, they mention the writings of the Oberlin environmentalist David Orr, who might have perhaps slightly different political stance than that of Guattari, and who has also identified the question of ecological crisis as those involving food crisis, the end of cheap energy, and the near collapse of what he calls natural systems at their breaking point, which constitutes our contemporary planetary crisis, as he calls it, hence the urgency of the task. So whether you go for Guattari or whether you go for David Orr, it's both planetary crisis, but the reason for the formation of that crisis is slightly different. The justifications are different, and presumably then the solutions, the answers to the way in which that crisis is addressed might also be different. This framework of identifying the contemporary crisis of ecology provides the foundations for the authors, David and Richard, to argue for the relevance of cultural ecology as the lens through which contemporary discussions of architecture could respond to or play their role in responding to Orr's planetary crisis. Furthermore, they seek to find the answer or the precedents for how we might pursue such a task in the works of two architects, Le Corbusier and Frank Lloyd Wright, as has been mentioned. So, two things to explain. One is about the concept of cultural ecology, a term developed by a social scientist, Julian Stuart, that they mention in the book, who wrote a book called The Theory of Culture Change in the 1950s, 1955, the methodology of multilinear evolution, in which he says that cultural ecology represents the ways, I quote, the ways in which culture change is induced by adaptation to the environment. A key point is that any particular human adaptation is in part historically inherited and involves the technologies, practices, and knowledge that allow people to live in an environment. So this point about the relationship essentially between the question of sort of organisms and their adaptation to environment is an important part of this conversation or discussion around cultural ecologies. The second point to mention is that Leatherburn and Wesley, the three cultural ecologies, while potentially diverse in terms of scope, are primarily scalar in terms of how they treat this topic. And this question of scale forms the structure of their book, which moves from the scale of the villa to the scale of the collective to something like a scale akin to the urban at the very end. But before introducing and addressing the work of Wright and Le Corbusier, they take the reader through some of their own intellectual precedents and references in areas such as environmentalism, and hence the work of Julian Stuart, McHarg's design with nature, which we've heard about, design with climate, as well as references to anthropology and ecology. These short introductions, more than anything else, help us to establish or helps them to establish the scene, the mood for the reader, in particular, the relational conditions of ecology, by referring to the work of, by now slightly controversial German zoologist called Ernst Haeckel, and his articulation of the connections between organisms and the environment from his work of 1866 on the general morphology of organisms. So today, at least in the English-speaking world, Haeckel is best known for this book in German called Kunstformen, which is a beautifully illustrated book, Art Forms in Nature, with colorful drawings of jellyfish, starfish, spiders, bats, orchids, and fungi. Not so much for his opinions on evolutionary biology. His work on zoology and evolutionary biology is more controversial, and people, I don't need to go into that too much, but people like Stephen Jay Gould have made a lot of criticism of Haeckel's work, partly because of this question of organisms and their environment can also be interpreted to be understood to prioritize certain kinds of environments more than others, and therefore the people who come from those environments more than people from other environments. And ultimately, there's sort of certain racial issues that come out of this. So I think this is an important point that is necessary for us to kind of clarify at some point, which is the question of how organisms are shaped, as I said, by their environment and help shape it, which is always fraught with complications. And we always have to kind of be aware of that, not because of the book, but because of how we apply some of these concepts to projects, to the kind of circumstances of projects. Anyway, the description of potential precedents. So one is really the idea of a sort of intellectual set of precedents. The other one are spatial or architectural precedents. The description of potential precedents for the book's architectural discussions continues in the second chapter, which is entitled Pre-Modern Home Economics, where topics such as the Roman or Renaissance villa is discussed in particular in terms of the connections between architecture and nature. How you see a room's relationship to another room, to a portico, to a courtyard, to the discussion of the inside-outside. What is interior, what is exterior. The inside and the outside in ways that question the emphasis in more recent scholarship by figures such as Rudolf Whitcover and Colin Rowe on the formal idealization of the villa concept without paying sufficient attention to its site specificity. This is why they use these kinds of projects in order to establish a critique of the kind of idealization of the villa form. This is a topic that has also been the subject of another one of our colleagues, Howard Burns, in the past, who studied the connections between the villas of Palladio, for example, and their connection to the agricultural territory and its building traditions. But Leatherborough and Wesley also use the historian's separation or their critique of the historian's separation of the villa from its site to establish the connections between the pre-modern and the modern conception of the villa. Therefore, there's always a precedent, and then there is a kind of concept that follows that, which is a potential, there's a primary precedent, if you like, and a secondary precedent concept. Having established the shortcomings of earlier historians in their lack of attention to questions of site specificity, the authors refer first to the work of Frank Lloyd Wright and then Le Corbusier to demonstrate their engagement with questions of climate and site specificity. A description of Frank Lloyd Wright's house on the Mesa of 1931 for the MoMA Modern Architecture International Exhibition, which was in 1932, includes the details of a very beautiful section, which I don't have, through offset concrete wall that provides basically circulation of air to cool the floor. So there is, in a way, the design of a sort of natural system of natural ventilation that is part of Frank Lloyd Wright's kind of design, which you can see in this kind of drawing, where the equivalent of the baseboard is also part of this cooling mechanism incorporated into the wall section of the building. The use of such details is complemented with an analysis of the house's relationship with the garden and pool. I quote, "The sweep of the Mesa with the magnificent views of the Rocky Mountains is felt in the arrangement, and as a foil comes the sheltered bathing pool pouring into the lake for swimming, its surrounding glass plains, sequestered by the surrounding masses of trees. The house itself, as whole, becomes a complete garden, open or sheltered at will." The notion of the house as garden is extended to Wright's Taliesin project in Spring Green as a garden and a farm, I quote, "behind a workshop and home," enabling the author to construct an equivalence, or the authors to construct an equivalence between Taliesin and the earlier Italian models of villa farm structures, which we touched on a minute ago. This in turn leads more directly to Wright's design for little farm buildings and farmlands between 1932 and 1934. But the main argument and contribution of the authors is to point out the relationship of the building to the surrounding territory in terms of its wholeness, its integration within the larger environment, in process creating what was already mentioned, their name for it, which is that of domestic ecology. So these houses, in a way, are part of the apparatus of kind of the formation of a domestic ecology. And then from Wright to Le Corbusier, similarly, this takes on board his contribution and they use the same MoMA exhibition of 1932 to discuss the work of Le Corbusier, the Villa at Garches, and then the Villa Savoie. The title of the chapter, of that chapter on Corp, which is called Up on the Roof, is in many ways self-explanatory. It involves Le Corbusier's production of a garden on the roof, as well as on the ground, or on the ground as well as on the roof, as well as issues of orientation, the views of the surrounding landscape, and the relationship between the dining table and the landscape, which are all used to establish similarities between architecture and the terrain in a manner consistent with the earlier discussion of Wright's work. But knowing David the way I do, I can imagine that when they were doing this thing, unless I'm totally mistaken, Up on the Roof is also the title of the Drifters 1964 song, which I don't know if any of you know this, but also one that there is a James Taylor version of that, where the Drifters lyrics go, they have something like, when I come home feeling tired and beat, I go up where the air is fresh and sweet, up on the roof, and that kind of thing. And then you see that there is another title. So this becomes a sort of recurrent. And I think this is very important. I say it in jest, but it's really to do with the spirit of friendship and the spirit of camaraderie and the idea of having fun when you're writing. And that it's not all academic, serious things like that. And you might also listen to the Drifters or to James Taylor. And the other title, further along in the book, is the title of another chapter called Alone Together Naturally. And which I'm sure for those of you who, again, like 1972, Gilbert O'Sullivan, alone again naturally, as opposed to alone together naturally. So I can just imagine David kind of doing one of those things that he does with his clapping of his hands, coming up with alone again naturally as alone together naturally. Anyway, I go on. These sections on the villas of Wright and Corp essentially bring the first part of the book to an end. And the second part of the book moves from the idea of the residential to monastic living. So you can see that basically they're using the notion of the singular. Now the monastic is really the idea of the communal living to address notions of communal or collective living. Historical precedents such as the Carthusian monastery at Clermont are used to show the relationship between the individual and the natural world, but also the habits and values attributed to shared living. For example, it benefits in the sharing of resources and knowledge. So people who were monks, it's the idea of the collective is also a form of sustainable life in the sense that it's also part of planning how to cook meals together or how to utilize the kind of resources in order to be part of a more kind of sustainable planet. And of course, these things, these sorts of precedents, always coming from sort of earlier pre-modern to the modern, leads them towards the discussions, let's say, of the alternative forms of collective living that Le Corbusier and Wright might offer us, invariably having something to do with with religion and rules, which is sometimes a kind of necessary precondition of engagement and participation, whether as monks or fellows in the case of Wright, as in the Taliesin Fellowship. So I think this concept of the way in which we move from the singular, from the villa, to the notion of people being together is something interesting to discuss in a way. What are the benefits, the potentialities, but also the limits of a kind of communal or collective. Leatherbarrow and Wesley both acknowledge the value of this structure and yet wish to construct its secular equivalents in some ways. This is the task of the last chapter of the book, chapter 8, called Answering Disequilibrium. Here, the scale of the villa and the monastery gives way to the consideration of the notion of an urban area as the site, a locale with inhabitants without necessarily any affiliation or connection with each other. I quote, "They're strangers with little in common." So moving from the community of rules to a community of strangers, I think is a kind of important shift. The two main projects chosen to demonstrate the change in scale to the urban are the Îlot Insalubres, number 6 of 1936 by Le Corbusier, and Wright's city residential land redevelopment studies in planning in Chicago of 1913. I can't see these slides very well, but I think that's one of the ones they use. The basic, I'm quoting now, the basic premise for architectural work at any scale is that the lack of exchange and involvement are always unhealthy. The same could be said for uniformity and homogeneity, what in agriculture is called monoculture. The alternative found in the works we've studied is complementarity. The conditions brought about by societal and technological modernization and confronted by modern architecture have not disappeared in our time, but have intensified, making the task of imagining how some measure of balance might be achieved even more pressing during our time. So in conclusion, there are really two kind of ways in which we can see this project having some kind of relevance or applicability to our condition, or to our situation. One is really to sort of pursue then the consequences, the limits, the benefits of the Wrightian project with things like the Broadacre City. This will take a lot longer, and hopefully maybe the discussion can be the basis of that. But you see some of that, for example, reinterpreted in the competition project of OMA for La Villette, where they try to utilize some of the similar aspirations, but as a park. And this idea that Wright's project is ultimately a kind of nature project, is a country project, is a rural project to some degree, is also one that merits some conversation. In other words, what is the relationship between the urbanity of something, which is the urbanity of difference, to the urbanity of a defined domain, which is that of community? And at what point is the community reaching the moment of allowing for the notion of kind of conflictual relations in the way that sometimes the concept of community doesn't necessarily allow. So that's like the last part, and it's in a way the hardest part to address. Now, just to relate it to something maybe more personal and as a kind of response, I think the notion of the scalar question of going from the villa to the communal to the urban today raises a kind of interesting issue, because these are all important aspects of what we need to do. But I wonder whether today it's not necessary. I don't know if I should have used that word. Whether it's not the condition of urbanization is so critical in a way that going from the idea of the environment and its consequences and its relationship to the individual, to the small scale, is not one that requires equal attention. So like now we've gone this way and that way, and then what happens if we go the other way and go from the larger scale to the scale of the, would we end up with the same set of questions? The other question that I think is worth raising is the relationship between the cultural and the political, in a way. Now, I think when David and Richard used Guattari, and then they went on to use David Orr, something happened there, because by discussing the concept of ecological crisis as being equivalent, whether it's in environmentalism or in the anti-capitalist politics of Guattari, that this is a crisis that requires attention, whether in the process the cultural somehow left behind the political. And whether it's possible, is it possible today to consider the idea of a cultural crisis or a cultural ecological crisis without also taking on board its political consequences? In some of the work that we've been doing recently, for example, in studio, we've used, and this is just simply on part because been doing something about Japan, but there's a Japanese philosopher called Watsuji Tetsuro, and he is a very, very interesting writer who wrote on a concept called fudo. And this concept in Japanese, it means climate, but it also means environment. But it's also been translated by others as the concept of milieu. It's not environment in the sense of environmentalism alone. The concept of fudo in Japanese means that there is a political environment, first and foremost, before there is a kind of environmental environment. And the concept of political environment means that there is a milieu which is really the political, social, and this goes back to Guattari's, the ethical, political circumstances that give shape to an environment, which is the ethical, political environment that includes really the idea of social relations, of mass culture, and then the consequences of that in terms of human subjectivity. So this idea of the political and its relationship to the cultural, I think, remains. We juxtapose the work of Watsuji Tetsuro with the work of the Estonian philosopher Jakob Johan von Uxol, who also wrote really around this concept of Umwelt and Umwelten, which is really another way of environment, but how living beings perceive their environment. So it's not so much about the shaping, but it's about the concept of the representation of multiple subjects within an environment of that environment. So the concept of multiple representations. So maybe those are some of the things. There are a few other things that maybe it's possible to touch base on, but hopefully that opens up the basis for a conversation. And I'm really, once again, grateful to being given the opportunity to look at this publication and to be able to celebrate the work that David and Richard have done together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohsen. I think you laid out all the questions that we could spend the rest of the afternoon discussing. We do have one more presentation, and this one is remote, okay? So I'm introducing Sophia von Erlichshausen and Maurizio Pezzo, talking on building and time, or building time. Pezzo von Erlichshausen is an art and architecture studio founded in 2002 by Maurizio Pezzo and Sophia von Erlichshausen. They live and work in the southern Chilean city of Concepcion. Please, Sophia.
We are Mauricio Peso and Sofia von Elrichshausen. We have recorded this short presentation from a remote farm at the south of South America. We're going to introduce some ideas using the images of two buildings as a background. We have to warn you that the lack of linear order is intentional. As you will see, there is no cause and effect direction, but a reversible sequence of photographs that are meant to activate, perhaps demanding some effort on your side, your own imagination and short-term memory.
It is a great honor for us to be able to join David's celebration and also to share in public how relevant his insights on our past work have been for the work that came afterwards. We met David about 11 years ago on the occasion of a collective enterprise we curated in the south of Chile. In the first picture, you can see David visiting a local craft market, wondering about woolen sweaters and wooden benches, also witnesses an improvised street debate on architecture between Kirsten Beers, Bijoy Jain, and Peso. David was invited to Chile to write an essay about the Meta Project, a reconstruction initiative after the devastating 2010 earthquake that brought 10 architects from around the world to project small cultural centers on various locations along the coastline. With the title Permanence in Time, or Buildings That Last in Locations That Might Not, David's text seems to be a lucid premonition to the book Building Time, published a decade later. Beyond the exquisite speculation about gravity, resistance, or the indifference of buildings to a dramatic seismic event, perhaps as a mental shortcut, the essay introduces notions of time and endurance, of experience and reconstruction, and, with his poetic tone, of the no longer and the not yet of history. According to David's early consideration, architecture is based on three chronologies. The first one is the time of the world, namely the environment, the ambience, the weather, and the many ecologies that surround and support a construction in a specific place. The second one is the time of the project, which refers to the projection or movement from intentions to constructions that happen not only during the design process, but in a more or less explicit continuity with the disciplinary knowledge at large. The third one is the time of the experience, which implies the inhabitation, sequences, events, and the cycles of life within and around buildings. Following this triple chronology, one is tempted to inquire, where is the author's life located? Or more precisely, when does a creative life overlap with a creative work? We believe this question is as relevant for the production of buildings as it is for the production of books, even more so for the production of books about buildings, which is precisely the case we are celebrating today. As an intuitive answer, we infer that it cannot be the long-term time of the project, since, as an extension of our biased subjectivity, we tend to believe that our own life, at least in necessity and intensity, exceeds the disciplinary knowledge, even though the disciplinary knowledge, as a large repository of contingencies, exceeds by far our own lifespan. Likewise, the short-term time of the project, of the months or years that a design process takes until a construction is made, is normally less than our own life expectancy. Thus, it is normal for architects to do more than one project in a lifetime, and even more so if supported by a small team, or even more so if accelerated by a hyper-productive machinery. We deduce that it cannot be the time of experience either, since most of the buildings architects do, apart from one's own house, are meant to be inhabited by someone else. Of course, we can return many times to the buildings we have done, but the experience is always conditioned by a sense of nostalgic detachment, of helplessness when confronted with a frozen reality, of abandonment when facing the substantial immobility that a building is, which emphatically contradicts our own vital experience. Therefore, we are drawn to accept that the time of the author who imagines and produces a work of architecture, or a work of art in general, becomes one more factor of the first chronology. This is our own life devoted to a project to make a painting, a book, or a building, simply belongs to the time of the world, as much as a cloud, a tree, or a distant mountain does. Before developing our deduction, we would like to introduce a reciprocal instance that would not only confirm David's early observation, but also prove their premonitory depth. Recalling Future Projects is a section title about some of our works proposed by David in his book, Building Time. If we could only have a slight clue, a single memory of the future to come, things would be easier. For good or bad fortune, the architect is meant to venture a possible state of affairs of a particular place in a particular time. The projection into that potential, improbable but undeniable future domain not only implies a prediction, a forecast into the unknown, but also a gamble and the risk of so doing. The point here is that not only one project anticipates the next one, but also that the last project justifies the previous one. Projects do not advance backward, as David had suggested, but the sentence might well be bent over itself and, in its provisional relativity, run in circles around a single and rather imaginary center. The images you have been seeing are of one of our first built projects, the Poly House, located at the edge of a cliff facing the Pacific Ocean. 15 years later, we began with the construction of Luna House at the foot of the Andes Mountains, where here you can see a photograph of a scale model. While the second building is about 15 times larger than the first one, the compact block and the expanded plate respond to extremely dissimilar formats. These two projects, in their own intimacy and scale, not only share the same ownership and the same program, but also the same fate. Everything we have learned in more than a decade and a half between the two projects is to doubt about almost everything. Poly was founded in 2005 as a small cultural center to function mostly as an artist residency. Local fishermen who knew something about carpentry, but almost nothing about concrete, built the compact monolith. At that time, we certainly knew less than them, but our ignorance was proportional to our eagerness to make something out of nothing. Back then, there was no electricity, no water supply, no track access to the extreme side. We had to make the concrete with a 1/4 cubic meter mixer and 4 wheelbarrows. The challenging conditions in our romantic eyes were the literal illustration of the reality of the raw dream, by which Argentinian writer Martínez Estrada had imagined the sense of emptiness, of crudeness, associated with the foundational occupation of South America. In that sense, the imposing extended void was a kind of psychological warning, almost like an invisible resistance army against the colonizers' deepest fears. Nature in its wildest form had to become the only source of consolation. We have always been fascinated by the brick oven metaphor proposed by Martínez Estrada on his Pampa X-ray. In his view, the brick oven should be interpreted as a machine that produces raw material with raw material. This elemental tool, a device at the very edge of a natural process, is equated and somehow completed by the unskilled worker. In Spanish, the word peón refers both to the generic countryside laborer and to the pawn in chess. Despite any economical, political, or social judgment, the beauty of this double metaphor, in our view, resides in the sense of reciprocity between tool and human effort. The unskilled worker inhabits an ancient territory, a land filled with traditions and superstitions, with a familiar form of silence, of stability and resignation, of a modest pride on the feeble attempts of taming wilderness. As if time had not passed, the construction of Luna had the equivalent providence to that of Poly. Rough surfaces, stains, drippings, cracks, misalignments, crooked edges, broken corners, reckless erosion, oxidation, and decay. In a mysterious fashion, the imperfection of one building has increased exponentially in the other. And yet, we cannot avoid reading imperfection as a natural patina, as the authentic human texture, as a leftover of a process as dramatic as unavoidable. Building time, in its most symbolic dimension, can be understood as the very inscription of any handmade thing. In fact, within this ancient cultural landscape, work ethic remains immune to technological progress. There is no craft, but mere know-how. There is no building tradition other than the individual determination, the tiresome, tedious act of moving basic matter from one place to another. Thus, wooden boards, steel rebar, crushed stone, and sand or cement, in just equivalent significance as the basic plumb, straightening, or squaring, is diluted in the repetitive routine of cutting, hammering, mixing, and pouring. After a daily prosaic instruction without any capacity to read architectural drawings, the unskilled worker's process becomes a habit, an embodied intention, a prescribed disposition, a tendency, and ultimately a second nature in its own right. If this latest building confirms anything about all the previous ones we have built, it is certainly that we're not interested in the technical improvement of architecture. Of course, we would prefer to fly in the latest plane and communicate with the latest phone. But good architecture, like a good poem, a painting, or a philosophical speculation, cannot be improved over time. We can only aspire to develop an alternative path, an unexplored route in the best of cases. As we mentioned earlier, the time of the project is always overlapped with the time of its author. The life of forms is perhaps a direct consequence of the life of those who think about them. The transient existence of the latter is, ironically, contained in the ideally eternal life of the other. As clearly quoted by David in his essay for our A+U monograph, "For love of the world" is the answer Hannah Arendt gave when asked why she had devoted her entire life to philosophy. If architecture happens at the very intersection between the needs of the work and the resources of the world, the needs of our intimate work, according to our experience, dwell in the sheer acceptance of our limited resources, of our limited energy and vitality. All in all, if fishermen were replaced by farmers who knew well enough how to put pieces of wood together, their trade seems to confirm a certain indifference to our abstract intention. Almost as in a progressive confirmation of a building we could have not imagined 15 years ago, as we grow older, anxieties recede while mistakes become a natural expression of an ancient time we can barely grasp. Therefore, the temporal depth of these two opaque houses does not lie on the rather ruined surfaces, nor on the formwork that was recycled to clad the interiors, but on the feeble sediment that remains in our mind, perhaps an asymmetrical cross dividing a square. David has taught us an equivalent lesson to that of the carpenter, both the one who knew how to fish and the one who knew how to farm, which is the following. The latest project can be placed before all the previous ones. When he stated, human interest may be seen as an unfortunate but unavoidable obligation that results in the corruption of an ideal organization, we had an intuition. When he told us that without judgment of what is right at a particular circumstance, a project would loosen the anchorage that prevents it from drifting through the seas of time before and to come, at that point, we knew we had drifted from intuition into the silent language of architecture. We would like to conclude by stating our deepest gratitude to David for his timely words, for recalling a future yet to come. Thank you so much.
So, well, we have a lot of people here who probably have ways of entering into this conversation. I have a well-formulated question and a not so well-formulated question to get things started.
Can I just say that I have, before you get started with your questions, I'm a very good student, so I take notes. I just want to say that I learned, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things today. Just very shortly, I will summarize them. 1, A, 1 day teaching loads. Woohoo! Okay. B, townhouses, hippy dippy life, good. C, who cares about the 18th century? D, drifters and Gilbert and Sullivan are cool. So I got to learn about that. And then lastly, buildings improve over time like David. That's what I learned today.
I think you've just inspired me to try for the less well-formulated question. No, and maybe we'll get to the other one, but I was provoked by Moisen's question about the political, and the image which has stayed with me from that book, the image which is strongest for me of the 3 Ecologies book, which I had never seen before except through their writing, was the change in the landscape around Taliesin, and of course then the change of how things happened and walls and all those kinds of things. There we go. The thing that struck me was that stayed with me was this change in the landscape around Taliesin as that area, well, as the whole country moved from an agricultural economy to essentially an industrial and then a car-based economy. And so literally the way in which you mow a lawn, or, you know, I mean, you don't mow the lawn before you have lawnmowers, but literally the way in which everything is done, you know, the thing you were pointing out was the degree to which this was a function of the way of the whole landscape, economic, cultural, social, all together. And I guess I'm thinking, for me, political always means power, right? That ultimately that's what it translates into. And in all of those cases, that translates into economic questions. So I guess the not well formulated part of this is, you were recording a change that happened in architecture as a result of this change of an economy. But can we go the other way? Do we go the other direction? Does architecture have a role in being part of or helping people anticipate these changes? I keep looking at David because I think he's sort of sitting more or less in that other chair. We could ask you to come sit in this other chair. Well, that could happen. That could happen.
It's your question.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it's.
Yeah, and this also means you're not done. This isn't. So yeah, let me just open this up. I mean, again, I think the door's already always open into political, and I guess what are the ways in which that's both obviously registered in architectural acts, but what are the ways in which architecture gives a way to alter that, to help people see it differently? Okay.
Well, I could begin to.
It is.
I could begin to speak to some of those. Moisen mentioned Julian Stewart's book. And he was an American anthropologist, and he was concerned about environmental determinism that was being used in American anthropology to describe the way the cultures were a result of individuals' reaction to the environment. And he found that in studying the Native American populations who lived in the same climate, under the same sort of influences, actually had different cultures. And so he set out to try to say that there is no such thing as environmental determinism, that you can't understand society and culture strictly through the environment. That doesn't mean to say the environment isn't part of it, but that's where we start with that question. So maybe that's why you're sensing it is disengaged at some point as we addressed it. We were concerned about environmentalization of architecture, and also whether we would ever have an ecological society unless ecology was cultural, unless it was cool, unless it was fashionable. So Gabriela Hearst, for example, she's an incredible fashion designer, and all of her products are to do with sustainable processes, and they're sought after, they're very expensive. And so for us, that was a success, where people wanted to, they weren't doing it because it was a government mandate. Not saying we were political about that either, but that it was a cultural condition. That's what we were hoping for.
So not deterministic, but also there is some way in which architecture indicates a different way of doing things.
I would say yes. Mhm. Would you,
Looking
David?
for more than yes, no answers, but yeah.
Well, maybe a couple of things. First off, about Ernst Haeckel. I think he was useful to us. Not that we wanted to invoke the name as anything like an authority, but more like a historical marker for a period under study. And the criticisms of his sense of ecology are, I think, weak by comparison with the criticisms of his later thinking, which I think was completely off the wall, the monism and so on. He was just on the edge of being crazy. So he's a person is important because his attitude toward what today Philippe Descola calls a two-world thesis, the world of nature and the world of culture. Haeckel not only accepted this, but promoted it. And when Richard and I were working on the book, we felt, well, where does that leave architecture? It can't do without light and air, and yet it's an artifact. So we felt that Haeckel poses a question that was not handled in the environmental movement of the 60s, despite the concern for the environment. For architecture, there had needed to be another consideration that already for Julian Stuart in 55, but especially today in current anthropology, this bifurcation of reality into nature and culture, and now Moissan raises the stakes, culture and politics, this cannot stand in architecture. So we said to ourselves, are we beginning from scratch? The simple answer is no. And yet there's a sharp difference between all that preceded the so-called industrialization of production and where we are today. So the modern period has a two-part problem for us that Richard and I took up. First off, the inadequacy of ecological understanding as inherited from the 19th century to the architectural task. And secondly, what responses are possible when building production is not what it once was. And we thought maybe we could look again at what we thought we knew in two relatively prominent architects, Corbusier and Wright. And the more we looked through inherited wisdom about these people, the more we saw maybe there's something to build upon here. But I actually think it's a beautiful insight that posing the problem of the cultural dimension to ecological order is only step one. It has subtended by political content that Richard and I left beneath the surface. And I think in future projects, this must be taken up. Maybe not our work, but that of others. If the two premises that the old ecology is inadequate for architecture and that there is something in modern architecture that provides some clues, if those premises can be granted, then I think there's work to be done on raising the stakes for the cultural dimension to this style of thinking that avoids the wrong-handed polarity, because I think that's just a no-go in a field like architecture.
We also thought that the historians of modern architecture needed to be excavated. That is to say, that Wright was anti-urban, for example. One of the first things we did when we decided to take the two greatest protagonists of the modern movement was we bought the books that were written about them, including every book we could find written by Wright and so forth and so on. And one was worse than the other in terms of the story. And we wondered what story this generation would have. Every generation, it seems to us, needs to rethink their own history. And so to go forward with the history of the modern movement, as it maybe was taught to us through the great historians of modernism, as something that had to do with, on the one hand, abstract art, and on the other, the machine aesthetic, and so forth and so on. We wanted to challenge that, not erase it, just challenge it and say that there was a broader basis operating here. Wright was a farmer. One of the lines we have in the book is a Museum of Modern Art exhibition. Of all the people who entered in 1932, only one of them was a full-time farmer and a part-time architect, and that was Wright. He had 2,000 acres under cultivation at that time. So
that was a little bit, again, I have another question, which maybe I should move to, but the thing that, again, the thing I was intrigued by, it's almost that statement exactly, that, you know, he saw that landscape as one that they were working and therefore approached it in a certain way. But I was thinking about that 1932 exhibition that we all talk about all the time, and the lines around the block for people to come and see what it might be like to live in this future that was being imagined. You know, that was the shift from, you know, agricultural based living more or less to this, whatever this new thing was. And that excitement, that seemed to me like, you know, a really powerful engine for change in architecture. And we're not, well, I shouldn't say we're not. There are lots of different examples coming up of people trying to see new ways. The ones I find most dangerous, and again, this is why this image of Wright struck me so forcefully, is people going to their whatever rural suburban retreats with their solar panels on the roof and thinking, that's it, we've just solved it. Having, again, left behind the city, left behind, you know, any real change that's involved.
And that was the issue that Moisen was able to put to music so well. The green roof, the eco roof.
Yeah.
That when you study the history of the eco roof, and you find out it more or less appears around 1990. It's nothing that was there for a long period of time. It's different than the Toit Jardin, to be sure, because the Toit Jardin is meant to be occupied. It's meant to be walked on. It's meant to be lived on. You don't walk on an eco roof where you damage the equipment. You walk on pads, and so we can make these new contemporary green roofs. They're not necessarily things that we can live on or die on, whatever the case may be. And so we were trying to make that distinction between a narrow ecological solution and a broader cultural ecological context.
I might just add that that maybe this is I didn't spend too much time talking about the studio that I ran this past semester, spring semester, which was entitled Eco Folly. And I ran it with Erica Naginski, who is a professor of history and theory. And one of the things that we found, which was so interesting from a pedagogical perspective, is that introducing the studio problem in which we returned to first principles was a key to unlocking the questions of a really imaginative, sustainable future. So for example, the students going in other words, to let go of something as actually like the green roof, which has already a set of tropes, or the solar panel, and to embed the conversation in these first principles allowed students to be actually incredibly more imaginative and creative than we had imagined. In addition to that was to link the question of ecology and sustainability with other counterparts, for example, sensuality, decadence, luxury, the certain particular cultural fields that are not normally affiliated with sustainable movements, which rely on a rhetoric of asceticism or you can't have that, you can't have this, you can't have that. Instead, oh, you want really good air? Okay, we're going to give you the method by which architecture produces the most incredible oxygenated air. So I think that there's an interesting, like when the studio entered the ludic, the almost a kind of ludic spiritual moment, they were able to actually go much farther in the questions of what our future might be. I think that's really an interesting corollary to the design, to the questions that you all raised in the writing, which I think can be leveraged for our studio students.
May I make one other comment? Please. I was initially unnerved by Katie Bonnier's proposal for a talk. And the more I thought about it and listened to her imagination at work, it seemed to me to anticipate what I think a couple others, John Hunt and more recently Weitzman, have said about one's own work and also standing, not just in the field, but in our cities, in the world. So this is another, I guess, strata of the question of politics, or the political dimension to our work. I think Sophia and Maurizio made it plain that within anyone's work, the forward advances and the recollections and what Richard and I found with Corbusier in particular, but also Wright, is that the so-called modern project isn't a forward advance. It falls back on itself, it reconsiders its premises. One makes a statement or claim or risk publishing a book, and it's out there and you wonder, my God, did I say that? And I think there is an issue of risking articulating a thought, incoherent or underdeveloped as it may be, that I think we also, it's our responsibility to at least propose a reading of phenomena. So I think that, yes, the ecology should be cultural and political. I think the architecture has a political implication and foundation, but I think those, as I think Sophia and Maurizio explained very beautifully, it's also we ourselves, we take a stand. And it might be by not taking part. That too is a stance. And for me, I have to admit, it's often a subtext. Maybe that's yet to come, more articulate version of what resistance means or participation means. But if it's true for the building and for the person observing it, as Katie Bonnier said, then maybe there is time now to make the stance more vocal, give voice to the commitments such as they are. And I think the invitation should be taken up, each of us should, but I think we're also not alone in this. I think it may be in the nature of the project. That's what I took to be what Sophia explained. It's in the nature of the project to risk a stance, even if it requires a reconsideration in future.
What's that?
Yeah, there.
Sophia, and did you? Yeah, Maurizio, do you have anything you want to add? I didn't realize you were live.
Very awkward to be this far, but yeah.
No, that in relation to that idea that any construction, building a book takes time, and that how that time is intertwined with your own experience in your own life. Since we had this urge to go back to all David's book and writings we have, we only now realize that building time, that article that David wrote for the essay for a project here, the reconstruction project after the earthquake, he was already with those ideas in mind. So that really gave us this very strong sense of not really knowing what you do, what is the implication of what we do at the moment you do it, and what is the potential projection of something you're doing at the moment right now in the future. So maybe the book that is David is writing is a consequence of something that he was thinking maybe 20 years ago, or maybe that's going to be something that is going to be only a tip of the iceberg of the something else that he's going to write 20 years from now. So it's really, really fascinating that continuity from one self to the other self, the future self or the past self.
But also, maybe if I can add something, I think what has been very enriching to hear about all of everyone's contributions regarding your own preference or choice of fragments of what David has written is that I think there is underlying quality to everything that he's written, which is this sense of well, he writes very much about time, and so the irony is that a lot of it is timeless. It's comments that you could have been written a long time ago or are extremely necessary nowadays. We always encourage our students to read this. I think it does. David's writings are very necessary because they exude a sense of certain values that are extremely important for nowadays. I would say his books are wise and don't, wise normally is associated to someone very old, but yes, it's this combination of knowledge and experience and good judgment. I think there's that underlying character, and everything I've heard of all of you picking up from these books actually highlights that same reading.
Thank you. And we are at the moment, we should start the reception, but I did have a well-formulated question, which I might pose so that we can all take it to the reception with us, which I've wanted to ask this for years. So on weathering, it's virtually all vertical surfaces, right? I don't think there's any floors in there. And so this is really a question, I know there's a difference, but how do we think about the difference between walls and floors?
You want us to walk away with this question?
Well, you could take a first pass at it, and then because I want to engage the audience.
There's one example where you both. First of all, the images are highly curated in that essay, and in my mind, are as important as the text itself.
Maybe we should have just published it.
But you do show the one, when you look at these works and you say which one of these is not play the game, which one of these is not like the other. I can sing too. I thought that there was a Bucky Fuller project that was in one of the images, and I thought, that's interesting, because in that case there's it was that house that basically is the Mexican house. So it has like the roof is the wall, and it's all one form. Anyway, we should take this up at the reception. But I think there is that one project in which but the others I think you're quite correct that they're all vertical surfaces.
Maybe one quick thing. One quick thing. I think because I assume tomorrow there'll be other people who'll be dealing with other books, but because we're dealing with the idea, the structure of a publication or a book, and we're doing that within the context of a school or the academy, I think it's interesting to sort of talk about that and a little bit. I mean, I didn't speak about it directly, but I think some of what I was thinking is really to do with this idea of like, what is it? What's the task? What do you want to do? And the weathering book is very deliberately an essay. And the difference with the other publications that have chapters and sections and things like that is that with the essay, and this is something that we've said, is, you can argue with yourself. You can have the pros and cons of something, which is not normally how a book works. Of course, it works in terms of the organization of a section, but it's hard for all the chapters to be a kind of an essay in a way, unless you're publishing a kind of series of essays. So the idea is that you really can deal with a subject matter in a semi-conflictual relationship, which is harder to do when you're setting out to, let's say, demonstrate something in history that might have been missed. That's sort of one thing about the weathering thing. But the other one that you observed, we wrote specifically to photographs. So it's not a text that is written and then you go and look for illustrations. We specifically wanted certain buildings and we commissioned someone we made a list and it was, please photograph this, please photograph that. And then while you're at it, you will get to know what we are thinking. So photograph other things that will be on your route. But we actually sent someone to go to Europe and spend weeks doing photography. So those photographs are specially commissioned. And then we write to the photographs, as well as, of course, knowing the history and having visited most of the buildings anyway, things like that. So that's how it came. We knew some of these things or most of these things, some things we wanted to find out. Then we were writing to photographs. But just it's a tiny thing on what David was saying about, one's kind of ambivalence to a piece of text or the limits, because you're writing something and then there is a scope. And in this book, for example, the 3 cultural ecologies, there is a particular scope to address this reference to the environmental in a way. And I think partly, I'm guessing, but Richard was working on Frank Lloyd Wright for years. David was interested in Corp for years. Then the two of them come together and you end up with like Corp, and it makes sense. But I think there are these personal histories and then the kind of limit of what a publication is about. The only point is that the stuff that we write about, like the history, also has multiple histories of how others. So while we try to, let's say, within this book of 3 cultural ecologies, control in some way, it's in a nice way, control the reception of the scalar to the environment. But there is also a moment when you end up with Le Corbusier, and Le Corbusier also, in my opinion, and that's very limited, has an enlightenment kind of dimension, to his relationship to nature in a way. And so the degree to which you are dealing with questions of cultural ecology, but at the same time, now you have the nature and 18th century enlightenment project, where you constantly bring that into the discourse. But I think what's interesting is precisely these conflicts that exist in the history of a project, because if you finish with Corp, like the same people that they criticize Colin Rowe for being idealist, he's also criticizing the Corbusian kind of urbanism as being too singular in some way. And so how do you deal with multiple scenarios of argument within a text? I think that's an interesting discussion about the limits, and that's why sometimes an essay format is a more productive way of dealing with those kind of conflicts than the idea of the chapters, which we dealt with in surface architecture. I think that's for.
But I think you're touching on something that I found in terms of joint authorship, that there is a tugging and a pulling. This isn't a monologue; it's a dialogue. And so there's a discourse that goes on where you save each other from
Our worst habits.
Right. So, for example, we were really critical of what we found out about the biases of the modern historians. Terrible. I mean, at one point when they're hanging this first exhibition of modern architecture in the US, it's come up a couple of times today, 1932. And the interns who are supposed to hang up photographs and drawings of buildings in a museum where typically you exhibit the real thing. You don't have a photograph of a painting or a photograph of a work of sculpture, and they didn't know what to do. And they called Philip Johnson. Well, Philip Johnson was a young puppy at that time who had graduated from Harvard, hooked up with Henry Russell Hitchcock, knew very, very little about architecture, was a philosophy major, had a ton of money, bought his way to the Museum of Modern Art. What do you think he says to the interns? Hang it like you would hang a painting. Well, that disturbed us, maybe me more than you in the beginning. Why would you think that architecture is a painting? So we were going after values that architects have today, both with regard to ecology, but what they have about form. To a certain extent, I think weathering is a similar kind of project where you're dealing with a situation where many people who spoke about weathering so far during this event have spoken about how it opened doors to them about materials. Of course, it's a wonderful thing. Not all materials weather nicely or weather at all. Aluminum pits, it's a horrible material. Plastic, vinyl. What you were talking about, floors, I think it's a different issue where the human body is polishing materials, grabbing a brass or a bronze door handle, footsteps, wearing away something. That's a different thing, it seems to me, than weathering, but still in that same area that once that's now established, look how many architects and faculty have spoken about this. It's there. We wanted to do the same thing for cultural ecology that weathering and surface architecture did for surfaces and materials. Wanted to open up this thinking a bit rather than just accept what happens. The historians of architecture, after a while, they quote each other. And this is the point we made in the book, the recent book that came out on Luke Kahn. Rather than going back to archival sources, it just becomes a fact. The Villa Savoy, it's about a machine aesthetic, whatever the case may be. And that isn't sufficient as a context for an academic pursuit. So I think that's what we're doing. And sometimes I had to pull David back out of monasticism. Literally, he was wearing his hair and cutting it a certain way and chanting, and so I had to go in and get him and bring him back out.
So I think
it was back and forth, back and forth.
So these stories about the writing of the books, I think, is exactly what you were after with the session. So let's leave it at that. You can choose to talk about floors and walls in the reception or other topics. So thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you. And for those of you who don't know, the reception is downstairs in the architectural archives. You go out the front door, around the vault here, and there's a door that says archives. Follow the crowd.
We heard that from so many people. I don't think there's very many people who have actually read it the way you did, but also understood it. David and I were really
Don't worry, I wait. We're not going to rush anyone. I have a finger on my glasses. Good evening, everyone. For people who just entered, my name is Winka de Boldam. I'm the chair of the Department of Architecture here. I think most people know this fact. And I have the honor to invite two incredible people, Marian Weiss and Jim Corner. I'll start with Marian. I'll introduce both of you if you don't mind. That will be nicer because then you can make it a conversation between the two of you. I also feel like I'm introducing two people who are both very, very well known, both here and in the outside world. So it's an honor to do that. And just on a side note, since we're here between friends, I also just said to them, like, they were here when I started, and I realized not in 95, but 94. And they were both here together with Richard and David. So this is quite a time. And actually, I can blame, I can blame Jim on the fact that I ever became chair, because I remember him calling me and said, can you meet with Ali and me? And I thought they wanted advice on how the chair search was going. And I was prepping notes, like, you know, positive, negatives of all the candidates. And then they're like, yeah, we would like you to apply. And I remember my first answer was absolutely not. Anyway, that took an hour or two, I think. And then they had convinced me to at least apply. And I have to say, I just thank Jim, actually, because I think it's also one of the funnest things I have undertaken in my life. One of the hardest. I think the learning curve had to be enormous. But also, yeah, it's a very special place. Anyway, going back to Marian Weiss. Marian is the co-founder of the multidisciplinary firm Weitzman that she founded with partner Michael Manfredi right here, and it's based in New York. She's also an incredibly inspirational and dedicated educator. I don't know where she finds the time. And she has been on our faculty since 1991 and has been the Graham Chair professor, originally professor and now professor of practice, yeah, is doing the most amazing studio every year for our graduating students. She is a fellow of the American Institute of Architects and the National Academy of Design inductee. In her career spanning almost 4 decades, Weiss has won numerous awards and honors. In 2017, she was honored by the Architectural Record with the Women in Architecture Design Leader Award. Weitzman-Frady is the recipient of the Award in Architecture from the American Academy of Arts and Letters, the 2020 Thomas Jefferson Foundation Medal in Architecture, and the Cooper Hewitt National Design Award for Architecture. The firm has also been honored with the New York AIA Gold Medal and the Tau Sigma Delta Gold Medal, awarded to one individual firm in the world each year. Her firm's projects have been featured in exhibitions at the Museum of Modern Art, the Venice Biennale, the Sao Paulo Biennale in International Architecture and Design, the Cooper Hewitt Museum, the National Building Museum, Harvard University, the International Landscape Architecture Biennale in Barcelona, and the Design Center in Essen, Germany. Princeton Architectural Press alone has published 3 monographs on their work, including their most recent book, Public Natures, Evolutionary Infrastructures. I'm keeping them a little bit short because I think it's much nicer if they have time to talk. So I'm going to move to Jim Corner. Jim Corner was, of course, the chair of landscape architecture and urbanism here from 2000 to 2012. And currently he is an emeritus faculty member. You know, it's a huge disappointment that when I started, he decided to become emeritus. So I have just asked him to come back. He's also the founder and CEO of Jim Corner Field Operations, devoted to advancing the field of landscape architecture and urbanism, primarily through his leadership on high visibility, complex urban projects around the world, as well as through teaching, public speaking, and writing. He sits on the board of Urban Design Forum, the Government Advisory Board of Shenzhen, and is an elected member of the American Academy of Arts and Letters. Corner received a BA from Manchester Metropolitan University, an MLA UDES from University of Pennsylvania School of Design, an honorary doctorate in architecture and engineering for the Technical University in Munich, and a Doctor of Design from Manchester Metropolitan, that's not my word today, University. His work includes public realm design projects such as the New York High Line, London South Park at Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park, Santa Monica's Tongwa Park, Chicago's Navy Pier, Seattle's Central Waterfront, San Francisco's Presidio Tunnel Tops, and Hong Kong's Salisbury Garden and Avenue of the Stars, to name a few. Corne has been recognized with the Cooper Hewitt National Design Award, the American Academy of Arts and Letters Awards in Architecture, the Daimler Chrysler Design Excellence Award, and the AA&D Black Pencil Award. I hope I didn't forget anything. If I forgot anything, they both have amazing websites. And with this, I would like to invite Marian to start. Thank you.
Winka, thank you for that wonderful introduction to both myself and James, but I also want to first thank Franca for the invitation to be able to join the celebration today of David. And the inquiry from Franca was, could you speak about your work, not your books, but your work, and maybe reflect on how David's influence has impacted that or joined that conversation of the work. And so it's a huge honor. Thank you, Winka. Thank you, Fritz. Thank you, David, for making this possible. So I just want to contextualize a few things. First, the work that I share tonight is the work that Michael Manfredi and I have been fortunate to be able to do together for about 3 decades. But it's been a real pleasure to be invited to teach here because of David, who invited me here when he was chair to teach on the faculty. And you could say that he invited me here really based on promise. There were no articles, there were no books, there were no buildings. There was an enormous amount of fear, in fact, of so many intuitive things that covered so much ground that I was afraid that I could not hold up in the academy because I was preoccupied with the detail, preoccupied with the city, preoccupied with infrastructure, preoccupied with landscape and architecture. And the possibility of seeing these all at once really didn't seem logical to me. And yet David said, maybe it's about cultivating the site. So this talk is called Cultivating the Site, David's words, not mine. Trying to cultivate the, is there another source of advancing? Maybe remotely? Ah, thank you. I may be directing the advance of the slides from now on here. So first, could we? Excellent, I like that. So to begin, many people here have unpacked books that David have written so eloquently today. A few here are really just a few that have been influential. And yet, arguably, maybe I'm a simple reader and I prefer it when I get it directly from the author. And so the conversations with David have been greater sources of inspiration than just the books alone. And lucky enough, we began when I started teaching here in my mid-20s, talking about some things that were fundamentally important to David. Villa Savoy and Rio de Janeiro, both by Le Corbusier, had different meanings and different readings. And as we talked about the object, the perfect object on the land, in its imperfect weathering on the left, and on the right, the question of maybe what happens when project and site and ambition of the promenade becomes so multi-layered that we can't tell context and architecture and infrastructure and place and different speeds that operate simultaneously from another. So this idea of simultaneity, of seemingly incompatible things seeming inevitable together, was in many ways what actually generated even further conversations about the notion of how we cultivate topography and how we build and literally nourish things that are fragile, as you can see on the rice paddies and the Hunan Terrace with the delicate containment there for the water. And on the right, the idea of a topography that hosts culture, which is the Spanish Steps, each topography in service of something larger. And so in many ways, the kind of preoccupations that Michael Manfredi and I have shared have had to do with larger things of why and where we mark at larger scales on the land for something that will, of course, never be seen from above and always weather and age. And we wonder who will be there and want to be there at all. So again, what David doesn't know is that whenever we had lunch, because my memory is foggy, and plus I wanted to share what we talked about with David, I would take notes that looked a little bit like this. Then I would go on Sundays when it was quiet and type everything up. It usually took 2 tries, and then little headers would actually pull out the topics. So here's one. I have a whole file full of them. December 13th, 2010. Again, cultivating the site speaks to the fact that we are developing the potentials that exist in the place that might remain uninteresting until we have redefined the site. That carried Michael and I along for about 3 projects, just that sentence alone. So one of those that it carried us along on was the Museum of the Earth. And the Museum of the Earth is a paleontological research site associated with Cornell University. But what was interesting is that our clients said, we have a great collection, we need to box to put around it. And we said, are you kidding? You're talking about the Earth, the Museum of the Earth. And David, in his writing about, and he contributed so generously in the introduction to our book, Surface, Subsurface, Unforeseen Beauty, he said about our work, we tend to assume that building sites like things have definite limits. The problem with this assumption is it makes the actuality of a project impossible to understand. This means the building's job is to make what is latent patent, at least to some degree. Well, the latency, if you will, of what in fact shaped the gorges that retreated, that in fact shaped the geological ice retreat that shaped Ithaca and its region, actually carved the land. And you could even see in the inspiration for us was that carving could give some measure to the collection and the vista, and in a sense, the identity of what needed to, in fact, be daylit in our mind rather than concealed. And this is the first time they ever proved the water retention of 10-year, 50-year, and 100-year as something that we could collect on site, cleanse with equisetum, carry through and define the very rift of how this building is formed. And so it's a sequential section that goes from literally gathering water to gathering a collection to revealing and offering that water that's collected that might finally make its way into the lake. And so the concealing of the parking through the kind of, if you will, the heaving of the topography, the gathering and the channeling of water, that if you can see here, takes the channeled water and helps break it through what is now an earthwork emerging from the land, a collection that goes back about 1 million years with the right whale on top, a more recent sort of collection, and then a Devonian rock below. And yet it's this idea of inhabiting a topography that now has you below grade, the splits between where the concrete hosts those fossils, the idea of that split giving measure to the water collected and revealed. And then in a sense, that aperture between and under is finally allowing that water to collect into something then that would be released later on into Lake Cayuga. So that question of then releasing, holding, storing, but actually stretching an experience carried further as we were developing the Brooklyn Botanic Garden Visitor Center. And in David's essay on the work, he said that buildings only show themselves partially, that the appearance of an architectural surface assumes the existence of an unseen subsurface, also means that the work's visibility can shelter an unseen potential. And I think it's David's sort of inquiry to think about potential gets us to think about the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens potential that was latent in Olmsted's past and sequences as something that could come in friction with the gateway and the edge of the urban city. Now, as we think about that, the city is one thing, the garden is another, but the juxtaposition to enable a visitor to come here is a building that in our mind should at some point disappear entirely. And so we started to think about something that could be 100% urban at the edge of the city and 100% natural at the center of the garden. Literally, this origami exercise took the idea of a journey or a path and indeed sort of joined the copper roof with the kind of copper roofs within the kind of administrative buildings, and then the sinuous kind of wandering against that hillside of 25 feet dimension, and twist and inhabit something that could become a sequential section beginning at the top and going all the way to the bottom where it is in fact architecture. And so what is a gateway here, patently urban in its invitation, becomes something that really is a seduction that's cast in shadows from the fritted skylight, gives you choice to go to the left to the city, to the right to the garden, or in fact tracks the drip line of a rare green flowering cherry to actually follow the curvature and develop one arc. And then the other arc, the counterpoint, takes you into a parallel path with the garden, which is a visitor center itself, and into one of the largest two-sided rooms that we know of in the city. And yet, it's a bit of a mystery that that is, in fact, not just a freestanding building, but one that is embedded in the hillside. And if you see the people above, they are in fact wandering across and through and outside the building on that bridge that was seen before. And so that kind of point comes with a 10,000 square foot green roof, new and curated. And in fact, is that moment where the building becomes the landscape, and the landscape and the building are one. And the simultaneity of both scene and section all the way through are something that in many ways, the idea of an inhabitable topography, which David and I had spoken about so much, could be made patent in what was latent here. And so we were frustrated because we were never able to get to where the original site was. The original site was supposed to be on axis with the cherry esplanade. And so it really became an opportunity some 10 years later to return to the question. And again, David's comment here saying that the fact that topography gives itself through movement, one step in view followed by one another, makes this principle obvious. What is seen at any moment is what is of interest at that time. What is unobserved may attract interest later. Now, for us, attracting interest later took to this site. There was a little bit of a dialogue, let's just say, about accessibility at the garden that needed to be addressed. There was an eroding hillside. There was a solution that you can see that seemed like it was less than felicitous for a garden. And so our question was, perhaps we could actually recast this question of movement and accessibility and topography and think of something that might actually indexically stretch out 600 linear feet rather than the easiest way to do 25 feet, which was the solution on the left. And through this kind of idea of a sensuous recasting of the slowness of what the garden can offer, take not an efficient route, but a slow route into consideration and extend that journey that had begun at the visitor center 10 years later and carried across the site to the Cherry Esplanade and beyond. And so this slalom, if you will, is studiously designed so that it will be overtaken someday by the garden's plantings here, Toby Wolfing, the incredible horticulturalist we work with, so that the kind of blousy mess, if you will, of growth and change could begin to overtake that topography so that it's no longer about access, but about discovery. And so that discovery is in many ways mathematical. Those curves are not just lovely. In fact, it got us to the 600 linear feet we needed to have a 5% slope so that we never needed a rail, but nonetheless, each intersection offered an experience to look out. And so let's just go back. Can somebody animate the animation here with a double click? I fear that I cannot. Let's see if we can do a double click on it. Is it possible? Oh dear, no animation. Imagine, if you will, for a moment, birds and a few other things slaloming down, and we'll leave that to the imagination and move forward to University of Pennsylvania's Sing Center for Nanotechnology. And there's two other animations. If there's any way we could figure it out, great, and if not, that's fine. The Sing Center for Nanotechnology, as some of you know, is literally just out the corner of our window here, just a little further down. And what's interesting is that in many ways, there was so much to be done here that was about solving technical issues, but there were larger issues for us that seemed like opportunities. And if you can hear, David's voice here, again, carefully typed up after a messy handwritten note conversation in 2011, August 1, he talked about cause and effect. And he said, cause and effect, which creates drama and momentum. That's how to structure a good plot. Variety is not enough. One event after another is only a series of episodes, not a structure. One event, because of the other, is good. And this was his reference to Aristotle describing, two kinds of plots, one good and one bad. And yet Aristotle and nanotechnology, while they didn't have a lot in common, certainly give us some thought about how these things might have something in common. We think about Penn and we think about the city of Philadelphia, both in a sense being gifted by the idea of the landscape, giving it meaning that transcended just the building by building, one after another. And yet the engineering quad, if you will, I'm going to call it a quad, of Penn was all about one building after another, highly efficient with no social space, no green space, and no place to see the science unfolding. And so we started to think literally about this unfolding where the labs could stand back from the vibrations and electromagnetic interferences, but it could also create a kind of simultaneity of a kind of a campus life and research life where they could coincidentally have something to do with each other, but something to do with reaching out to the academy and the city. And in this case, the amber glass, if you will, is actually blocking the infrared lights that would ruin the research going on in the clean room, but offering an emblem to the research above. And this triple height space is simultaneously giving you the opportunity to see into the sciences. Here, there they are in their bunny suits and in the clean room, but with natural light. And yet that kind of coincidence of the kind of fritting of the glass outside is offering a different experience of how light comes in for those who are actually inhabiting this collaborative topography that ascends up the landscape, because in fact, elevators need to be remote to avoid a vibration, electromagnetic interference. Again, that idea of seeing what's happening rather than hiding it was the gift of having a dean like Eduardo Glant saying, let us see the sciences and let us see the conversation. And the conversation takes place up here in the cantilever, now called the Glant Forum, in his honor. And yet here it is, it's a simultaneity of seeing the garden adjacent to the forum, the carved down garden to bring light into the lowest levels, and the piece called We Lost, discovered and found again by Eduardo Glant on the lawn. All of these things are about the all at once. And is there any way we could get an animation to work here? Let's just see. No. Oh dear. All right. You were about to see this building in motion and the interiors in motion, but let's just suggest that imagine it and visit it because it's so nearby. And again, I think that the aspect that Eduardo Glant had taken so much pride in was the fact that never were the sciences so visible and so inviting on the campus, in this carved a piece of real estate for that engagement. So again, as we start to think about this kind of unfolding, the Olympic Sculpture Park generated many conversations while we were in competition and thinking about it, a lot of really bad schemes first and foremost before the simplicity might emerge. And in a lunch with David, December 13th, 2010, he was a little impatient at this point and said, you should eliminate the word blur. Your architecture is about architecture to landscape. More active and intentional terms like modifications, transformations, gradating, mediating can convey that the strata of the land is a style of thinking. So that in many ways, you could say, took place in this site here that we see here at the edge of the water. Jim Corner hopefully will talk about as it careens further along. And yet there it was, the most impossibly beautiful site that you could imagine, divided by a highway, train tracks, a failing seawall, a 40-foot grade change, contaminated with a train trolley track that was not going to be moved. So again, it was like this, everything you've ever dreamed of in one site. And so think about that through the lens of an art museum saying, we want to create a place that is open and free to celebrate art. So this is a final project. Some of you may have seen it, but I'm going to unpack it for a moment because the interesting thing here was it was the all at once that David had valued in our first conversations, that all at once can matter. And so in many ways, we sort of did a whole bunch of bad schemes and bad drawings and bad models, but finally tried to think about what could happen simultaneously. And this we called an infrastructure X-ray of imagining something across the highway, cross the train tracks, and maybe even restore salmon habitat, because that was really a priority, as well as creating a kind of Kunsthal. And so it was the simultaneity of systems, of one after another, one because of another, that actually then enable us to start to think about how do you simultaneously think about constructing a site like this. Well, it's MSE walls, mechanically stabilized earth, overlapping, concrete panels so that if there's seismic activity, they can move around without breaking, and ultimately 200,000 cubic yards of earth being ascending up over the highway train tracks to descend so that it's a park that begins at the city and goes to the water's edge. And here it is, you can see on opening day, again, that all at once of art, of community, of being open and being green became interesting. So literally these artificial valleys you can see with the walls in our sketches here, hosting Richard Serra's incredible work here. You can see the piece Wake. So the idea of reflection and silence is maybe in complete contrast to other moments where it's a place of gathering and celebration. And yet the kind of invitation to change and show artwork inside is in many ways mirrored in a building that's unfolding just as the site was, to invite people in, so that those topographies are places where we might see the caldera on the horizon of the Olympic Mountains, the name of the park being the Olympic Sculpture Park, or Roxy Payne's stainless steel tree here, that the all at once factor includes the movement of trucks on the highway. And we wanted to not cover up all that infrastructure, but make a point literally about that simultaneity as being magical. And so that point literally is there over the middle of the road. And it's also allowing everybody in a truck or a car to visit the park, at least briefly. It's that idea, though, that this infrastructure of movement, this artificial green roof, if you will, this journey or this passage that takes you across the train tracks with Teresita Fernandez's wonderful glasswork cloud cover, but also, in fact, amplifying the gift of infrastructure by creating a train overlook. Again, you can see her piece here, and the beautiful track of light as it comes through, laying on those scaled walls. But it really is this question of, bringing that which is unseen, as David would say, in focus, is sometimes the things that you can't imagine until we actually sort of look at before and after as something that in this case could enable, through the pulling away of the land and removal of the wall and removal of the earth, to create a place for salmon habitat, in this case, the wash of logs that come in with floods. And we're really proud of the fact that University of Washington continues to monitor it for salmon habitat. Juvenile salmon are doing very well there, also chubs, so it's kind of an invasive species, but we're talking about that later. But nonetheless, so this recreation was also subsurface to create tidal habitat through these monitoring benches that also restored the failing seawall. So that story, again, of simultaneity of all at once, of, in a sense, allowing the city to be able to wander from the city to the water's edge, was about a kind of impossibility or improbability that gets to, in a sense, some quieter things, like making a school of architecture that could actually convene a community together in a different way. At Kent, David's topographical stories were inspiring. He said, the time that is particular to topography allows its heritage to be renewed through acts of appropriation that obey no obligation to the past other than its use for purposes of redefinition. And so we felt liberated in some ways to think about redefining the idea of the perfect loft, the perfect factory, or in the case of Kent with so many brick lofts around, as something that could be reconceived through topographical terms to create a school of architecture. Literally, if one would imagine taking that idea of the factory, we could think of a continuous studio loft that still needs to sleeve in other things like fabrication labs, like libraries, but also thinking about one that could be as tall as a city at one end and 300 feet later be as low as the academic buildings that it meets. And so this whole idea of then a promenade across and along the building, but also up and through the studios, informed the lifting, if you will, of that factory paradigm into one where the brick is then elevated like a screen or a scrim in parallel with the walkway that connects the town and the gown. And also then a kind of celestial soffit, if you will, for the studio life to be always illuminated because they're always there 24 hours. So you can start to see that each one of those studio bays reaches out so that there's views back to the campus, and of course a big Tiffany window from the campus to reveal, in a sense, the collaborative nature of work unfolding. And that ascending level, a kind of a tucking a cafe underneath, the stair that brings you to the studio space is one that looks out and across at the desks, and you can see the kind of simplicity of the first day of school, looking a little innocent. Of work, if you will, but quite easy to see now the kind of review spaces that are acoustically independent but visually connected. Again, it's about looking across and down, seeing and being seen, about the kind of, as Winka was just saying, the friendly competitiveness that brings us further along, that is encumbered, if you will, through dark walls, but enabled through transparency. And so you can start to see again the review space beyond, the studio space in the front. That simultaneity is one where we hope that indeed the kind of coincidence of that activity and then the innocence of being embedded within a petite residential context could still make sense. And so again, it's the question of the brick and working with Belden brick, because the bricks were so prevalent on the campus, we started to invent something that might actually have a different kind of cadence than a load-bearing, gravity-bound brick, but one through its kind of imperfection here with the beehive kiln, which we rejuvenated, which they said we couldn't give you color consistency of brick, and we said that's great. That enabled us to have one more brick that we went 4 inches out, the furthest out you could go before you needed a steel relieving angle. And that enabled us to create something that had a tactility that would invite engagement that was a little different than the brick buildings around. But ultimately, about that engagement, it's one that we hope, as it lifts its sight lines to the city, invites people to kind of discover what that invention of architecture is. Now, if we think about the Size Center for Innovative Thinking, that's a totally different tack. This is revealing something that was never intended to be revealed. So again, in 2003, a lunch that goes back, David says, if the object reads on the horizon, can it also have thickness at the ground and commence a dialogue with or in relationship with that which surrounds it? Now you wonder how we have these explicit words. David speaks in full sentences, but slow enough that if you write fast, you can get it all. It's all on record, David. I've got every lunch on record. So again, when we were invited to do what was going to be in addition to one of the 3 buildings that you see here, to do a tiny little 12,000 square foot building for innovative thinking, it was intended to be in addition to the building that you see beyond, or Breuers-Becton building to the left. And there it was, this was site there. They said, you can add to the Becton building on the right, or you can add to the other building, the Watson building to the left. And there was this plaza with the sad tree. And we said, what a sad occasion. What's up with the center between those buildings? And we started to wonder that the what's up between the buildings was more important than the building itself and the addition that we were supposed to do. And in fact, there I am standing in front of a wall that we said, wow, there's a nice courtyard behind us and what a terrible plaza above. So the question was, could we in fact take that barely visible site, bring the idea of illumination forward? There's our kind of, homage to Magritte there, if you will. And then literally take what was just a leftover plaza and reconceive it like the courtyards that have been Yale's famous signature, if you will, of organizing community. And then pulling away as far as we could from every building, like the Tempietto kind of bursting to get out of the courtyard. We said this wall could come down. This landscape could be invented. This glass could make transparent that cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary thinking that they were hoping to reveal. This studio space could always change. In fact, be changed with curtains if it needed to have light protection or privacy. Or in fact, again, like Kent, visually connected but acoustically independent breakout spaces. So again, you could see we created this new landscape that had never been there, our own Tempietto, in this case, fully amplifying and reflecting Becton, Breuer's Becton on the right, and the collegiate Gothic beyond of SSS Strathcona building. And it's the first time we think that the reflection makes Breuer look like he's collegiate Gothic. But again, it really is saying that it's an attractor and it is intended to invite people for collaboration and intended to be a new symbol of a landscape that invites people in a building that could be barely there. And so the final project here is Hunters Point South Waterfront Park, done in collaboration with ERP and SWA Balsley. And if you look at this, again, David's lunches hold up because this was done much after this lunch. He says in 2003, January 15th, I wonder if the contemporary preoccupation with flow is enough, one essence or another, or whether flow and slowness can reside together. So again, this is a site that seems to do everything. It gets vistas, every barred view you can imagine of Manhattan and further south down the river on the East River, Roosevelt Island above. And it gets everything in terms of its history, former wetlands that then became landfill, that then became a place of industrial exchange, and then became abandoned over time. And yet it was a gift of Bloomberg saying, maybe it could become the largest since the 70s affordable housing destination built for 4,000 units. And if you think about it, what a great idea. But the site floods like crazy. So that was a strange one. This is pre-Hurricane Sandy when we were designing it. But what we did with this irregular edge was we said, why don't we create as many different experiences as we can rather than create the harmonious experiences that often straight-lined waterfront parks have. And so you can start to see that we also said, we know it floods. Why don't we embrace the water rather than try to reject it and enable it to have this kind of, if you will, variable temporality. So you can see here the kind of Bloomberg idea of saying, if you build it, they will come. The goal here, if you build a wonderful enough park, developers would take the risk of creating affordable housing, which has a risk, and come here and build on this site, which they have now. And yet, what you can start to see is that identity needed to be stopped at certain moments. In this case, the central green for the school across the street, as well as the community. And in this case, they assigned 4 buildings to us, and we said, can we make it one? Not a separate toilet, not a separate concession, not a separate offices, and not a separate shade pavilion, but one that emerges tightly curled next to this green, and then unfurling and offering itself off to the community beyond. Again, that community you'd say is all of Manhattan. You could see that, again, this shade canopy is one that is very hardworking, collects water to irrigate, has solar panels on the south side to power all the lighting in the park, and ultimately actually create this destination that's a portal or a passage, a backside to a new park, if you will, there, Sandtail. Views again to the city beyond with the Statue of Liberty, or sorry, the Empire State Building in our sights. But most importantly at night, a place where we know that, as David has said, views can be everywhere, but it's what we put in focus that allows us to see it anew. So again, we had to wait 5 more years and re-interview to complete our project. And here was what was there, an eroding but beautiful promontory that made it impossible to imagine sports going on there. And so we started to think about a simultaneous trail that would be one of great expression and outreach, as well as something that might wander. And you can see our sketches here of that sense of being out on the water's edge like a ship, or being in the water, again, being built in Maine by shipbuilders, and arriving at the site nearly prefabricated, almost complete. And then that, along with the completion of this earthwork, a kind of fortification like a medieval wall to protect the future wetlands. And you can see that future wetlands, almost like the contouring of those that I showed in the beginning of those rice paddies, being protected now by that fortified walk, but a walk that enables you to feel in this simultaneous state as if you are virtually walking on water. And here it is, a place of both retreat and passage across to an island that is a place of quiet that looks out at the city, and an animation that would have revealed a few more things, but will be latent, not yet patent. And finally, if you will, a quote that was really quite beautiful in David's topographical stories, which is that past, present, and future do not line up one after the other in topographical time, but bend that line back onto and out from itself, such that both directions over each other are in the present. And so in the present, David, I want to say a huge thank you. It's been an honor to be able to have these lunches with you and be inspired. Thank you.
That's a hard act to follow. Extraordinary projects, beautiful work. David, congratulations. You're being honored here. We're going back a long time. I thought I would title my remarks Site Situations in honor of you. I could easily have called it Time Situations or Trace Situations. But I first met David around about 1989 when he was a young assistant professor and I was just beginning as a design lecturer in landscape. Although I was very much a designer, I was told by seniors that if I wanted to stay in academia, I needed to write and publish. And at that time, there was an urgent need for theoretical reflection on landscape and to develop some sort of new paradigm for its advancement, especially as a design medium. And David became both a model and a source of inspiration for me. I remember various conversations with me in his darkened office, surrounded by books, mostly stuffy old books with a slight odor of moldy vanilla, but also some more current books, mostly philosophy and other things. And David, through books and conversation, was an important guide for the evolution of my own thinking and writing throughout the 90s. And then there was David and his talks, which, like his writing, were always very lucid and compelling, poetic, monastic, sermon-like in the shadow of dimmed light, like a Vermeer. But at the same time, I found his texts and talks sometimes difficult to follow and often ambiguous, which I always took as an invitation for interpretation. That is to say, to enjoy David's penchant for metaphor and imagination, as opposed to final certainty and closure. The depth of ambiguity is there to provoke thought, to provoke conjecture and possibility, just as indeed one might hope the same for built works too, buildings and landscapes that escape easy categorization or reduction. And David's own books, of course, speak as much to landscape as they do to architecture. Here we see site, orientation, topography, ground, ecology, time. Throughout his writing, there are repeated references to landscape through words like horizon, platform, terrace, terrain, foundation, surface, vista, prospect, place, occupation, event, situation. In 1998, David contributed a very important essay to my first collection of published essays, Recovering Landscape. His essay was titled Leveling the Land, in which he invokes earth, topography, gradient, slope, drainage, horizon, agora, piazza, and many other site and landscape references. And he concludes, quote, I believe that care for existing conditions is the first premise of creative work. Here, he is invoking the specificity of site and situation. Situation, of course, speaks most obviously to the specificity of location, site, context. And by default, any landscape architectural work is always site-bound. It must, if it is to be meaningful and lasting, draw from and speak to its immediate context, environment, atmosphere, ambiance, not to mention its cultural milieu with local values, stories, and meanings. This image is the Ebstorf map from the 1200s depicting the city as more than just a collection of objects, but more as an encyclopedia that embraces geography, theology, biology, history, local myths, and bestiaries. So situation invokes all of these relational influences and forces that underlie the place and the location of a given project. In addition, of course, there's always the client or the patron who will always have their own influence, priorities, and preferences on any given situation. And as landscape is mostly public, creating the public realm, there is always the situatedness of specific publics, specific interest groups with their own ideas and values that bear upon a project. And in the afterlife of the work, once executed, there is the situatedness of the work in the world, subject to the effects of time, occupation, and events. So a concern for situations means that a project is always seeking, perhaps even actualizing, meaning, engagement, and influence upon its various contexts, actors, and agencies of time. In this regard, David writes, architectural permanence realizes itself in time, a propelling sort of permanence that allows adaptations and alterations. Now here one wonders if landscape, different from buildings, can indeed expect any form of permanence at all, given its inevitable growth, decay, and change. But nonetheless, both buildings and landscape do indeed have the capacity to propel or to instigate how time plays out and records its own traces and eventfulness. In his book, Building Time, he goes on to describe three kinds of chronology or temporality that play out in architecture and landscape: the time of the world, basically natural and cultural time; the time of the body, basically movement, duration, and haptic experience; and the time of the project, basically the offering of possibility and the unfolding of potential in time. Now here, I'd like to speak of just a couple of my own projects briefly that might in some way, at least partially, exemplify or contribute to these lines of thinking. The first of them is, let's call them time frameworks, for lack of a better term. And these might at first sight go way against the grain of much of David's sensibility, given their apparent stridency and autonomy. But I would argue that these landscape frameworks are actually equivalent to geometries that propel and inaugurate varied and multiplicitous sets of events in time. The US survey grid is a good example in this regard. I'm sure David might find it homogenizing and merely expedient, but it certainly pays no regard whatsoever to site, topography, or local conditions. But over time, the grid continues to facilitate varied forms of settlement, adaptation, appropriation, and occupation, all creating their own specific overlays and traces of use in time. While the grid is certainly universal and homogeneous, its various coordinates and intersections are completely unique and specific to their location. The grid effectively inaugurates and supports mass settlement of this country, while at the same time precipitates highly localized differences, each leaving and recording their own traces in time. One could say the same thing of the Manhattan grid, a homogeneous geometry that at the same time facilitates the accumulation of growth, texture, locality, and differentiation over time. No one block is the same as another. And of course, even Frank Lloyd Wright saw the democratizing virtue of the grid as a framework for a green and diverse broadacre city. In our own work, we won this major international design competition in 2012 for the new city of Chennai, projected to host 4 million new residents. The design is more a framework, not a built or finished work, but a framework to guide how the city might actually develop, given that most blocks will be developed by various developers and architects, many with programs yet to be determined. But you can see here how the varied grids determine a walkable human scale block size, structure and grain, helping to avoid the typically overscaled car-oriented development of contemporary Chinese cities. Similarly, the structuring of 5 very large green fingers functioning as both parks and hydrological water retention and water improvement systems help to now frame or scale 5 neighborhoods, each with their own discrete character and program mix. A below-grade transit loop ties everything together and creates a new civic heart inside each neighborhood, a civic transit station with a public piazza. The project is being built with admittedly mixed results, given that not all of the design guidelines were followed, let alone the sheer speed and expediency of development. But at least you can see the effort of a structuring framework that helps to avoid the worst of mega-scale development and autonomous architecture. And with various areas now built that are working well and designed to a very high standard, you see here details from one of the green finger parks, and also a more intimate microscopic moment. So the scaling that's at work here from this sort of mega plan to these small details is carried through, with a variety of public spaces designed underneath bridges and structures. Now, the same idea of a time framework, this time at a micro scale, could be seen in our design for Seattle's new seawall. This axonometric shows the extent of a major new public promenade in width, but in section you see a cantilevered walk with glass block for light to get down to a newly created intertidal habitat bench for juvenile migrating salmon. In addition to light, the salmon also need a food source, which comes from richly textured wall panels. This 3D grid texture is here designed specifically for habitat, literally facilitating growth over time. This is quite a nice design, but something you will never see unless you're in a kayak. But nonetheless, it's an example of a material geometry in the service of co-opting time and natural process. Similarly, those of you who know our work at Freshkills, once the world's largest landfill at 4 square miles, is slowly being transformed into a massive new regional park. But here we set up a methodology around which the park could actually grow and diversify itself over time. We simply set the framework, in this case, a network of patches and corridors, each seeded and staged in particular ways to facilitate growth and ecological development over time, essentially growing a biodiverse and self-regulating ecosystem. Now, a more recent exercise along the same lines is our re-envisioning of the tidal basin in Washington, D.C. This is tied to the National Mall and is home to the Jefferson, Martin Luther King, and FDR memorials, and the nearly 4,000 flowering cherry trees that are a gift from Japan and are a major attraction and feature every spring. The tidal basin is, however, both sinking and flooding. Every day, the tidal flows submerge pathways and edges. And this flood map here shows significant and frequent flooding from the mighty Potomac River of the National Mall due to increased storms and climate change. So the challenge is what to do here to help save the tidal basin from the inevitability of flooding and deterioration. And related to this is the polarized politics of DC, especially those who continue to deny climate change and do not want any public or state investment in such projects. So in light of all this, we developed 3 scenarios for the tidal basin. These scenarios were intended to force the political conversation, the political deliberation around the subject, and in particular, how to work with the assumed permanence of culturally significant sites in the face of inevitable change. And in some ways, perhaps these three scenarios speak to David's interest in time and permanence. This first scenario we called curated entropy, that is, accept the inevitability of flooding, allow the basin to transition naturally into a brackish marsh and wetland, encircle the entire area with an elevated public walkway, and allow the monuments to essentially become ruins, as in old cemetery stones, naturalized into the changing environment. Entropy is here curated, and the vagaries of an unleashed nature allowed to take over. A gentle melancholia sets in, the cycle of life, the inevitability of the passage of time and change. A second scenario is much more idealistic and radical. A new topography we called archipelago, with new island hills protecting the monuments, but set now within the course of the unleashed Potomac River. These series of hills are imagined as new gardens and plantings attuned to much hotter and wetter climates, whilst also invoking other habitats around the world. And the vision anticipates a totally new destination and feature in the context of a changing DC. And the third scenario we called encapsulation, essentially a new riverbank sculpted earthwork, functioning as a levee against river flooding and providing a new park that would protect the interior of the basin. Built into the earthwork are a number of new facilities, while the monuments and the basin remain safe and perfect. These various scenarios paint a time-based speculation on various possibilities related to how we view nature as either an inevitable force to be co-opted or phenomenon to be controlled. So let's say that this previous set of projects are in a sense time frameworks, overlays that precipitate change, adaptation, and occupation over time. They seed territory with new potential, and they establish the conditions upon which life might flourish in diverse and site-specific ways. But on the other hand, a series of projects that are more specifically designed according to location, site, and situation. These are projects that are inspired and informed by their context, while also themselves establishing new forms of correspondence, new forms of engagement and relationship to their situation. One is our work at the Presidio in San Francisco, which entails the alignment of a major new freeway, which is then capped as a tunnel, and a massive earthwork park is then built on top, effectively connecting the upper level of the Presidio to the bay. Now, key to this project is the realization that if you could indeed get out on top of the tunnels, that the plateau-like elevation would enable a magnificent 360-degree panoramic view of all of San Francisco and the Bay, a panorama previously unavailable. And so the topography is shaped and constructed in such a way as to highlight and showcase these various vistas and relationships. Large earthwork promontories function as overlooks with magnificent vistas out across the bay. The centrality of the plateau is softly crowned to attenuate bodily movement towards the unfolding horizon. And a variety of places are inset for discovery and exploration. Sculpted furnishings look out across the bay and play with the inevitability of weathering over time. And plantings too invoke both the native naturalistic heritage of the Pacific coast, as well as new speciation targeted for future climate change. And this is a significantly complicated earthwork technically, given earthquake and settlement issues in the area. This required a number of complex three-dimensional sculpted topographic models cut into various sections and details to shape and construct the earthworks. A later stage here with embankments and the overall ensemble taking shape. This is a highly specific, highly situated project, responsive to its context. Finally, a second highly specific, site-specific project would be New York's High Line. This was a project deeply inspired and informed by what we found there during our first site visit, which was this magical, melancholic secret. A naturalized garden in the sky, a carpet of self-sown meadow grasses cutting across the city, quiet solitude, a genuine surprise, and a stark contrast to the busy streets and blocks of Manhattan. And the key design move was to simply overlay this railbed landscape with a new tectonic surface that would facilitate public strolling. Retaining open joints as well as tapered seams, we were able to create a kind of blend between the concrete and the organic world of the railbed, with plants now growing in between the seams and the gaps. Creates a very intimate and small scale experience, standing in contrast to the much bigger city beyond, which itself has now grown into a collage of old and new, with significant economic development for the city. And as a linear garden, the plantings bring delight through all times of the year: spring blooms, summer green, fall transitioning into winter. Invitations to walk, to explore and discover the ambulatory body in time and duration, weather and circumstance. Here, reception is neither static nor pictorial, but unfolding through time and motion. It is temporal, traveled, journeyed. Certain moments delay or accelerate, arrive or depart, focus or distract. It is designed as a scenography with scenes and settings unfolding in time through movement. The experience is at once intimate, with enclosure, close-ups, scents, sounds, touch, and at the same time immense, with distant vistas, massive scale, both city and sky. The project itself has since propelled forward a host of new and still unfolding situations. There are any number of ongoing alterations, additions, changes to the original design, particularly the plantings, but also some of the material details and finishes. There are subsequent traces and vestiges of use and event, not to mention growth, cutback, and seasonality. And there are multiple events and happenings, some scripted, but most are unscripted and purely happenstance. In other words, the High Line has a life in time. It has a certain permanence, but is inevitably subject to change, change that is arguably propelled or instigated through the project itself. Intimately situated in the context of the city, the project continues to involve new forms of engagement, experience, and participation. And so to end, I offer these two types of landscape approach that I think resonate to some degree with David: time frameworks or big overlays, and site situations, the specificity of site. I offer these at least as a partial testament to the importance and legacy of David's work. Thank you.
Put him on the spot. The truth is, I didn't try to suggest architectural work. I tried to understand what had been done. When I wrote Building Time, honestly speaking, I had these two characters in mind throughout. The Seattle project and the High Line. They were, for me, perfect examples of time of the world, body, and project. And in the way that Marion and Jim have described them now, maybe the book was worth writing, because I clarified for myself, at least, with some terms and concepts, what I think is perhaps too overlooked in our discussions of architecture and landscape and cities. It's something that Homa mentioned to me during our break, and Juan Manuel clarified at the outset. We tend to think that theory and design are subjects, and indeed they are. It's probably the history of formal education in architecture that they can't be avoided, despite attempts to do so, and forgetfulness. But I think the reciprocity of the two, that if reflection has any purpose, it's to say again what one has intuited unreflectively. What I mean to say is that though I've spent a long time in theoretical work, I don't take it for granted, and I'm not even sure it's all that important. But now and then, projects are so beautiful, or the questions are so difficult, that you just have to stop and say, well, what's going on here? And the outcome of such a interruption and question, if pursued with a little bit of work and homework and effort, is basically a way of seeing again what one had admired or been puzzled by previously. So it's actually not that our lunches gave you things to think about, but rather gave me examples to reflect on. And if we are good at our work in university, it would be our capacity to find ways of collaborating that strengthen each of the subjects by demonstrating their interdependencies and mutualities. That's what we did and are doing. And it's for me a perfect and delightful pleasure to see things that ring true with what I grasp only intuitively in the projects and in the conversations. And maybe that's the service theory can render to practice, that it simply allows it to name and articulate and say what in the spontaneity and intuitive potentiality of project making might not be quite so clear.
Agreed. I mean, Marion, I find David perplexingly ambiguous. And I love that, because it means I have to sort of actively interpret it. Did you find some of those quotes that you cited crystal clear, or a certain amount of ambiguity in play in them?
Why do you think I had to type them up after we had the conversation and unpack them and figure out actually where the periods began and ended, because David writes in single space, long paragraphs, memos that are 1 page long, and they're only 1 page long because they're single spaced. And when he speaks, he too speaks single spacing, and indeed packs in 4 ambiguities before the period is reached.
Right.
And that very ambiguity is what I love so much.
It's like this person isn't in the room. That's
It's the simultaneity that David embraces in 1 full sentence, which is what we have been struggling to embrace in our work all the time. That's why, yes, ambiguous, but inspiring.
Yes, exactly.
I'm afraid so. Yeah, we have this mutual friend, he's called Peter Carl, and I remember one time going to a lecture and he said, well, the first part of the issue is so-and-so, and he said, but let's put that here. And then he said, that leads to the second issue, which is equally interesting, and to pursue that, you'd have to take it up in this way, but let's leave that issue here. And after about 10 minutes, there was a full spectrum of issues, but he was still in the opening sentence. Pell-mell, all the topics come to one's thinking, and the sorting, probably that's only a preliminary. And if there is to be sense from a text that is even partially adequate to a work, it's because within its economies of formulation, there are a spectrum of implications. I'm trying to make shorter sentences. It's not easy, because then you get into the sorting business of this and that and that, and then the whole thing dissolves into a empirical description of what is patently obvious. So what's the point? But to economize and to coordinate and to integrate observations into some terms, some concepts, and also some openings for appropriation by a person who thinks otherwise. That would be worth doing, it seems to me. But it ain't easy, because the desire for clarity and designation, that can't be resisted. It has a positive benefit in a craft as complex as this one. So it's, for me, always been a bit of a balancing act between naming, articulating, conceptualizing. But as I think Jim has put it very beautifully, those are best when they carry with them a kind of tacit set of implications that give rise to still more thought. And that would be, again, worth attempting, it seems to me.
It's the same with a design project as a writing effort. And I sense a little, as if you're a little, guilty is the wrong word, but somehow the writing can't hold up to a project. Whereas I actually felt that the project can't actually hold up to your writing.
Yeah, Hunt said earlier today, we should spend a little bit of time, all of us, on the excess of content in certain kinds of writing, likewise the poverty, and similarly for works. So Professor Tribbiano asked me to make some comments tomorrow evening. I thought, dear God, they will have heard enough about things I think. But it struck me that over the years, this has been a concern that I don't think we should sweep under the carpet. Words and images. And the traffic in words has great currency today, but it diminished by comparison with the number of images. Right. So now we have two overwhelming quantities. How they go together is a permanent mystery, because what one says and what one sees are almost impossible to connect. So to think again about the adequacy of words to things, or in reverse, how concepts obtain palpable presence that can be perceived without a college degree. That question of ideas in things, I'm a very regular reader of poets, and William Carlos Williams, this lifelong dedication, ideas in things. For me, this has been a guiding principle, to find the concreteness of thought, or that things that one sees as kind of a chair, what it implies, what is unsaid. And this capacity of Marion's Museum of the Earth to attest to the full history of a site and yet be appropriated by automobiles and God knows what else in future. That density of content in things, that strikes me as the real charge of an architectural image, to subsume into its body that level of thought. And that I think is, we should spend a little bit of time with the interconnection between images and words. And if I can say, if I may, what I've tried to do for now 40 years is say what I see. That's all. To see things and actually say, not because of a concept or some book that I've read, but actually the phenomena as it presents itself. And to describe that, not so much as shapes, these columns and that form of load bearing, but rather what sense it makes. And to describe the levels of sense as they present themselves, that I actually think is pretty much what theory should do, not more. I'm not sure so it's not exactly an apology or even a diminution of this intellectual craft, but rather its proper orientation. And I'm not in favor of theorizing theory. I'm in favor of interest in the world, of which buildings and cities and gardens are part.
I think, David, what you've just said is what I think we admire so much about your writing. They are projects, they are constructs in and of themselves, they are sites, and they are situations that you are creating and literally cultivating. And having done 4 books ourselves, they're harder than buildings. We can be clear about that. It's just there's fewer committees, just debates with each other. But the isolation and loneliness of wondering whether the words you're choosing and the narratives that you are creating and putting forth, whether they are meaningful, new, or important, is always the kind of insecurity that haunts us when we try to write. And that's where our conversations have been so important, because indeed there's an enduring thread to every narrative you bring forward. And yet they come with it, as Jim showed, 1,000 books informing that kind of panoramic intuition that enables you, in fact, to say what you see that has more depth than we can see ourselves.
Yeah, the books are a bit of a problem. Lauren told us we have to put a column in the basement because of dead load. But it's also nice, to close the book. I've been very lately in teaching. Now that I'm retired, I can be honest about it. With the PhD education, I've been sort of asking students to rebalance the equation. 50% on the street, 50% in the library. This bookishness, I think, has its limits. And I think sometimes it's okay to say what you see and not be able to cite a source. Maybe that's okay. And maybe that's primary. But yeah, it's okay to inform yourself about what's been done and use that as a guide also. Basta così?
So with that, shall we thank our incredible 2 speakers?
Yes.
Here in this room for 6 days, amazing presentations. And of course, will be fulfilled with ideas because I hear about future projects. So with that, I'll thank everyone. And see you tomorrow.
Well,